Damn it. Now we're live.
Are we live?
Yeah, I had a browser in front of Kyle's face, but no, just for a second.
Just for a second. Take it away, Kyle.
Scrap this shit. You got a browser over my face?
Just for a moment.
Take it away, Kyle.
I don't. According to my contract, I get the exact amount of FaceTime as everyone else, and I just don't know how.
Let me check my text messages for you for your contract.
We have 5 very special sponsors tonight. We have LootCrate, MeUndies, SquareSpace, Scorebig, and a brand new player, Helix Sleep. So we'll hear more about all those sponsors later in the show. But first things first, let's get to it. Our guest didn't show up tonight.
Yeah,
and Chiz refused. Chiz
refused. Yes,
and he staunchly refused, saying, "I have to listen to more inane babble horse shit from the mouths of these 2 liars." And watch it on TV. Oh, they're going to cover something new this time. Oh, there's going to be some earth-shattering revelations in this debate. No, it's the same horseshit again.
Hillary and Bernie are going to debate tonight for the umpteenth time, if my counting is correct. And Chiz says, "I can't miss this one. The umpteenth episode is always the."
How much money? How much money have you sent to the Bernie Sanders campaign at this point, Chiz? Is it over 4,000?
Can you type that in, Chiz? Right now, honestly...
Wow, $4,387 now.
Holy smokes. Chiz!
Chiz, you gotta chill out, man. You're getting out of control here. There are baseball games that matter more right now than this debate. And it is fucking April.
What the Donald it's a cup at this point?
We didn't mention the PKN thing. Two things. Not PKN. The Patreon thing. Yeah, check out Patreon. Link in the description. You can get early access and video access to PKA and PKN and all the cool stuff. There's a private hangout monthly. Click the link in the description. See what we offer and support the show. That would be awesome.
Those. I actually like doing those private hangouts because it's almost always the same group of guys. So I've kind of gotten to know those guys.
It's the hidden show.
And I see the same. Yeah, we do kind of a private PKN type show every month with those guys that are at I think it's a $50 level or something. So they're really chipping in. But we're in there for at least an hour. It usually bleeds over for like an hour and 20 minutes, and it's just me and Woody. And I don't know if Taylor's ever come to one of those. You're really missing out on the fun. But it's me and Woody, and like sometimes as few as 3 of them, but sometimes 5 or 6 or 7 guys, and we just have like a little powwow and talk about whatever they want to talk about. Usually, it's fun.
Yeah, it's
check that out.
My favorite part about it is they're all very different individuals, but it all seems like they got their shit together. That's why they
say the money.
$50 of disposable income, because every one of these guys, that's what they have in common. Like it's that they've all got their shit together. Like one of the guys, like a young guy, he's like maybe a part-time student, but part-time like working in IT and killing it. And he's asking Woody about, oh, do I need to get this special certification? Do I really need that? And Woody's like, well, it would add to your resume. And he's like, all right, then I guess I'll grind it the fuck out. And he's like, yeah, that's a hard-working guy. And then the other guy owns his own business. It's always fun talking to those guys.
Very successful people.
Like the guy's like 19 years old and he builds like
credit for all
online gambling sites for a living. Like that's one of the reasons I like. So I've been on a couple Disney cruises and they're like 2 or 3 weeks long, going from like Spain to Florida or something like that, California to Hawaii. And one of the neat things about it is the other people on it. Like somehow these people have made their lives in such a way that they can take 3-week cruises like across the Atlantic or something. And I like to pick their brains and see like, how'd you do that?
A small version of that is like, I weekends, weekdays, it doesn't really matter to me. And I think we're all in that situation pretty much. So like, I mean, if I'm going to go to the Coca-Cola Museum or some like fun like thing that costs $100, $200 to take a date to, I might well do it on a Wednesday afternoon. And you see the same thing in that situation. It's like, who else is here on a Wednesday afternoon spending $200 to like see the world of Coca-Cola? It's not that many people.
Yeah, it's cool. Anyway, I like the Hangout guys. So anyway, check that out. And then we've got another thing we're selling. The is it Gumdrop? Is that what it is?
It's Gumroad, right?
Gumroad. Oh, thank you for fixing it. Anyway, link in the description. You can buy the first season of PKN, which is 80 episodes. So that's
and that awful survival trip. Like.
Looking back, you don't like the survival trip?
I don't even want to get into that whole debacle. There's several reasons I was upset about the survival trip. But just the whole thing I didn't like. I hated it. I hated being in the woods. Look, I liked being with you two. And Patrick. I really enjoyed that. Every bit of the time we spent together. There was never a time when I was like, God, I wish Woody would go take another fucking bath, or God, I wish Chiz would go off in the woods. I never felt like that. I was happy to be with everyone, and I enjoyed our time together. But the setting sucked so much. I really despised it, and I enjoy my creature comforts. Like, there's a reason I do this show from a fucking couch. You know what I mean?
I think that might be a little bit of rose-tinted glasses, because I remember you being more than a little agitated that Chiz was not pulling his own weight, especially to the making of fire.
Okay, yeah. There were times when we were out there when I wish Chiz had chipped in a little bit more, like gathering wood and stuff. I felt like he half-assed it sometimes, but it was his first time in any kind of an experience like that. I get that that's probably the first time he's ever gathered firewood. It wasn't my first time, and like I've done a lot of manual labor, like the kind that you don't enjoy doing, and when you're doing a job like that you don't enjoy doing but has to be done.
There is no manual labor in which you don't enjoy. What's wrong with you?
Like cleaning gutters with your bare hands, you know, like
shit.
dragging like rotten wood through like chigger infested high grass that's cutting your ankles and stuff. I don't care
Chiggers
for that.
are the worst.
Until the I wasn't with you until the chiggers. Now we're lined up.
Those suck.
You guys didn't get chiggers?
I got
what I was saying
would
was
only wear pants out in the woods.
I would
get so many goddamn chiggers.
If you told me there was a lot of rotten wood to be drugged somewhere, especially if there was a fire payoff at the end, I'd be like, yeah, this sounds like a great day. But the chiggers, that's where I'm on your team.
What I'm getting at is I don't like the discomfort, especially like I totally get like when you're doing a job that you don't want to do but needs to get done. You just put your head down, you fucking full force ahead, and like it's gonna be over, and you're gonna feel better once it's done. I totally get that. But if there's a way I can avoid just doing that fucking job, like I can slip Josh $20 and like make that happen, I'd totally prefer to do that.
And you get entertainment value with that too. You can throw sodas
Man,
up there.
I had Josh and his brother come over today. His brother's 15, Josh is 22, and I had a lot of yard work that needed doing. There were some bushes some shrubbery that had died. I wanted that pulled up and tossed in a dumpster. There was some old doors where we had renovated and like thrown the doors outside that needed hauling away. There was an old safe that we ripped out of the wall that needed like disposing of. There's a bunch of shit to do, and the gutters needed cleaning. So they were here like 6 hours today working, and it was very entertaining. When I told you guys this earlier, I feel like you all felt like I was being kind of shitty with what I did to Josh and his brother. So what I did was I took a Pepsi can and I taped an M80 to the top of it and lit it and tossed it up on the roof with them, so it exploded on them. And I thought that was fucking hilarious.
Good-natured pranks with explosives.
I thought that, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an M80. It's if it's a little firecracker.
That's the thing that kids blow their hands off with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quarter stick of dynamite.
And, not even.
What if you hit that poor kid in the side of the head and you blow the other half of his brain clean out?
The only half.
I would have felt comfortable. The only functional half. The good half. I would have felt comfortable holding this thing in my hand and letting it go off. You know, it just wasn't a big deal. Not around explosive. Look, I'm talking about, you got to imagine, a Pepsi can, imagine.
Please, list is a Painkiller already. Do not put explosives in compressed areas and blow them up in your hand.
I also don't like the rationale of, I would have let it go off in my hand. It's like, well, that's not your decision now, is it? Just heave that over there.
Yeah,
if we go to a stick and puck and I just level you and be like, I'm fine getting hit. Woody just hit me. Like, fuck you.
That's how I make decisions.
Oh, you're bleeding. Oh, I can't skate. No.
That's how I make decisions for others all the time. Sometimes you have to. Someone's got to take charge. Someone's got to just do the thing, and that's me. I'm the guy who will be like, you know what? I'd do that, and then I'll do it to them because it's fun. It's funny.
You make
like I would have
okay if sound so valiant.
If they'd done it to me, I would have got a real chuckle out of it. It scared the fuck out of the younger one. It was pretty funny. And then I got one of my little micro drones and like buzzed them real fast with it while they were up on the roof. That scared them pretty good too. So we had a good day.
I want a drone with the camera in it, but I think it's pretty expensive.
All right, so it's not. It's real cheap. It just depends what you want Yes, it just depends what you want to achieve with this. Now, I've got these Parrot drones over here, which, to be frank, are more like toys than tools. And I think it's like $900 for the drone, maybe 7 or 8. But I think it's $900 for the drone, and then like another $1,000 for this. You can have it. You can have fucking 2 of them. Because I hate the
for real.
Yeah,
Dude,
you
I'll
enjoy.
Come get it. Don't you have a package you're supposed to have mailed to me that probably you didn't?
It's mailed out yesterday.
No way!
Either yesterday or the day before. So you get your saw, your sleeping bag, and your flamethrower, your Flammenwerfer. Now I was going to try. It'll be there Friday. I got the confirmation number upstairs.
Awesome.
I was like, what do I have to pay to get it there on Thursday, which would be today, so you could have it for the show potentially. Maybe you go to your fire pit or whatever. She was like, well, $112 will get it there by 8 a.m. And I'm like, whoa. Yeah. I could fly this thing coach for cheaper than that.
Right.
So I went with the $20 shipping or something like that. It'll be there Friday.
I can wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I've been doing daily vlogs this week. As people watch this, I think I uploaded 4 or 5 videos last week, one of those 2. And I'm trying to balance it. Like, because what would be bad is if hypothetically I uploaded PKA at like noon on Saturday, and then at 2 p.m. I bump it with a vlog. Like Painkiller already deserves a little time to gather its views. So I think what I might do is have Monday through Friday vlogs. I've been thinking about that. And that would give Painkiller ready the entire weekend. And then heck, like the vlogs make reference to PKA and the things I do, and in some ways they could even pimp it. I don't know. I'm still figuring things out, but I've got a new camera coming Monday.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's I think it's the right one. I have some nice cameras now, but none of them really do the job that I want them to. I've got one that's on a steady cam that's really difficult to like operate, and the audio, if you don't have an external mic, is like super terrible, extra bad. I've got my phone, which is actually my favorite thing right now. Go on.
I'm just thinking about video ideas over here.
I love it when you think of video ideas. People, I've mentioned this before. Kyle is an endless stream of fantastic video ideas. Things that, if I come up with a video idea,
build up on it, like before I even like.
All right, so this one's a vlog idea. But like, if I come up with a video idea, it's precious to me. I need to keep it and not tell anyone. Like, here's something that isn't done.
No, it's a video idea for you.
Yeah.
All right. So here's what I'm thinking. So let me just go on a little rant here quickly. So I think Saturday when this will go up, I'm uploading my flamethrower video, which is very, very cool. So make sure you watch my flamethrower video. I like it a lot. We shoot a firework
Saturday,
that had like $500 worth of firework. Saturday, yeah.
So we shot like this goes up.
Yeah, same day this goes up. Go check that out. It's awesome.
You can only watch one. Choose wisely. Yeah.
Yeah. And I put up a shotgun video last week, and it's pretty good too. I'm doing that acetylene barrel launching thing, and I want to talk more later about acetylene barrel launching because it's a new. I'm pioneering this new fun
sport.
toy.
Yeah.
And it's some cool shit. But I was talking to Eric, Iraq veteran 8888. That's his YouTube channel. He just broke 1 million subscribers, and we were talking about a collaboration video between the two of us, what we could do. And I don't know if it'd go on my channel or his channel. I'd rather do it on my channel because I feel like it directs some traffic his way. But I'm either way.
Usually the person whose channel it's not on is the beneficiary.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah. Or we could do like the nature of this video might preclude having 2 videos, one on each channel, and having them be interconnected, because what we want to do is make a giant Rube Goldberg machine that involves shooting. So he would have to go bing, 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 and maybe a bowling ball starts rolling down a ramp, and it's rolling really quickly, and I have to run up and bing, 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 and clear the way for this bowling ball, shooting things out of its way. And along the way, there would be fireballs and explosions and like flying aspects and just this overly complicated Rube Goldberg machine that would stretch the length of my valley, 100, 200 yards long. And I was just imagining like Woody's Gamertag, like hustling up a fast rope and like getting the top and like hanging from his legs and like hanging upside down and shooting a thing. Like, I don't know. I just thought that would be funny to have in a video like that, because I know you can do that really well.
The upside hanging from my leg shooting part has me a little concerned. I could die.
So much easier than you think.
I'll practice.
We'll get you a harness. Get you a little harness. I get.
Yeah, with that. That's the thing.
For the
I even have a harness. I've got a harness in the stable. Yeah, I could totally go up there, clip in, and then do what you're talking about. I'm down for that.
Yeah, of course we would have to manufacture our own fast rope assembly. I'm thinking some scaffolding and stuff. But anyway, Eric and I were discussing
tree climbing gear and a limb, right? I could arbor it you know, with the little hook around my waist and the I am sure I used the wrong word, but you know how tree people they have like tree spikes on their boots and the
ants.
Yeah, the tree people.
The ants. They have tree spikes on their boots and then like a line around their waist, and they just kind of hook it up and climb. And then I latch into a tree limb with a little, you know, safety hook, and then I'm free to use my bad marksmanship.
So I don't know what it would be.
The hardest part of this is going to be making that damn machine that actually is interesting enough to look at, where it's not just you shooting a piece of steel so a bowling ball can roll over. Like, it's got to be over the top, like what's the name of that, like Catch 'em Monkey or whatever the fuck that board game was where you drop
Mousetrap.
Catch a Monkey.
Exactly.
It was good enough.
So I'm imagining aspects of it that utilize flamethrowers that are triggered to fire, aspects of it that involve balloons filled with oxyacetylene, which I have mastered now. I figured out how to do it safely. And I feel like utilize things like thermite. Like maybe there's a thing where thermite gets ignited and it melts through something.
A flamethrower
you know what I want you to
could
do
shoot
is
a rope that drops a thing.
Yes, all these things
like
could
a
happen.
giant pillar of wax that has the bowling ball on top of it, and the flamethrower shoots the wax, and it just is melting so fast, the bowling ball just falls down and then starts rolling. You know, great.
We're gonna do something like that. I think Eric has a parrot gun, which is basically a cannon. So you know, we'll get that involved. So it'll be something like that, it's going to be a really long one. We want it to be like rolling for a while with shit exploding and catching on fire and being shot.
That's one of the cool things about profitable videos. Like, like when you first start on YouTube and your videos get like 38 views, you can only invest so much in a video that returns a penny, right? But when you get to like the FPS Russia level, it makes sense to invest like a lot of time and potentially money in this video because there can be a return on it.
And a lot of times we can get a sponsor involved. So like, I don't know, if there's steel that needs being shot, then we'll see which steel company wants to provide that steel or pay us to use that steel and that sort of thing. Find ways to work products in there that aren't going to get in the way of a cool video. We're going to like just amplify it, you know. Why not use this particular brand of whatever it is if you're going to use it anyway?
Absolutely.
So the acetylene thing, I watched this video. Can we watch it? The video of those guys touching off those acetylene barrels?
Link it?
I think we might have watched that. Or maybe you sent that to me privately. I don't know.
I think I sent it to you privately. Let me find this.
It doesn't look. It doesn't look like a great idea.
It does. It looks like a terrible idea.
Yeah, it does.
Especially the way they do it. Like if I'm going to light an explosive, I'm going to find some sort of longer fuse. No,
just any kind of implement to even light it from really far away.
I'm using a shotgun with either Dragon's Breath or incendiary rounds.
Yeah, but that keeps you a good ways away.
Exactly.
Okay. Give me
these guys are...
one moment, please, to fix the cameras. I know, Kyle, just to fix this, I'm going to fix your camera first so you have more screen time than Taylor.
Make up what you did earlier.
All right.
So yeah, when I first got to making these things, I just put straight acetylene in there and lit it, and I didn't get a boom at all. I got like a whoosh, and the barrel hopped maybe a foot, and I instantly knew what the problem was. I was like, well, unfortunately, I need oxyacetylene, which means you add oxygen to the mixture. I know the ratio that you use in a torch is like 5 to 1 or something like that. So we aimed for something around that, and got extremely explosive results, so much so that the barrels, instead of launching, the bottoms of them just turn into bowls and shoot about 300 feet up in the air. So I'm going to switch to plastic barrels next time, which will launch like these.
This is so puzzling. Like there's such a big group of people there. Is this a club? Is this spontaneous?
I'm ready. Are you guys ready?
Who brought the barrels? Yeah. Who has all the gas? Like it's just like who's in charge here?
Ready, set, play.
They're running like they're being timed. Take down.
This is terrible.
They're taking flaming towels and just setting it on top of these metal barrels and looking upward anticipatingly. Shoots up, and these things are going like 200 feet in the air.
Oh my gosh.
This is so stupid. They're not even waiting for the previous one to come down.
Oh my God. They're coming down.
Look at that one.
Where? Like, I forgot they come back down. They're coming down.
Do you people have jobs? What are you doing?
Barrel launcher.
There's like mariachi music happening.
Okay, so that is fucking badass, and that's what I want to accomplish. When I tried the other day, the bottoms of the barrels, like I said, they just exploded and separated from the cylindrical part of the barrel. And so I'm going to switch to plastic barrels, which are one formed piece, and they're going to launch like that. Those are outrageously high. They're going so high.
Yeah, that's out of control. At least wait for them to come back down before. Some of those were launching up, and they had like a 5-second wait time. And in that 5 seconds, 3 more of those idiots were launching off more barrels. And suddenly, there's a handful of these steel barrels just kind of amiss in the air.
That's
and
what
some
I'm.
of them, there was no consistency there. There was no, arbiter of gas distribution or something for all of these barrels. It was just some people were putting it. It was colossal. Just
did they put a hole in the top,
people,
and then the gas is lighter than air?
Yeah, I can explain how they actually filled those, because so I rigged up a whole thing that makes this safe, but what they clearly did is they had their oxyacetylene cutting torch in like the back of a truck, and they got the mixture right on the torch, and then they just go to each barrel, gas it up, and put the cap on the top. But the problem is some of these guys are the air's leaking out, and the gases are leaking out, and that's why they're hustling around, because they don't want the acetylene to leak, and they're getting those tops off real quick and then touching them off.
You mean you don't think there's a bunch of stop gaps and safety measures and
No. What I did was I've got a bottle of oxygen and a bottle of acetylene, and I've got 50-foot hoses running from each of them, and I put a bunch of T joints and L's in the line so that it's dispersing oxygen and acetylene equally right next to each other, and I just put the barrels on top. So I can do everything remotely, and I'm 50 feet away. Actually, there's literally a wall separating the tanks from the explosions. And so there's a guy behind a wall who can gas everything up, and then I'm over there safely shooting them with whatever I'm igniting everything off with. But I'm going to make a video of just those, I think, because it's going to be fucking amazing. And I'm going to get a lot of those barrels. Like, I'm going to try to get 10 or 15. And I
all at the same time.
Yeah, like rapidly. Doom, 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 doom. That's what I want.
Yeah, you just need a spotter.
Yes, you need a spotter. Yes, there needs to be a guy.
Just so you can be like, move 2 steps left. It's going to be like, you're going to be like Gothmog in the Battle of Minas Tirith when they shoot that the trebuchet goes and he shoots the rock, and then he sees it, and then he looks at all the other orcs, and he sees it flying towards him, and he goes, "Don't move." And then he waits, and all the orcs are going, "Wait, this guy's fucking crazy. Like, look at this guy. He's gonna stand here and die." And then he goes, "Rah!" And he steps to the side and he spits on the rock. Double birds up at Minas Tirith. Not real. He didn't do that. That would break character. But he did dodge the rock.
That's great.
Yeah. It's an excellent scene.
Yeah, I like that character with the whole fucked up
Yeah,
eye.
he's so fucked. How did that guy climb through the ranks? He had to be good because he couldn't even see through his left
that leaky eye. He must have been a real backstabber, climbing his like I know in Shadow of Mordor there are a few characters who are like that. They get up the ladder because they're conniving and sneaky. He must have been one of those.
He just had like one of those weepy eyes. Like all the other orcs were farting into his pillow, picking on him.
Giving him pink, like perpetual orc pink eye.
Yeah, he's the only one who doesn't like when meat's back on the menu. Pink eye for him.
It's terrible. So we've got it into RTS, I guess.
RTS?
We started playing a lot of Age of Mythology.
The video idea you talked about, was it for me, or were you talking about the Rube Goldberg thing you were doing?
So I'm already doing a collab. What I'm saying is I'm already planning this collaboration with him, and I was just imagining a part with you in it, to include you in some way. And I was just remembering how you climbed that fucking rope at T1G. And I'm just imagining you hustling up a rope like while a fuse burns and you have to outrun it, and like I don't know, you flip upside down and shoot a thing. And
for an old guy that gets fatter every year, I'm curiously good at climbing ropes.
If there were a rope there and like mine was a quarter as high as Woody's, he would still beat me to the top. If I had to climb 15 feet up a rope and he had to climb 50, I'm confident he would beat me up that rope. He hustles up this thing, and he's got a technique that I don't even have. I've never climbed a fucking rope before. I just haven't. We didn't have any rope at my school. Well,
well,
I was
not that kind. Yeah,
that kind. We use it for something else.
I don't know what we're talking about. Is this a drug thing? A porn thing? I don't know. Like a burnt rope
Are you
is
smoking rope, Kyle?
burnt rope. I thought was
Are you
supposed to
smoking
smell like
rope?
marijuana, or is it a bondage thing? Is this an S&M joke that we're making? What is this? We didn't use our rope for climbing.
I'm just gonna
I'm-
buy.
I'm so-
whole thing,
I'm
and
Did
I'm
you
happy-
pull stuck vehicles out with it?
Yeah, that's what I did.
It was a
No,
practical joke.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
So anyway, yeah.
Does
I thought
everyone
it'd be-
else know? Is this a thing? Like,
No,
like autistic Woody is the only person not in on this joke?
No,
Like,
I'm sure
oh,
it's
we
not
used
how
our
it's
rope for something
started
else.
made.
You all know what I mean. I don't know.
But we've been playing a ton of Age of Mythology. Taylor and I have anyway, and I feel like I've gotten pretty good at it. I haven't gotten great at it. I don't think I'm not as good as I am at Civ. Certainly, having beaten Filthy, the greatest player in the world, handily. As
saw
we
that.
all
Or
know.
Live.
down pat. Like
I have-
I think you need to stop using Ornos so much because at this point you're just like if we're me and you versus a couple of like Titan AI or something, yeah, bust out Ornos. But you got it down to like you're hitting the mark every time. You're doing really well with him.
I've got it down to a
But you
science.
just keep using him.
I got my hot. I'm sharpening myself every game. I feel like I got the hotkeys memorized and everything. I'm clickety clack, and everything's down. But so we've been playing a ton of Age of Mythology, and I'm really starting to like real time strategy games. So Chiz suggested Starcraft 2 because it's free if you to get like to download it and to play. I think like the co-op campaign and a few other little things. So you can get a taste for the game for sure. Play against AI, and I've played a little bit of that, and I'm starting to like it. And I'm thinking, we need to get good at this thing, get the Wings of Redemption challenge down, play Wings of Redemption and some StarCraft. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Maybe it'd have to be like a me and you versus him if he's still got those chops where we have to take him on.
Yeah, I would
Maybe
be down.
maybe
with
he's
that. And
slacking for a while.
I think he might beat us. Like I wonder what kind of player he is. I wonder if he's Protoss or Terran or if he's Zerg. In the few games I've played, I've played as Zerg, and I think I've settled that that's what I want to learn to play. Those are the videos I'm watching. They're all focused on being a better
Tried
Zerg
the other
player.
ones yet?
No, I don't want to. From what I've learned so far, with the grid hotkey formation, if I memorize what it does for Zerg, I'll have it memorized for all the races. So I'm just going to stick with Zerg because I feel like the learning curve will have a better band to it that way. I'm going to learn one race, and I like what Zerg's about anyway. It's about aggression and like hyper inflating your population really, really quickly. Lots of hatcheries, lots of Zerglings, lots of units everywhere. Just completely overwhelming the enemy with how much shit you're throwing at them. I like the idea of playing that way, and I feel like it gives me a big sponge for my the fact that I'm so new to the game, and most of the time don't know why I'm building this building or that building. I'm just building it.
I was always under the impression that Zerg was the hardest to play. Or
It
I
may-
don't really know anything about StarCraft 2. I played StarCraft 1 at like a friend's house a few times, like a handful of times, and learned to play it enough. But I don't know. I played Protoss when I did. I liked that they don't have to wait around while they build buildings. They can just you can send one worker and he can build fucking everything while everybody else is collecting, and then just I don't know. I like that. I like StarCraft, or I think I'm gonna like it because it's an RTS game. I just don't like the space future theme as much as like hand to hand.
That's true.
Like,
I agree.
I don't
You know
like
what
the sci-fi as much as the fantasy.
You know what I would really like to play? I really like the fantasy, like the Minotaurs and the gods and goddesses and such that are in Age of Mythology. I do like that, but I would totally be down to play a game like Company of Heroes. That's World War II RTS. I think that would be fun. You know, building tanks and paratroopers and shit like
Someone
that.
tweeted me that was great.
Yeah. I think we talked to them one time about doing a sponsored video or something, so I know a lot about that game. Like, not really the playability, but you know what's in the game, and it's it's World War II shit. It's all the nuts and bolts.
That'd be
and
really cool. You should look into
be down
that.
for
I'm glad
that.
you're liking these RTS games.
Oh,
I knew
I
you
love
would
them.
because you like Civ, and it's just a more intense microing Civ.
So intense when we play these games. It's just
How is your micro, actually? Because I feel like, having never played with you, but knowing who you are, I suspect your strategy is really good. You get invested into something in a way that causes you to become an expert. Thank you, honey. But how's your micro? Because that takes perhaps time to develop the skill.
It's more about the hotkeys for me with the micro because I know what units do what. So if I see that that he's got a lot of archers up there, I know that I need to pull my infantry back. If I see that he's got a unit that really counters my, if I got a bunch of myth units up front and I see he's got a lot of heroes, I've got all my myth units hotkeyed to 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. So I'm going to quickly 5 and then pull that unit back, and then 3 and grab my hoplites and send them forward or whatever it may be. So fast enough to kick the AI's ass.
Yeah, because I watched you learn Civ, and it's wired into you. You thirst for knowledge on how to be smarter at the game, and I was like, oh, I wonder if whatever, like, if it was COD, it'd be, you know, how's your aim? Is it keeping up?
Yeah,
with
it's like muscle memory.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. When every game starts, I've got 3 fingers. The 3 hotkeys that I'm already on is H, G, and V. H is going to take me to my town center. V is gonna spawn villagers. I'm gonna like spam that. So I'm gonna go H, V, 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 and then as soon as I'm gonna grab my first villager and slam G and click, because he's gonna plant the granary right there, or the economic guild in the case of Aranos. So I'm doing that literally as fast as it can possibly be done. The first 3 minutes and 30 seconds of the game are perfectly programmed out in my mind. And there's no mistakes. I'll waver 5 or 10 seconds up and down over the course.
Once you've got it down, the only thing that'll keep you from fulfilling it is if you get like fucked and no animals spawn near you, or if the gold is so far away it's not reasonable, or like once you get it, like the build order down, it's not too hard. And that's a hard build order to counter too, because it's up so fast and you've got units going.
That's
like
why it's the fastest.
It's really easy to take down with Egyptians if you do priests and siege units, because priests will tear through all of your terma.
It seems like,
but then you've got
League of Legends
an army of
too.
priests.
Like I know it's not lots of small things being controlled, but League seems like a 1-unit RTS almost, right? Where you're like managing, you're coming, you're going.
I don't know anything about League.
I wouldn't know if I saw it.
Oh.
Yeah, I have no idea what it is.
I don't know jack about League, other than like basically you've got your main character. I think he's called a hero, and if I'm right, to move him around, you click where you want him to go to, as opposed to like WASD, and God, people are going to hear this and think, you know, Woody has it all wrong, and I might, but I think a big part of the game is, one, guarding your 3 lanes, you know, so some guy plays top, middle, and center, and then managing range correctly. So like I hit you, then dart out of your range, and it feels like at a very high level like sort of a 1-character RTS, but of course I think it's 4v4 teams, and you go against each other.
Like that kind of theme exists in RTSs where you like the Herseer Rush, where you send in all those heroes for the Norse, or you make those annoying fucking centaurs with Zeus and then just run those in and shoot their workers a little bit and then just be a bitch and run away. And then like just as they're like getting back to chopping wood.
There's a ton of tactics, and there used to be a really vibrant pro scene for this game, which and there were tournaments, like $2,500 tournaments. I've watched videos of these big games like this, and so there's tons of material out there of the best players, guys who like wasted a quarter of their lives up until that point perfecting this game, and so I have that wealth of knowledge to tap into. So I'm liking it a lot, and I'm enjoying getting better at it and better at it. When we play, Taylor and I can play against 4 AI for sure. We've beaten. I know we've beaten 4 human players at once, 2v4, and we probably have beaten 2v5, but there were some noobs mixed in there.
We played. We've only lost. What we normally do is, we get in there and then me and Kyle will be like, you want to do 2v, and then X amount of people join who aren't us, and it'll just be 2v5 or 2v4, and inevitably, like 3 games in, we did get beat once.
Yes.
2v5, I think, or 2v4.
It was 4 or 5, but there was a
2v5 or 2v4. We couldn't overwhelm them. But usually it's like we build up, we take a few attacks, and then we just completely. It's just a mighty bitch slap at the end, where it's just kind of like, you want to end this? Because meanwhile, like my strategy differs from Kyle's in that when Kyle goes in and just destroys your base, desolates it, he's like, on to the next one, and he just sends his guys and they march to the next base. When I invade your base, I destroy everything there, and then I build myself another base while I'm there, and then
It's like while he's slaughtering the men, he's raping the women. Like he's not even waiting. He's raping the woman right then and there. The town center is like the key.
hub.
It's the thing. It's your hub. It makes the villagers, which make everything else. It's the key. And so he'll destroy that building first, and then he's got workers building his own town center on that plot while he's murdering the villagers, burning their houses, the granaries, the animals, salting the
You have
field.
to see the clip to understand the silliness of it, because it's just a huge, garish, awful, colorful battle around the edges, and then just one guy in the middle just kind of like, oh, God, another Tuesday, just trying to hammer this town center up. And that's how you do it. That's how you have to do that to win, because, and Kyle learned this one of the first few times he played me, and if he, destroyed a base, he'd be like, ha-ha, but he didn't know that I've got, 5 more bases. Every time he leaves to go destroy a new one, I just build that one back up and then go find something else.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the fun way to play it. And you build your population.
I've gotten really into RTS. I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm open to any suggestions from the fans. And if you guys want to come play with us, my Steam is OFPSKyle0. What's yours, Taylor?
Mine is Taylor Merca.
Yeah, and we're happy to play with you. Just hop on there, send us a message. We'll add you. Like I said, lately we've been playing Age of Mythology. We got Age of Empires 2, but I quickly asked Steam for a refund on that shit because I didn't care for the look of it. And
Much older look.
Kyle, your gaming computer, I mean, it's not terrible, but it's a little aged in comparison.
Yeah, it definitely is, but I'm waiting. I'll tell you what I'm waiting on. The point when I had any performance issue with any game that I actually want to play. I put StarCraft on Ultra and had no issues.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to ask about that. And StarCraft, I guess, is not a new game. It came out around when your computer was made, I think.
All the games we're playing are these ancient games.
Yeah.
Yeah, StarCraft 1 came out in the 90s, I think, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not until StarCraft 3 comes out in 2018, which I just made up, and where you'll be like, I wish I had something new. Maybe.
This thing, I know, spec wise, this thing is definitely old and slow. It's got the 2 580s or whatever in it. I think. But I've never ran into an issue where I didn't have enough juice, except when I was modding Skyrim, and I literally had 38 mods on there before it crashed. I was still pretty happy, and running at 45 frames per second, something like that.
Were you doing silly mods? Or
yeah.
practical?
Oh, big fucking titties, naked people. There's a vagina mod to make the pussy look just the way you want it to look. There's so many mods for Skyrim. All the chicks are these giant titted, buxom, ridiculous elf bitches running around with different you can pick whether you want them to have a landing strip or what you want. It's outrageous, the
Kyle,
customization.
Can I jump in with the vagina talk?
Yeah.
So 3 weeks ago maybe you had a rant about how dirty vaginas were and how much upkeep they required. Okay.
That is true. Yeah,
so the next week my mom calls and I had the most awkward conversation. It was I've got a bone to pick with Kyle, and I'm like, oh. And she's like, he doesn't seem to like vaginas at all. And I'm like, oh, I'm sure he's a huge fan. He just needs them, properly maintained. And then here's where the awkward part comes from. And Kyle, I hold you half responsible for this. She starts telling me.
I know.
Too much. Your father
was
always made me feel beautiful and never had me feeling dirty or bad or whatever. And I'm like, oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
Mom.
He said I was his delicate little flower.
He didn't care. It was a little musky down there. He dove right in. Both feet. Sometimes more. Sometimes much more. You're like, holy shit.
Yeah. And I was cutting her off. I was like, okay, Mom. Yeah. And and she didn't say this, but there was this vibe of no, you have to hear this. Your father was a big fan.
And your father loves it.
Off my twat.
Yeah.
That's really gross.
Can I ask what word
made
did she use? What word did she use for her vagina?
Slit.
Axe wound.
Yeah, wings.
No, I don't know if she used a word. She might have just made a reference. Your father always made me feel beautiful or something like that. Yeah.
I would have loved to hear what she called it. What she called it. Yeah. Because everybody calls it something
now
different.
I'm sure I'm about to, Kyle.
I
call me about Matthew.
I feel like
it's
No, it's a totally reason. It's just like a pool. like can be great and a barrel of fun. But if you let the pH get all out of whack, it's gonna end up start smelling weird, and something could even die in it.
Nasty, like I have never ran into a like gross vagina. I really haven't. But my cousin has. He told me that he described a scenario where they were on a couch and the girl unzips her pants and like he's fingering her and then the smell hits him and he like recoils and starts like getting himself together to leave. And she's like, "What is it? What's wrong?" And he's like, "You know what? You know what it is."
You know, what were you trying to pull here?
Yeah, you know what? You smell
Everyone
really,
in
really
this
bad.
room and in the adjacent rooms knows something happened bad down there.
Yeah. It was a clever ruse to tell me that you were just a producer on Deadliest Catch when we met at the bar. But now that we're back, I see that I was fooled.
6 hours later, and it's still coming on strong.
Yeah. Mike Rose, Dirty Jobs assistant, my ass. I'm out of here.
Shut the mackerel up your ass, lady.
Yeah.
No, I'm particular about about vagina. That's the only thing. I think maybe if you were vagina starved, if you're out there and you don't get very much vagina per se, let's just say that, you might not mind if it's a smelly vagina or a bloody vagina or a dirty vagina or whatever, a cheesy vagina.
The hungry
Maybe
man
it's your
thinks a
section.
saltine is a gourmet meal.
Absolutely. Okay. I want a clean vagina. That's all I'm saying. A very, very clean vagina. And
You're not making a really crazy claim here. Like that's pretty sane. You just want someone to be clean. That's normal.
Yeah.
You know.
I want it to be pretty too. I don't want some crazy rough people out there. I always see the complaint that pornography and the types of vaginas that are chosen to be put into pornography. I think in Australia maybe there was even a law.
Guys without dads.
In Australia there either was a law or there is a law about the kind of vagina that can be put into pornography. Like if the lips are too big or too crazy, like you can't have them. They're like, oh, not that pussy, not in our pornography, absolutely not. And so that can distill this image in men that, oh, all vaginas are these perfect little innies that don't have a big roast beef mouth coming at me all crazy, looking like the fucking Predator face sucker. like that's a vagina.
That's a real law in Australia? Yeah.
It either was or it is. And
Wow.
This is Reddit information coming at you. So, so what happens is all the men are expecting this perfect little any vagina that's just, and then they see like the face sucker coming at them, and they're like, "Whoa, I don't want that." And so women are getting offended by that. They feel like their vagina should be pretty like everyone else's. But I say they should get that plastic surgery down there, get that thing fixed up. Because I mean, I had a little surgery on my dick to make it more appealing for you. Why can't you do the same? Equal rights, I say.
You think there should be a little.
It's good for Jack. It's good for Jill.
Down there.
The
cut a little off.
surgery you had was at 1 day old, I presume?
Probably
I mean,
before that, right?
I
Just snip
hate
it right off as
don't-
soon as you're out.
standing up for female genital mutilation, but someone's got to do it.
I've never been with an ugly vagina, but I picture myself being not that picky. Any vagina that can make me gasm is a good one.
I don't like
Mom.
that word.
You don't like the word?
No, I don't think that I've ever been with an ugly one. I've certainly been with someone where I was like, that could be better. I could be a little different. They're not all perfect. And there's definitely an ideal vagina in I think the majority of men's eyes, or the majority of people who like vaginas' eyes.
It's one of those things though where it's like, unless there's a problem, I don't really care. Where it's like until there's an issue with it, it's like as long as it's not just bananas down there. Like if it's just out of control, and it's like you get.
What if it looks like when the Predator is screaming at Arnold Schwarzenegger in Predator 1, when it's just like, like with the crazy like mouth.
Well,
all
is it screaming?
Yeah, and does it have those bone teeth things?
What would it sound like? Just like a deep gurgle? Just.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, gross.
Oh, that's supposed
But
to talk.
as long as there's no problem, I don't see a reason to even care. No, your Flyers lost, Woody. Only game one,
they're
though.
just laying a trap. They're just they're trying to lull the Capitals into thinking that this will be an
season
easy
over.
series, and come tomorrow or next day, it's probably next day, they'll split away and take home ice advantage.
So they're winning on Saturday, is what you're saying.
Yes. Yes, they will win on Saturday.
Here, hold on. I want to get Kyle and your bracket picks, and I want Kyle's especially because he won't know.
I started looking up Flyers Enforcers to like counter our private conversation. The challenge was you were completely right. They have no enforcer whatsoever. On top of that, you mentioned Wayne Simmons as their like pseudo enforcer. I'm like, I think he's like their leading goal scorer or second. Like him and Giroux are right there. And I'm like, no way, he's their toughest guy. Actually, yeah, like and it's kind of badass that such a talented guy can hold his own like that.
Do I need to fill this bracket out?
But no, I was saying we can just do it verbally, Kyle, because the playoffs already started. But yeah, Wayne Simmons is a good player. He's having a standout year, I believe.
He is doing
really well. Stepped up. All right, Kyle. So first of all, let's not tell Kyle what the team names are.
I need the team names. That's the only thing I need.
No, I think you should go by emblem.
Yeah, you have to say like, okay, so that top one on the top left there, that's the Western Conference. That one means they're the first seed, and the W down there means they're a wild card.
Okay, so that's clearly the Capitals and the Flyers just lost.
Okay,
that's on the right side. I'm talking about the left side.
Oh, on the left side is that like what is that D?
Anybody guess?
Well, I guess I'll go with the number 1 seed winning that. The D team.
And what team? Wait, well, you got to give us the matchup there. What teams are those? Who's going to win and in how many games?
I'm going to guess that those are the Diamondbacks.
All right, where are they from? The Diamondbacks.
Arizona.
So the baseball team really doing well this year.
I'm the best I can.
Okay, and they're beating. Who is that
I'm
yellow?
Guess that they're gonna win in
team.
Well, Kyle, who are they winning over right now? That opposing team.
The Green Donkeys. It looks like a green. It looks like the Green Burro.
This is
it looks
better
like
than
a
I expected.
Wearing a sombrero. That's
So
what
the
it
Arizona
looks like.
Diamondbacks are going to beat the Green Donkeys. I think he's
Green
right.
I can't recall. Where are they from again?
Mexico.
Wow, the Mexico Burros versus the Arizona Diamondbacks, who they just gave up on baseball, sucked so long, ended up being really just doing the whole team playing the wrong sport. Okay, so
Now you might know this next bracket.
Yeah, you might know this next one. So someone is taking on someone else.
So is this the music notes versus the Redskins here?
It is. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm definitely gonna go with that Indian-looking team because.
Good. You're right.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with them. The Blackfoots or whatever the fuck they are. That's what I'm gonna call them. Those are the Blackfeet.
Okay.
I think the Blackfeet are gonna trounce the
music notes.
The conductors. The conductors over there.
The conductors.
You're really
the conductors versus the Blackfoots, and you're saying the Blackfoots come out of it to take on the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, they win in 4, right?
Okay.
In
4. Wow. Well, they can't. They already lost the first one, so that's going to have to be at least 5.
They're going to call it back. There's going to be a controversy.
There's going to be a controversy.
You heard it here first. There's a doping scandal.
Okay. And then down there, you've got.
It looks like the Brown Batarangs are gonna face off against the Sabreteeth.
Can you help out with where these teams are from again?
The Brown Batarangs are from Detroit, and I think the Sabreteeth are. I think they're from L.A.
The L.A. Sure. So it's not the logo directly beneath the Sabretooth that says L.A.
I thought L.A. had 2 teams.
Oh, that's the Louisiana Kings. Yeah.
No, that's that's definitely the L.A. Kings, but I think there's 2 teams in L.A., 2 NHL teams. Like that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, look at
L.A.
the
Kings
fairness.
And LA
I think the Sabretooths look like a logo that could be LA. Like I get the vibe also. They're not.
Okay, so the Sacramento Sabreteeth over there, I'm going to keep them in California. I say that they're going to win this one.
Wow.
They're definitely going to take out the Detroit Batarangs. The Brown Batarangs
are deep shit. What about the lower one? The last one in the Western Conference?
The LA Stars are definitely going to beat the Rockets. I guess
the Rockets.
Is that I don't know what that is. That symbol.
It looks like some sort of sea animal, doesn't it?
No, not even a little.
Biting a hockey stick.
Is it like the seagulls? What the fuck is that?
It's a
That
shark.
does not look like a shark.
Well, now that you know it's a shark, does it kind of look like a shark?
I know what a shark looks like, and that I guess
Yeah, he's been close with sharks. Okay, so just a quick
colors is
recap
that shark.
before we go on to the Eastern Conference. We've got the Arizona Diamondbacks taking it home over the New Mexico Burros. We've got the St. Louis Conductors losing in 4 games after a recall of the first game they won against the Blackfoots. Unprecedented. Then we got what was it, LA Batarangs?
The Detroit Batarangs.
The Detroit Batarangs against the LA Saberteeth. Sacramento Saberteeth. And then we've got the LA Stars against the
LA Stars are definitely going to come out victorious over the Makos down there.
The Makos. Where are the Makos?
Where are they from? They're up Florida. I imagine they're in the. Even though I know they're in the Western Division, but I imagine that they got sold, and so but they're still in Florida, so it's just some kind of like snafu that way.
Oh, okay. So the Florida Makos. So that's up through the quarterfinals. Eastern Conference. It says Capitals up there, and you know that's the Flyers. So who's winning that?
Well, that's definitely going to be the Capitals because they already won that, right?
They already won one
game of at best of 7 series.
Oh well, I see that trending going forward. So I don't see the Flyers winning any
very
games. Very
opposite trend than the Conductors versus the Blackfoots over there.
Completely different. Yes.
Yeah. How about the one right below there?
That's a Penguin.
That's a Penguin. Where are they?
I don't know. The Penguins? Are they from Canada? There aren't any American Penguins, so how could that even be?
That's a good point. And you'll see that there are no Canadian teams here.
Is
None of the Canadian teams made the playoffs. None of them.
Is it Pennsylvania?
Yes, it is.
Is that literally true? There's no Canadian teams in the playoffs this year?
No Canadian teams in the playoffs. It's Pittsburgh Penguins. And then, of course, it says New York Rangers. Then we got a picture of a cat and something else down there. Who's taking that one home?
You're right.
All right, so that's New York something. New York something. I don't know. I don't know. There's some sort of saber cat there. Again, that's either like it's orange and white. So it's a tiger or some sort of tiger versus the New York Islanders. The New York Islanders. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to say the Islanders come out and win that.
Another upset. Wow.
I'm imagining, yes, absolutely. And then it looks like we've got the Kansas City Lightning Bolt versus the Detroit Red Wings, I think. And I'm gonna say that the Thunderbolt wins.
Thunderbolt wins. Detroit. Yeah. 2 teams for Detroit, 3 for LA. And then we've got where was this cat in the Eastern Conference from again? I can't recall.
Fuck, I don't know. The Kansas City?
That's where the Lightning teams from Kansas City too. Wow. They are really not diversifying very well in the NHL. Just throw another team in Kansas City. Fuck,
it's not a big market. When you find one that's into hockey, you got to latch on multiple teams. All right. So, are there any more questions?
I was gonna say who's bringing the cup home this year, Kyle? Which one of these teams that you maybe might know?
Well, I predict the Capitals are going. Are the team that's going to make it, and I see them.
Capitals.
Who are they beating to take
the Blackfeet.
Taking on the Capitals versus the Blackfeet, and the Capitals win it all.
Yeah.
Do you have the Capitals over the Blackfeet?
Yep, he's got the Capitals over the Blackfeet.
Yeah.
I would take the Capitals over the Blackfeet as well. Kyle, I want to know, or not Kyle, Woody, I want to know yours for real, because I know you actually, you know, it's
How bad are you gonna feel if I beat you?
It's there's 0% chance.
What? It was like that far off? Because the names don't matter. It's just a win-loss.
No, yeah, I know, but you picked the wild card in 3 out of like 4 places.
All right,
That's not gonna happen.
Are you ready?
Probably.
Shit.
You
can even give the correct team names, Woody.
I'll take the Dallas Stars over the Minnesota Wild there. I will take, I guess, the Blackhawks over the Blues just to poke at you. I'll I'll take the Mighty Ducks over the Nashville Predators, and
Ducks.
I guess I'll take the Kings over the Sharks. I don't really know. I haven't been following that closely. At a risk, out of loyalty, I will choose the Flyers over the Capitals. I'll take the Penguins over the Rangers because they've been like mega super hot heading into the playoffs. I feel like the Islanders, well, until the very end, they were losing too. All right, I'll go Panthers over Islanders, and Detroit over Tampa Bay there.
We were really similar for the most part, except
Really?
I took Dallas over Minnesota. I take St. Louis over Chicago. I take Ducks over Predators.
I might.
Kings over Sharks. Capitals over Flyers. Penguins over Rangers. Panthers over Islanders. And then I can't decide on Tampa Bay versus Detroit. I think Tampa Bay is going to win it, but they've got so many fucking injuries. And
Detroit they're in the playoffs every year.
They're into playoffs every year, but man, they fell ass backwards into the playoffs this year. They started playing like they didn't want to make it to the playoffs.
The whole Eastern Conference fell, like the bottom half of the playoff bracket all lost together.
Yeah. It was like the Red Wings, the Flyers, and the Bruins were all fighting as hard as they could to not make the playoffs at the end. They all only had to win like one fucking game to secure it, and every one of them lost like 2 or 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go ahead and put 5 on the Kings. That's actually not that bad of a bet. The Kings, I don't know. Depends on Jonathan Quick, Chiz. Depends on Jonathan Quick. And his season hasn't been that spectacular.
The other
Pretty
thing,
average.
Taylor, we'd be even more similar, I think, I think I might still choose Chicago, just because I like teams that do well like the year before. I feel like they're strong and they know what they're doing. Whereas teams that don't do well the year before, they're still learning their way. But I'd probably pick the Capitals if I wasn't a Flyers fan, which would make us more similar.
Yeah. This is like last year, it was 2 years ago that I picked Chicago to beat us in the first round, and they did because it was pretty clear they were the better team. This year, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I think we got a good shot this year, but I think we have a fucking good shot every year. It's disappointing, so I have no expectations.
Yeah, you're St. Louis.
If they did do the whole like,
I think it's in their contract to lose in the first round.
It is.
I could be wrong, but I think so.
They have to be able to golf. Yeah, in spring.
The only people better at golfing than St. Louis are the Bruins this year.
And last year. Bruins missed the playoff by 1 point this year and last year.
Yeah, well, tea time.
It's like they didn't give a fuck both times. But I don't know. I wish Kyle would get into hockey. We could chit-chat about it. Our guest tonight was going to care about hockey, purportedly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched part of a Cardinals-Braves game. It was at a bar when I was watching the Blues game the other night. So nobody cares about this elitist sport, says Chiz in the chat. Oh, yeah, Bernie's going to make us all sell our hockey equipment so we can give a bunch of shitty soccer balls to kids in the Congo. Fuck right off.
Dude, there's a thing about Bernie. So here's the thing. One, I hear, like, it seems like Russians again and again and again are talking about Bernie Sanders. And the general theme I get from these Russians is, you guys don't know fuck about socialism. I do. This is like, you don't want a giant government that controls everything. Trust me. You don't want all this. And then I saw a YouTube video that said something that really burned into my head. It was, do you think you're going to do better or worse under socialism? And the guy's like, I think I'm going to do better. He's like, doesn't that feel greedy? Like, you're okay, then you're going to be taking things from people who are doing better than you. Why is that right? Aren't you greedy? No. Those people I'm taking from are the greedy ones. How does that logic line up?
It doesn't line up. It doesn't.
Well,
it can make
I would say
sense.
there's a difference between democratic socialism and Leninism and Marxism and communism. It's a huge, big web to be debated. But even democratic socialism is a tad too on the take my shit away and give it to someone else side of things. So
it's socialism. I know democratic socialism, whatever, but it's a war on the losers against the achievers, right? And I feel like
Sanders versus Trump.
The only way
losers versus the achievers, 2016.
I'm not
the
in
doers
love
versus
with
the
Trump
tweeters.
I'm not in love with Trump either. But
of course not.
What was that shit? I lost my train of thought. I feel like the only way to honestly be for Sanders is if you're going to lose in that situation. If you're going to win as if you're going to benefit from a Sanders presidency, then you're a crook, right? If you're going to benefit from a Sanders presidency, then you're just trying to take somebody else's shit who probably, went further in school than you.
Damn, Woody.
This is really, that's a really harsh way to put it, but it's really, you can't, it's hard to argue against. Playing devil's advocate, let's see. Well, that's different, Woody, because some people need
a kick in the ass that capitalism gives them.
But I don't think you understand, Woody, but I want it. No, you're mixing things up. I want it. I want it, and you should be forced to give it to me. Rebuttal. I would not like to give it to you. Oh, this guy not giving me his.
Now who's greedy? Now I'm greedy. Yeah, now we've nailed it. And
totally.
Trump. So dude, we watched already, I think, the 1.5-minute thing on Trump's abortion. I think we saw it already, where he was cornered into answering, and he said for 2 hours he was for punishing women, and then he realized he was for punishing doctors. Trump's never been a politician, and his inexperience shows on the campaign trail. It shows in all this delegate trickery crap. It shows, and it will show in his presidency. I worry. If Trump wanted to be president, I wish he had done 6 years as senator first. He's gonna,
or at least 3 or 4 weeks, like Obama.
Right? Was it 4 weeks or 3?
Do it over the course of a couple weekends. Get your feel for it. And then lead
I don't think we want zero experience from Trump in there. I feel like that would just make him dirty. That toxic environment in Washington. They want an outsider, and they're going to get one. And let's hope that he assembles a cabinet who can guide him and make sure that he doesn't step into any more of these snafus with rules violations and stuff like that. It seems like, although that thing in Colorado does seem really shitty, because I know the rules are the rules. I get that. I know that nothing wrong was done. What I'm saying is the rules are wrong. They were wrong before the vote, regardless of who wins, because what ended up happening is the delegates decided to all go to Cruz before the people of Colorado even voted. So why even have them vote? Why have them vote at all? It doesn't make any sense to me on just a common sense kind of level.
In every election in my entire life, I've never really liked the notion of the people who say all politicians are dirty, all politicians are bad. It's no, that's lame, and it just reflects a lack of research and whatever. And you have to pick your favorite and vote for him. I've never had an election until this one. I don't like Trump. I don't like Hillary. I don't like Bernie. Somehow they all seem pretty flawed.
But Cruz.
I don't like Cruz. But
do you think he might be the Zodiac Killer?
So I hate that I can't find somebody to like. But this is what I'm trying to get to. I really do like the notion of the guy who gets the most votes getting the win. That is important to me. And even though I think that Trump might not do well in the general, and if he does, I don't think he'll do well as president, he should be the guy if that's who people vote for. So, and there are people who are going to explain to me that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party aren't government and that they can do anything they want. Fuck off. I know that what you're saying is true, but they're effectively government. Can we agree on that? Can we agree that the president's either going to be a Democrat or Republican, and we have a two-party system, and we had the same two parties since the 1800s, and that's how things actually are? So they should be run with at least the integrity that we've grown accustomed to in the government.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the protests that are going to happen tomorrow, which will be Friday, yesterday, to you Saturday listeners and viewers, because Trump said they're going to have a big protest in Colorado, and I look forward to seeing what goes down there. It's going to be... when they get down to the convention, I think if he's anywhere near 1237, they got to give it to him. If he gets 1100, like that one party guy said, they got to give it to him.
Is Kasich still in it, or is he done?
Yeah, he's in it.
Mathematically eliminated, yeah. But just running so that he can take away
Kasich
from
is
Trump.
hoping that we add a few states to the union before this process is over, and they get to vote too. He's hoping that Greenland and maybe Australia get to vote. Maybe they'll want to go with him.
It should be criminal that, like, Trump is clearly going to get the most votes, but he's not clearly going to be the candidate, and that shouldn't be in question right now. So
Yeah.
I look forward to it. I want to see Trump v. Hillary for the same reason I said I wanted to see it 3-4 months ago. It's my dream. It's going to be hilarious because I hate Hillary Clinton, and whether he can beat her or not, he's going to insult her. And I like seeing Hillary Clinton get insulted. Didn't someone call her a whore yesterday?
Sanders, a Sanders supporter did, but I don't know what relation he had to Sanders or who it was. I mean,
Yeah,
people
it's not like
say
it was Sanders'
crazy
brother
things.
or something.
Right, or it wasn't
well,
like it
it
was
was-
Sanders.
Yeah, exactly. I don't
Chiz
know
is
how
about
you-
to type in who called her a whore. I think he's getting
Or
to
a
that.
whore. That's
It was a
warm-up guy.
It was a warm-up
that's
guy.
a little
Shit.
more associated. Yeah. That,
wow. And Trump, like, if there's a Trump fan who has like a racist sign, it's like that person
It's never even happened.
didn't even watch The Apprentice or know who Donald Trump is, but they'll be like, aha, one of his good friends being offensive in the parking lot, and it's like,
It's just
meanwhile,
like that colored
Bernie
people
Sanders
joke
guy
that-
does it, and everybody's like, well, how associated with him was it? Oh, he was the guy that walked out on stage. Oh, fuck. Well, look at Trump's name was Drumpf.
Sanders wasn't
Look at
there.
that content-rich link.
How can he be the warm-up guy? Who did he warm up for? Chiz?
Maybe
Spike
he was
Lee.
Sanders' fluffer. Is that what he meant? Warm-up guy for Sanders. Sanders wasn't there.
Yeah. Well, in any case, I really want to see this thing go to the next level. I'm tired of this Ted Cruz nonsense. I feel like Donald has beaten him, but the thing just keeps dragging on for some reason. Like, it's clear that Donald has beaten Cruz. It's clear that he's beaten all 16 of his opponents thus far. Did you see that leaked photo of the wall of shame at Trump headquarters? It's a picture of every candidate that he's knocked out. He's got him up there with like embarrassing photos of them. It
Like
says
it's the
wall of
Thunderdome.
shame on it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So-
He sees life as a huge competition, and
He's winning.
Yeah, and he sees all of his opponents as just opponents to be beaten, and that's what he's doing one by one.
The show goes up on the 16th. On the 19th, New York votes. And if Hillary whoops up on Sanders in the election, like she's doing in the polls about the election, then Sanders is... Can we stop talking about Sanders?
Is New York going to be the time when they're pretty much going to have to say, like, all right, it's over. Like, we can't. We're done. Is that,
I
like...
think so.
Yeah, like
is that a line in the sand for
we're
real? Or are they going to
practically
be like,
there
oh,
now.
as long as we get Delaware... Like,
Unless she gets indicted, yes. I think if Sanders doesn't either win or at least do well, he has to either win or do, and he needs to do well to keep this thing going. Even without the super delegates involved, he's down by over 200. So he really needs to pick some of these up. 95 delegates at play. They always put those delegates out in different ways. You know, they'll be like 13 delegates if you win the state, but then the rest of them will go congressionally, district by district. It's hard to calculate what he needs to win exactly, but he needs to do well.
Yeah, like if you look at the I'm going to mess this up somehow, but like the population of the state Sanders won combines for like 20 million. Florida also has 20 million. Like, and Hillary kicked his ass in Florida. Like, that's why he's so far behind. If you look at state by state, then suddenly, like, there's a game going on here. He's losing it, but there's a game. If you look at the population of those states, then, well, that's why he's getting his ass kicked in the delegate count. And when New York comes around, if he doesn't get more delegates than her, then it will be time to open your eyes and realize that Sanders is not in it. If he does get more delegates than her, then this gets really interesting.
What's the last movie you watched?
oh, shit.
No.
I don't know.
Really? I watched Ghost the other day with Patrick Swayze, Demi Moore. Rewatched that.
I tried to watch
before
some
that-
war movie with British people and fell asleep during it on Netflix. Do you guys know it?
War movie with British people.
Yeah.
No.
What war? Like World
A
War II,
recent one.
Vietnam?
It was maybe Afghanistan.
No, I haven't seen that.
I don't know. Why, what
that-
have you been watching, Kyle, other than that?
I watched Ghost the other night. I love that. That one always makes me cry. And you know, Patrick Swayze's dancing with Demi Moore as a ghost. It's super
I've
sad.
never seen that. Did it really make you cry?
Oh,
Or are you being
yeah.
hyperbolic?
No, it made me cry. Watch it. It's very, very good acting. Whoopi Goldberg's in it. She won an Oscar for that, for Best Supporting Actress. It's
I've
a
seen
really,
it lots of times. Never cried.
it's a very good movie. Very,
You know what
I think
is... Sorry, go ahead.
the category it's in is tearjerkers, literally.
Oh, a tearjerker I can think of that wouldn't be categorized as that is Green Mile.
It should be
Have you watched
categorized as a
that?
tearjerker. Of course, I cry every time.
The
First
book
of all,
is sad too.
when he stomps out Mr. Tibbs, I tear up right then and there. I tear up right then and there, and I'm like, "Fuck, that's fucked up, man. That's so fucked," and I'm about to cry, but I hold it together because John Paul Jones or whatever the fuck his name is, like breathes some life back into that motherfucker. But then later, when he dies and you get to the sad moment, I lose it there too. I cry at that one. Yeah, that's a real sad film. Yeah.
And it's not even as 100% sad as like the mixture of
Injustice.
emotions. It does a good job playing with your emotions where you're so mad at Percy and you're just, oh God, I would do anything to see him in a
injustice of it all.
Saw-like scenario, having his fingernails pulled out for stepping on that. Oh, you just get so mad. And then you get hit with the sad, and then you get hit with the happy when you're like, oh, and John Coffey, like he's this great, almost like a supernatural
angel.
being, and then the end happens and he can't dodge death. You
Yeah,
know?
it's that one makes me cry, and of course
So
Sling
sad.
Blade. I mention all the time. That
That's
one
the
makes me
saddest movie
cry.
I've ever seen.
Sling Blade.
No,
Or-
Green Mile is
Green Mile,
by far
very
it makes me
sad.
sadder than any movie I've ever watched.
But then of course
Schindler's List look like a play date. Like
Schindler's
for
List
me.
quite sad too. But
It
you're
is.
right. Green Mile sadder. I recently watched Batman vs Superman. No spoilers, no details whatsoever. I promise. But I watched in IMAX 3D. I liked it a lot. I have seen like most of the source material that they used to make this thing. The Batman card 2-part series, the Dark Knight Returns series. I've seen that. It's like 3 or 4 hours of content, and I've also seen. I'm trying to think. I've watched all of them, all of the Batman, Superman movies that there have ever been. All those animated ones, they're really good. Some of them are great voice acting and stuff. But because of that, I was really familiar. And The Death of Superman, I've seen that one, of course, too. So I was familiar with all the source material that was that made this thing, and I didn't watch any of the teasers or trailers at all. I think I might have seen a Super Bowl teaser where, you got the line in there, "Do you bleed? You will." Like that's the only teaser I had whatsoever going into this thing, and I think because of that, I enjoyed it a lot. I like Zack Snyder movies. I liked the what's that superhero movie he did that everyone hates with Dr. Manhattan and Owlman and all those people. Whatever that is.
Watchmen.
The Watchmen. I like that too. Zack Snyder movies don't have a lot of like herder character development, and sometimes the pacing can be off and they can seem disjointed. But it's a comic book movie, and I got what I wanted. I got everything I wanted out of it. And I didn't mind I've read all the reviews. I've been on Rotten Tomatoes. I've seen the reasons people don't like it, and I see those flaws, but I just look past them. They don't bother me because I feel like the overall sum of what the movie is was enough that I would give it a thumbs up, and that I enjoyed it, and I'm glad I watched it.
Maybe I will check it out after I check out Star Wars.
Yeah, you should probably start catching up on some of the like greatest movies that have been made in the last 2 years.
Kilo 2 Bravo is the movie I didn't finish. It's supposed to be very good.
That's on my watch
Haven't heard of
list.
Yeah. And are you guys just talking about Watchman? That is an amazingly good movie.
Did you watch the extended version with like 5 extra seconds of dong?
Yes.
God, I hope so. I've seen it several times. I think I'm not sure if I've seen the extended version or not, but
I like the fighting in it. Did you the character who plays what is he, the comedian? The comedian makes a small cameo appearance in the Batman versus Superman movie.
as
You'll
comedian
recognize him.
or
No, he plays Bruce Wayne's father.
gotcha.
So just the actor.
Yes,
Yeah.
the actor reprises his role because I immediately made the Zack Snyder connection. Like, oh, he was in Watchmen, and here he is here.
Watchmen
And,
doesn't
he looked-
exist in any of the other universes, does it? It's its own, I think.
I believe that is correct. Yes, I believe it's its own. I think what it is a parallel universe in maybe the DC comic universe, but don't quote me on that. I think it's definitely a parallel universe, though, and therefore it could exist within the realm of DC or Marvel. Maybe Chiz should be researching this. I haven't read up on the Watchmen stuff in years.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Do you guys watch Walking Dead?
No.
All right. So here's the thing with Walking Dead. I
think I
watched
know where
that
you're
season,
headed.
of course, where Andrew. I'm not going to spoil anything or anything, but
Okay.
I watched the season where we lost Andrea. Remember that? That was several years ago when we were watching. I think the last season I watched had the governor in it, and there was the whole thing at the prison, et cetera, et cetera. And I stopped watching there because I lost interest in the show, and I felt like it wasn't as good as it used to be. However, I know there's a character. Whenever that character named Abraham or whoever like comes into the show, maybe it's season 5 or 6. I've heard that it's gotten much, much better than it used to be, and I'm planning on catching up to it. It's one of those things that I'm saving up, and maybe the next time I've got the flu or I break up with a girlfriend, I'll watch
Dead
that.
got good. So one of the early seasons didn't have enough action, and I suffered through it. And then Andrea, like, dude, I can't think of another character whose death I enjoyed as much as that woman. Like, I don't want her on my TV. I wouldn't want her at my barbecue. I don't want her in my life. I wouldn't want her as my coworker. This woman is just detestable.
I hope she doesn't get any more acting jobs.
I've never. Something about her is just awful to me, and I'm glad she's dead. And then she died.
This is her.
Just she's somehow disloyal and sissy, yet wanna be
Oh,
tough all at one time. It's terrible. Yeah.
Worst.
Anyway,
I hated her.
I hated her character, and I hated the actress that played her. Not just because of the character either. Like, the way that the actress held herself was disgusting to me. Like, Joffrey, for example. I forget the actor's name. You hated that character, right? But then after he was gone, it was just like, bravo. Bravo for making me hate you the way you did. Like,
Yeah.
well played. This woman...
Seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, I didn't hate her because of her character. I hated her because of who that actress seemed to be. Anyway,
what is her name? Andrea in
I don't
Walking
know.
Dead. I need to see this later.
Sure. Anyway,
Blonde hair, blue eyes, gaping mouth.
straw blonde hair, sticky thing. Looked like years of bad hair keeping or something. And but it got good. And there's action every show now. And there's like character development that seems to matter. And the season finale from this last one, the internet hates it because it.
Real cliffhanger, huh?
I was gonna say too much. I'll say this: there's a cliffhanger, and historically in The Walking Dead, every season kind of resolves it and gives a hint about next season. They left questions unresolved, and comic book readers or graphic novel readers know what should happen, but sometimes they don't line up perfectly. And the internet hates it, but I was so invested in it. I was scared, and I'm not often scared at TV shows.
You were worried for the characters.
I was worried for the characters. I was at the edge of my seat. There was a movie I watched as a little kid called The Wanderers, and there was a gang called the Ducky Boys in it that just sort of surrounded the main cast, and I just have never been. I was like, how the hell are they going to deal with this situation? They are fucked, and I felt that again as a grown up, like just
Felt like that with the Goonies.
Yeah.
The Goonies.
The Ducky Boys. Well, that interests me. I maybe I'll catch up with the show. I don't really have anything to watch right now. I just finished rewatching a couple of my favorites a few more times, adding to the mindless droll of useless Dunder
Have you finished Fargo
Mifflin.
yet? Have you got a chance to finish Fargo?
Better Call Saul.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you have to try it when you get a chance, Kyle. You're gonna really enjoy it up here. It's a
went
little
Irish.
cold, but for
You
the
went
most
Irish
part,
on me.
it's friendly folk. Friendly folk up here.
he's kind of a North Dakotan leprechaun in there.
You're always after me, Snowy Charms. No, I watched it all.
Snowy Charms.
I watched it all. I prefer season 1. I'm sure the entire world does. My girlfriend couldn't even enjoy it. Didn't even watch season 2 with me. She was like, I'm not into it. Like
Season 2,
and I was like, come on, give it.
up.
I like 3-4 episodes in. She didn't like the characters. She didn't like. She didn't appreciate the tie-ins, with the season 1. Season 1 often spoke about the events that happened in season 2 and, built them up like, oh, back then in 78 or whatever the fuck it was, So I was looking forward to that. I felt like the alien aspect of it was bizarre and like disjointed, and I wasn't confused by it. I got it. I just don't know why it was there and why it wasn't either focused more upon or just left completely the fuck out. One or the
first
other.
part in that whole series where I just saw something and I was like, oh, fuck, like, god damn it, this
Jump
is
the
so
shark.
stupid.
You jumped the shark like episode
Like,
1. Like
I didn't care about it at all. With like, there was so much more. Like, there was already a ton at stake in what was happening at the motel where they were having the shootout and whatnot.
season 2.
Season 2 of Fargo.
Toward the end.
And there was already a ton at stake. All the gangs are meeting up. They're all coming to the same spot. And so you're already hyped. And I was like, oh, fuck, what's going to happen? And then they get there. And in the middle of all the action where you're like trying to hash through and be like, oh, who's winning? Who's not? Like, what's going on? This spaceship shows up and completely throws the rhythm off of everything.
Well, remember,
like,
it was in episode 1.
Yeah. Yeah, but it just,
okay.
I didn't like that addition at all to the show.
No. It was bizarre, off-putting, and made no sense.
It.
It felt a bit like an X-Files episode. It was reminiscent of one, really, but it came out of left field. It's like all of a sudden if Decepticons like rolled up in there, were like, Optimus Prime, we cannot allow him to take the Sacred Stone, and like started blasting blasters away. You'd be like, okay, it's Transformers now. All right.
Yeah, there's just no reason to add that to it. They
None.
took away from a really important part just to put something in that didn't need to. It's like if when Gandalf was given that speech to Sam right before, or to Pippin right before the trolls break down in Minas Tirith, second Minas Tirith reference of the night, and he's saying, this isn't not the end. And he's given all the details about the rolling hills and whatnot, and then they finally bust it down. But it's like if in the middle of that speech they just cut to, fucking Gollum masturbating in a cave, and that was it. It's never revisited to see what happened. It's just at the end they showed up in Frodo's bedroom.
Yeah, it was terrible. And the worst part is that comes on the heels of season 1, which is really a masterpiece. It really stands out. Very, very good season. Billy Bob Thornton steals the show. Amazing performance. Plays one of those creepier Javier Bardem type characters from No Country for Old Men, who's clearly an individual who's not like the rest of us. He's not he's not a socially competent human being. He's a creep, a weirdo. He makes your skin crawl when he's in the room because he doesn't look at you like a fucking person. He looks at you as something to be used to extract information from. And he doesn't care how he does it. He even says in the show, he's like, you think there are rules? He goes through that. Woody loves that shit. I like those moments too. I am the one who knocks. It goes back to anything like that when it's fucking laying the law down. The writers took a minute and wrote a little gem here. This is going to roll off his tongue. This is a badass fucking moment. I like that shit too. And this movie was full of it. This show was full of it. It felt like a movie. That's the other thing. The production quality is so high on Fargo season 1. My girlfriend, she's like, how long is this movie? 4 episodes in. And I'm like, this is a show, baby. We got like 10 fucking episodes to go. And she's like, yeah.
Production quality is a weird thing.
I love the line that he says when he's in the police station and he just is leaving and he's like, just like, in the way he looks, it's almost like he's looking like through the glasses like a awkward guy. And he's like, you know why the human eye can see more shades of green than any other color? Predators. Yeah.
He tells him, you think about that when you figure it out, you'll know the answer. And he
just turns around and leaves, and it's like he's so it's so perfect. I love that kind of bad guy so much more than like an over the top.
He reminds me of Kaiser Sose.
Yeah, because he's just eccentric and weird, and there's something off-putting about him. Just the way that he talks, you can always tell like this guy is half a beat away from either like starting to sing a song or stabbing me, or I don't know what direction he could move in the next half a second,
I think your boy is slow.
Yeah. I think your boy is slow. That was perfect. That was good.
Something wrong with him. Yeah, I really
pull your hair
that.
down. You'll have it perfect. You look just like him. That's all that that's all that Melissa could talk about when we first watched that series. Is she's like, I can't stop thinking about how with that hair like that, it looks exactly like Kyle when he used to do his hair like it's just like that.
I think your boy is slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great show. I love that. I wish there were more shows like that, and it reminded me of True Detective season 1. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
I don't think Woody cares for it so much, but I thought season 1 was excellent. Season 2,
I got 3 episodes. No, maybe 2.5 into 2. But season 1 was good. I liked it. Why didn't you care for it, Woody?
Again, the only thing I don't fuss about with these slow pace things in pacing is Bone Tomahawk and Bone Tomahawk and one of the other westerns.
Revenant.
The one that's
Slow
not the Revenant.
Death?
Hateful Eight. Hateful Eight I thought was a little slow paced, and so was Bone Tomahawk, and I like those. But a lot of times, when the pacing doesn't move along like I'd like it to, like in True Detective Season 1, and I hear 2 is worse, I hold that against it. Like, you give me a little something. Advance the plot. Do a thing.
I felt like they were giving you something every episode. And by the way, that scene where Alexandria Daddario gets naked with Woody Harrelson, that is a perfect woman. I like the Alexandra Daddario a lot. She is all over the internet, super naked. But that scene in particular, like, you see everything, and everything on this woman is fucking perfect. She's beautiful. She's got these gigantic, like, sexy blue eyes. She's got, like, perfect lips.
I was on the edge of my
huge.
seat to figure out what was gigantic. I was like, is he a big areola guy?
Big.
Is he like what's he?
Eyes. Look at.
Would she be allowed on Australian television down there, or is it just?
I would leave Australia if they didn't let her on television. Let me show you. It's just she's beautiful. But yeah, I liked that season a lot.
Oh, you sent it to him privately?
No, I didn't send it to anybody. I'm getting it
just
together.
Okay. I thought it was a copy paste thing.
Just sitting here, yeah. Beautiful lady,
What?
very pretty.
No, he started his URL with HVVVVVG.
Oh, that must have already been in the box. And I didn't. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, pretty lady.
Oh, this is an
Looks great.
IMDb link. I was expecting to see a GIF.
Some nudes or something. I was
Does
gonna
it bother you how the side of her face looks a little bit like the Novocaine hasn't worn off yet?
That's not nice. That
Like if
woman's-
she drank out of a straw, it kind of just dribble back out.
You know what I'm thinking about?
No, I'm just being hypercritical. You know what I'm thinking about?
You're paying too much for your tickets. Between all the markups and last-minute convenience charges, even printed home fees, you end up paying courtside prices for nosebleed seats. Scorebig.com is here to change all that. Scorebig works directly with your favorite teams and artists to get their unsold seats at unpublished prices. Only with Scorebig can you name a ticket price and be guaranteed to pay below box office, up to 60% off in some cases. Here's what you do. 1, go to Scorebig.com or download the new Scorebig app for your iPhone and find the event and seats that you want. 2, make an offer with Scorebig's name and ticket price feature. And 3, get an instant answer and save up to 60% on your tickets. Never any fees, and shipping is always free. You can count on unbeatable prices and great seats. And when you're in these great seats, you actually enjoy the game or the show all the more. Next time you go see any game or show, go to Scorebig first and see how much you can save. For the easiest way to save on tickets, download the new Scorebig app for your iPhone, enter promo code PKA at checkout, and you'll save an extra $20 for your first ticket off your first ticket purchase. No iPhone, no problem. Get $20 off online too at Scorebig.com. That's Scorebig.com, promo code PKA, Scorebig.com, promo code PKA.
When I was a kid, there was a movie theater just outside town that sold their movies cheap. It was like $1.50 to get in, which in today's dollars is like $2.50. And the movies all sucked. But I loved them because they were $2.50, and I had a different set of standards. I think I could go to a Canes game and watch them lose and still love it with Scorebig.com. Because if the prices are lower, you just enjoy your event a little better.
There's no expectation.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Don't show that
you
one
have
to
no
the screen.
expectations in that team anyway, and you have no expectation for the prices. So you just show up. You just pick your game. You wait until the team that you like is there. You know, Scorebig.com. That's a really cool thing. I'm going to definitely use them to try and get some playoff tickets. That'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah, Chiz told me to pick something out on there. I've been looking around for something I want to go to.
Braves games, right?
Probably so. I would also like to go to a comedy show, or if there's some theater tickets, I'd like to do that too. I like going to the theater. I don't do it very often, but I've been to 2 or 3 different things and always like it.
We've been to a
How many
couple
Braves
things.
games do you go to a year?
Braves games? Not that many. 3 or 4. See, it's like a 2-hour drive for me, and then traffic's some motherfucker because I don't live there. Yeah,
That's
just like it's an all-day thing if I want to go. And, you know, you got to get there and then get there like an hour early to account for all the traffic and like the hell that is getting in the stadium. Parking sometimes feels like you're in the jungle. Like I don't know who these people are. I'm just like, I give you $20 and I'm okay. He's like, yeah.
I guess.
And I'm like, Like, wait a fucking minute. Maybe I asked the wrong question. Who are you? Like, you go that side of Atlanta. You ask me.
I'll be whoever you want me to be.
Exactly. Exactly. I'll be Leroy Parnell, whoever, whatever.
I'm the owner of this parking garage. Goddammit. You know?
Taylor, do you get to hockey games early?
Do what?
Do you get to hockey games early? Dude, when I go to a hockey game, and maybe it's easier at a Canes game. I really haven't been to a lot of places, but we can stand behind the goals when they warm up and the players shoot the puck at you. It is an amazing experience. Their wrist shots, like they do these effortless wrist shots that are as fast as my slap shot. And it's nothing to them. And they'll just sit there and you know, your face is like 4 inches off the glass. They will hit you in the nose at Mach 1 with the hockey puck. And it's just like, BAM! Like it hits you hard.
Yeah, it's so loud. It's like being the fish having your glass tapped, you know, where you're just behind like, wow, and then it's just, boom! And it's, oh, Jesus, fuck.
Yeah.
Like,
so they're warming up,
every
right?
once in a while, the same thing happens during games where, Kyle, I'm sure you've seen GIFs of this, where people put their, like, beer on the edge near the glass, and then there will be, like, a big hit, and the glass gives a little bit so people aren't dying, and it'll just knock all the beer into everybody's lap if they're a retard, and it just
I saw a guy get hit. I saw a guy get hit with a puck in one of the games that I went to. It was the Bruins and Thrashers in Atlanta, and the puck went. There's nets out there to catch them, but somehow this didn't get caught in that net and beamed a guy.
I
They
saw,
took him out.
dude. There was
at a game, I think, earlier this year that I went to at a Blues game.
I didn't know what a puck was like, having never played the game. Like, you know,
You didn't know that?
I may have never picked up a hockey stick in my life, but I had definitely never picked up a hockey puck. But when my friend had one from the game that he had gotten at some point, and it was signed by Kovalchuk or some bullshit. But anyway,
sounds
I was like,
hockey-ish.
holy fuck, this thing is heavy and dense, and I bet I think they freeze them, right?
They
So it's
do.
hard as a rock.
It's
Yeah.
so hard.
That's a real piece of sports equipment right there.
They if people who don't know hockey at all, they store the pucks on ice, even in beer
Hurts.
leagues, so that they bounce less. If the puck is just rubber, it tends to bounce and stay on the edge a lot. But when it's frozen, it wants to lay flat.
So speaking of freezing things, Kitty is looking into some cryotherapy, perhaps for her arthritis, and yeah. So what they do, they put you in this
Segue.
fucking chamber. They put you in this just dry air chamber, apparently, so it's not as bad. But they lower it to like negative 270 something degrees, and for like 3 minutes of exposure at a
Survive
time.
this, and whatever was fucking with you is going to seem like not a big deal.
And she was saying she's a little scared to be in there by herself, et cetera, et cetera. I was like, fuck it. I'll go to cryotherapy with you. Let's do this thing. So I'm going to go to cryotherapy with her, and I'm going to get in this tank. They say it's good for your skin. So I'm looking forward to a few of these treatments. Gonna knock a few years off. It's going to be nice.
Dude, I wish
You're going to be looking 26 in no
I wonder
time.
if an
bring a
iPhone
camera in there?
can.
Maybe
can
I'll bring
an
a camera
iPhone
in there.
survive
Like-
cryotherapy? And how naked do you get? Do you wear boxers in it?
She said something about that. You know, there's some sort of, you wear some stuff. There's some stuff you wear. There's like a face thing, and I don't know. You're not naked at all. It's swimwear at the lowest, if that makes sense. I think you're in something.
It's like something to keep you warm.
No, I think it's just to like keep your face from freezing off or something. I don't know. I don't fucking know anything about this shit. I know
at
Robin Quivers
270,
did it.
could your eyeballs freeze?
I
Negative
told her I was
270
spit on.
cold.
I was
There's no
like,
way
I
it's
was
negative
like,
270.
yeah, I was like, I'm gonna spit on you, and she's like, ew, freeze before it gets to me. I was like, that's the point. That'll be hilarious.
Wait, are you gonna? I thought it was a one-person booth, like smaller than a phone
I don't
booth.
fucking look.
Oh, just open your mouth and see if your saliva starts to freeze.
I thought about wetting my hair before I went in and seeing if I could like shatter some hair off or something. I thought that would be.
I can't wait for that to go wrong. And it's just,
It took the
once
flash!
again,
It took the
yeah.
flash!
It's just- you got like a half-inch divot, like a bad ball for like a swing at your head.
It's
I
a
just
dumb
shattered
question,
like
but does
Terminator
water
2.
get that cold?
Yeah.
Does water
You
just keep
vine it,
freezing?
yeah.
I'm sorry. What?
How
What?
cold can water get?
32 degrees.
Is that literally the coldest it can be? Like how cold
No,
is
it'll
really
just
cold?
be
water?
ice if it gets colder. Like,
Okay, I
colder
guess the
ice.
Like,
how cold
pure
can
water,
ice get?
yeah.
Is there no limit on how cold ice can get?
There's absolute zero, but that is.
I think ice Ice doesn't get colder than 32. That's why in Florida, like when it's going to freeze over, they'll spray the oranges with water because it'll make an ice like shell around them, and they'll only drop to 32 degrees rather than the negative 10 degrees that the air might be outside. So ice only goes to 32.
On the other side, for the hot stuff, ice only hits 212. You can modify it. Like if you put salt in it and stuff, it'll get a little warmer. And I've experimented with this. If you put a water bottle in a fire, like let's say you have a half full water bottle, like the kind you drink from, the top half of it will melt, but the part with water in it doesn't melt, even in the fire and coals, because the water, it evaporates rather than getting hotter than 212, and it'll just keep the plastic from melting until it evaporates out of it.
Yeah.
Negative 55 is as cold as water gets. Under normal atmospheric conditions, it freezes at 32. Okay.
That's what I was about to say. That would also change the scenario you were talking about in the fire. Like the atmospheric conditions, like the pressure would definitely change things up and down. But
I don't think so, because water won't get higher than 212 because it will become steam.
Steam. But in like a pressure cooker, you know? You're keeping it.
I follow. Yeah, and as a matter of fact, in a radiator, it goes over 212, which is like a pressure cooker. Yeah.
We should leave. Physics isn't our strong suit by any means.
No. We need to forge steam talk.
You want to forge ahead with our talk of physics? How did we get on this anyway? Where did this come from?
Cryotherapy.
You were talking about.
Oh yeah.
The cryotherapy.
We really should just look up cryotherapy and see what
is it supposed to. I don't understand. This seems like a crock of shit.
Cryotherapy. Let's learn.
So let me ask you this, Taylor. You know when athletes take an ice bath, is that a crock of shit?
No. I feel like this is so cold that it's like, aren't there diminishing returns once you get colder than an ice bath? It reduces inflammation.
It's much shorter. An ice bath is meant to do that as well.
Oh, I guess how long are you spending in this cryogenic chamber?
1.5 to 3 minutes.
Oh, so real quick, because I guess you would die.
I thought it was quicker. I thought it was like a blast. Like you go in there and like 9 seconds later, you've been cryoed. 3 minutes will cool you off.
Here. Let's see.
You're gonna get the real Leonardo DiCaprio Revenant experience in there.
It looks like a sauna, like a stand-up. Like I'm seeing one here that looks like a little room. Here, let me help.
Yeah, I'm at that same link. And I don't know much about it, but I saw an MMA fighter do it, like Insider or something. And it was like this. It was a small room. They went in there. You couldn't see what happened in there. And then they came out, and like you see a freezer open and all the like fog drifts into the ground. Yeah. That happened, and the fighter emerged from cryotherapy.
Well, that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to that. When she mentioned it, I was like, yeah, I'm totally down. So and she was worried about the whole thing. So I'm gonna go do that. That'll be cool.
Yeah. I wonder if more athletes would... I think it's expensive for it to be in your, like, regular thing. Like, if you want to try it like you are, that's one thing. If it was, like, your post-workout routine, all of a sudden you're like, $500 a workout or something. I made that up, but...
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea the cost. I know her insurance is covering the bulk of hers for sure. But I'm looking forward to seeing what that's all about. That'll be interesting. Inflammation, all that stuff. That sounds good. Maybe I'll feel better.
Looks more scientific than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because I'm reading it from their website. But I'm putting a lot of trust in them that they're.
Were you imagining like a Mr. Freeze scenario from the Batman movies?
I was imagining them having you close your eyes and then a bunch of people with those fans that you can mist on people just kind of move those around you. Get ready, it's going to get intense. It won't quite feel minus 100, but shh. Yeah. But no.
I think there's an answer here. In the cryo sauna, clients are protected with socks, gloves, and slippers. In the cryo chamber, I guess the smaller one, clients wear additional mouth and ear protection. Clothing worn during the treatment is minimal. For women, clothing is optional. For women, clothing is optional, while for men, genitals have to be covered with cotton underwear. Now, to be honest,
I guess that's for scientific reasons.
You don't want your nutsack to just creep.
At first, I was like, sexist, but then I was like, oh wait, there's a good reason for that.
Right, like your nutsack could freeze off, like it's an appendage that has issues. I I was wondering if women, who sometimes are like, I feel like it's a moister, more exposed organ, would have more to risk than guys, who to me, it's a very closed organ, like a hand.
Like there'd be stalactites and stuff when they're walking out of there.
Your vagina might just freeze shut or something like that. Is that what?
Like, it sounds crazy, but we are talking about
Really
negative 270 here. If I clam up. Right?
I want a big Austrian guy to come in with like a big fucking like backpack rig that looks like a flamethrower, but it's an ice machine. He's like, it's time to freeze. And then we're like, holy fuck, is this really what? And he's like, just kidding. And they're like, they turn the machine on.
I don't know. I feel like, couldn't she take an ice bath and see if that worked really well for her too?
I think it's a completely different thing. I don't know. I'm not saying this thing works or that there's anything scientific behind it, but there's definitely a big difference between like hitting the outside of your body with negative 250 Fahrenheit and, you know, getting in a 32-degree bath, which I feel like would lower your core temperature. I feel like what this thing is more of like a shock to your exterior, I would think. She mentioned it being good for your skin, and I'm nice and vain and about to be 30, so why not, you know?
When's
Do you think
your
it would be
birthday?
possible to
Can you say
masturbate
that?
in this chamber?
May 9th.
May 9th.
Yeah.
So
Do you think it would be possible
3
to jack off
weeks-ish.
in this chamber if it was like a dare?
I considered that, but I was afraid, like, what if I'm going to use some lubrications? I guess the oil, if I use like some oil, like that doesn't have a freezing point. So if I could keep it going fast enough to prevent any freezing, I could blow some icy loads, right?
Right? What?
Until it freezes, like with a little bit left to go your urethra, and it's just a kind of bootleg
I think we'll
kidney
keep that
stone.
wrapped up. I'll strap on some MeUndies, and that'll be all I need to keep everything in line. I will spit in there though when nobody's looking. I'm gonna do it. They can't stop me.
I mean, they said that you had to wear cotton underwear. Maybe the modal is too good,
Kyle,
and it would keep you too warm to be effective. I would think just wear the cotton. You know, modals, it's too high quality.
Please, you wear it every day. That's 365 days a year, rain or shine. You need it to be extraordinary. Without an insane price tag. MeUndies understands this, and that's why they've created the world's most comfortable underwear. Luxury at half the retail price you'd find anywhere else. They're made out of a revolutionary new fabric called modal, a fabric that's twice as soft as cotton and twice as soft as whatever you're wearing right now. Most of us wear underwear every day, so why settle for low-quality multi-pack underwear that's scratchy and lame? MeUndies has tons of colors and styles for both men and women, which means that you and your lady can finally have matching underwear. They release a new design every month, and on top of that, they even have free shipping to the United States and Canada. MeUndies has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep it for free. That's right. They don't want your used underwear back, so you have nothing to lose. The best part about all of this is that they're offering 20% off your first order when you use our URL, MeUndies.com/PKA. So click the link in the description or go to MeUndies.com/PKA to get 20% off your first order. One of my favorite sponsors that we have. I wear them as much as I can. I just filled out my order form to get some more. So now we'll have like 4 or 5 pair in the rotation. And once we get 7, then all the pieces are in play.
How many, are you wearing one right now?
No, I've got some Hanes on right now. They're scratchy, itchy. I've got some kind of a rash going on that
You're sitting in ball soup down there too. No moisture pulling away.
It's a jungle down there, a swamp.
People, get some MeUndies.
Wow.
Stop being a fucking peasant. They will present your junk like the royalty you are deserves to be presented.
I'm wearing my MeUndies right now. They're actually, like, I honestly thought you were being just over the top, which, you know, is to be expected. This is the best fucking underwear. This is really good underwear. This is actually, like, I thought it was gonna be just underwear you get in the mail. Like, this is really comfortable. It's more like, I don't know, I don't feel like, you know how when you get like Hanes or Calvin Klein or something for like a week, it's got that tight feeling on your thighs. You know, it stays in place. When you pull your pants up, it doesn't come in bunch all around your dick and balls and everything. You know, it stays way low on your thigh. These ones I feel like are going to be like this for a while. Like, it's still like very taut, you know?
Yeah.
Everything, and it doesn't just, I thought that I was being framed correctly before by being just kind of, you know, it was squeezing you against your body. But no, this kind of gives you like a little lift.
Yes.
It's like, no, nutsack, what are you doing all the way down there? Get up, you're all off your luck. You know?
It's like a miracle bra for your cock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like when you're sitting down and your balls want to do that thing that's uncomfortable, or especially in summer months where they start sticking to your legs and they're just lazy and hanging down. It's like half an inch away from asshole country. It's so just hanging
Sometimes
down
they go in.
Sometimes it's going in. Who's to say?
Sometimes they'll be back there and I'll just pop one in there. Just why not? Get out of the way. That's what I say.
Yeah, that's what I say too. But anyway, it's really great underwear.
It's gonna happen one way or another. We all know that. So might as well get it in there.
Yeah. Are you wearing your MeUndies, Chiz?
Always.
He's always wearing his MeUndies.
He hasn't washed his yet. He's found that the modal is not only twice as soft as cotton, it's also a natural antibacterial, like honey. So he hasn't washed his since he's bought them. He's been wearing the same pair as a sort of an experiment. And we're going to be auctioning off that pair of underwear at the end of the month. It's going to be big.
And we did confirm that Kyle's theory about it repelling poop is indeed correct, because Chiz has had that problem. He's on the 100% food diet, has been for months now. I really don't know if he's ever going to eat real food again. He's raving about that shit constantly.
He talked about having his jaw wired shut so that he wouldn't even be tempted anymore by solid food.
Yeah, he's talking about. I mean, it's been, what is it, 3.5 months that you
haven't.
Hey,
I got a question, Chiz. How much money would it take for you to get your jaw wired shut for a week? Like, legitimately, how much money would, like, some benefactor, the PKA fans, have to come up? $2,000, he said.
$2,000 for a week?
Would he have to show up on the show with his jaw wired shut? I think so. I think he'd have to be on the show for 3 weeks, right?
It will not. No. First of all, it will not be painless, Chiz.
Wait,
it will not be.
Getting your jaw wired shut is not painless?
No.
Well, no, not the way we're going to do it. We're going to be threading it into the gum tissue. You got to keep it on it.
In essence, I feel like he'd be getting braces for a week. I don't know how it works, but
getting
braces, but it wouldn't
braces
have
for me and Kyle.
I think it would be painless. I'll explain why.
Glue studs to his teeth, and we'd wire them together.
I've had braces before, and what hurts is the wire that shifts your teeth. If you just have gluing the little brace things on is completely painless. So they basically cement these things to your teeth, then they'd wire top to bottom, and his mouth would be shut. And I figured he'd have to at least make an appearance on the show for 3 weeks to show a 2-week span, right? Because if it was 2 shows, then that's just a 1-week span. Right, so it'd have to be 3 shows to demonstrate that he had it on.
He needs to be on constant FaceTime call.
For $2,000, and considering the fact that we're gonna have to pay the dentist, I would rather buy a hydraulic press and put that Finnish guy or whatever the fuck out of business. I gotta say, like that's all somebody. You just get a bigger press than this guy, and you'll have yourself a YouTube channel. That's all you need.
And who knows? Maybe Quable Cop hosts the channell, heavily crushing the drug cookies, and they see where it goes from there.
Yeah, you would do a bunch of drugs.
Taylor,
and then
would you actually do it? Throw the bullshit aside, right? If you were supplied with a hydraulic press, would you be able to make it happen? And I say this as a guy, I'm talking to a man who hasn't uploaded a gameplay video in 3 months, right? Like, would you go and source interesting things to crush and crush it and make a video?
I feel like finding stuff to crush wouldn't be hard, but those ones we were looking at, those presses, I feel like you need like a serious workshop to have something like that. You can't just movers. When you put my couch there, just put my 3-ton crushing press right next to it. Like, it just.
And you probably need I don't know, some sort of 3-phase, 4-phase power or something. Like, what does the thing run on? Does it run
probably 3-phase power? But you could definitely get an adapter for it. Like, it's not called an adapter, converter maybe. I forget. But you've seen the 3-phase to 1-phase or single-phase converters before. You need that too.
Yeah, I would crush stuff on my own time. Like, if I had that, it wouldn't just be like a video thing. It would be like, oh, I'm going to like fucking McDonald's and I'm gonna ask for all the old fries and just see like how much oil are we gonna crush out of this? What's it gonna be? It'd be neat. And crushing stuff that's way more interesting than what that other dude is,
Yeah, some of his stuff is not interesting.
Bones.
Like he crushed a Lego car. That's not a good one. And then afterwards. Unsurprisingly,
and then
it flattened.
Yeah.
Here's what I would.
The press seemed to win this fight as well.
Here's what
against the little car. Like that.
I would take this pistol that's fucking loaded, and lay it in there like that, and crush it. Like, that's what should be getting crushed. Some shit like that.
No, that's
it'd be
just gonna be sad.
Bullets. And
Wait.
yeah, I mean,
it might explode. Yeah, right. When the strikers on the back, they pop, perhaps.
Yeah, it's going to get smushed and compressed, and the primers are going to go off, and there's going to be small explosions, and I don't know exactly what's going to happen.
Well, that can be one of our collab videos.
Yes.
When we're collabing, FPS Russia and Crusher Man, whatever the
sure.
fuck the chat.
Oh, you got to be.
I want to collab with you too. I'll bring a dead mouse.
Hang on. Let me look.
Happy to crush. No, I wouldn't want a mouse. It's too little.
Okay, a dead cat. You drive a hard bargain.
People are too attached to cats. Maybe like a dead rabbit, like a hare, not a cute rabbit, an ugly one, the kind that you would eat generally or hunt.
You could get YouTube.com, the Crusher.
The Crusher.
Yeah, that's who you would be. You would be the Crusher, and you would put googly eyes and like face paint and stuff on your crushing machine, and it would have a personality. Like it would be a character itself.
What would his name be?
Does anyone have a building that you could use? Like, do your parents have a... Well, you're too far, right? I also have space for a crusher.
Compute!
Right? But, like, does your dad have a spot in his garage for a 7-ton crusher? Or a 100-ton crusher, I guess it'd have to be 150-ton?
I don't know. I'd have to find, like, storage or something that I could keep it and do it from, because I do not feel comfortable going to anyone in my life and being like, hey, on a wild idea, me and some friends bought a $9,000... 100-ton crushing press, and I need where your car usually is for it, and it's on the way here now, and thank you so much. Like, what would I even do?
All right. By the way, can I unplug
cool.
the dryer?
Yeah, can I unplug the dryer and the washer, and if you could just shut off, like, everything in the basement while I'm here, always. That would be...
I got some guys in the back already wiring up a few things for me. They're going to climb your light pole. Don't mind them.
They are illegal, so, you know.
And so is what we're doing. You're going to be without power for about 2, maybe 3 days.
A blast cage, Taylor? Oh, you're going to want the blast cage.
Yeah. What would be the first thing I should crush? I'm trying to think of what would just humiliate that guy crushing Legos and not... I'm sure he's a nice guy, but he needs to step up his game if he's going to compete in this fast-paced market of hydraulic presses.
I would crush lithium batteries. You crush lithium batteries. You crush propane tanks. You crush things that react and explode when you crush them. You crush things that shoot ooze out that you wouldn't expect when you crush them. Things like a whole big thing of ink pens. What if you crush like 100-pack of ink pens and that black ooze went everywhere? Crush fleshy things that are alive, like a whole fucking turkey. You could crush, like you said, bones and see the marrow and the liquid that comes out of bones even after a while.
And the gig at the a little bit at the end where his wife or girlfriend or whatever makes that little Play-Doh thing, we would totally one-up that. Every single time. It would be, well, not dog shit, because I have to keep using the press.
You gotta
I don't want to do that. Yeah. Maybe, like, just a big, vulgar, like, middle finger made out of, like, ballistics gel.
A dick!
Or
let's crush dildos!
I feel like dildos won't get you that far because you're going to get flagged, and it's also, as soon as it gets crushed, it's just going to be like every other rubber/plastic thing, you know? And you couldn't even stand it up like that because it's going to hit and then be like bow out and then just spring away.
You'd need a whole variety. You need a special press, right? So I imagine this thing can do a couple things. The press in my imagination. So it's got a big sandwich-style squisher, right, with some big square plates. Let's say a 1.5 by 1.5 square, and those can like sandwich crush anything. But maybe there's a thing you can bolt on there that's like a cylinder that's hollow. And there's a punch that'll go into that cylinder to ultra crush things, and you could fill it up with anything and really compress it. Like
that's a good. And then you could make me a gun that could fire whatever crushed projectile thing we did. We throw a bunch of shit in there. Let's see what it'll fire out of as the FPS cannon.
You could grind up like numerous items in like a grinder and then compress them into bullets. And fire them, because like Smarties candies, like that. Those are just compressed sugar. They use a really high tonnage press to make those. It's just ka-kunk, like making those things. So you make a bullet.
What's great is
made out of shit.
We could have like a once a week or once a day job of crushing like bullets and guns and stuff, and then that same crush would make Smarties as a side full-time job.
That's my weekend gig. Handmade Smarties, old time.
Right.
I would buy that. Like,
they smell slightly of dead hair. Shit, slightly.
If you make Smarties the size of a hockey puck, like that'd be cool.
That would be cool.
For the discerning.
What else could be crushed that guy has not even thought about yet?
All right, so you got to think about things that maybe aren't illegal for whatever kind of pussy country he's from.
Finland. So anything firearm related?
Yeah, bullets I think would be cool. You know, just take a whole like handful of bullets and throw them in there and just see what would happen. Primers are cool. They snap, crackle, and pop. I don't know. Let's think. I think compressed air cylinders, like CO2 cartridges. Ooh, what would those do? Those would be kind of volatile. Maybe a compressed air tank, like a paintball one. You know, that fiberglass woven tank. Put 4,500 psi in that motherfucker and compress it till it ruptures. That'd be neat.
That would be. I keep coming back to the
Diesel.
living.
What if we compress diesel till it just spontaneously explodes? Because that's how it works anyway.
I don't think you.
There's
What?
a lot of
That's
stuff
great.
to
You
do.
just need a container. Maybe you'd use a
We
cylinder.
need that cylinder thing I was talking about.
I didn't know you could compress diesel to make it explode.
That's how it
That's how-
works. There's no spark or anything. It just compresses in the cylinder until boom.
Ah, that's interesting. Huh. Well, I didn't know.
So yeah, I think it would be really cool. I wish one of you would do it. I love to come up with these ideas for this thing, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't want to take on the project of being the Crusher.
I
guess
do that
I
so
would.
easily. I feel like the
I feel like
stable's
it's the
going to
kind
be
of thing
done
that-
by this weekend. I've got all the I can wire it up. I got room in there. I have.
You should be the
if I had
Crusher,
the
and
means, I would love to be the Crusher. But you wouldn't even have to be a character to make people watch that, as long as you were crushing badass stuff.
I want characters. Welcome to the Crusher.
Yeah.
How many times? People are gonna just get so pissed and be like, "Oh, that nice Finnish guy, and now this dick is up here with a bigger Crusher making fun of him."
Then you can go full America. Go America with it. Just red, white, and blue everything.
Oh.
I saw there was
Crush
some.
politicians.
I saw there was
that
a
hate.
Finnish Crusher out there with some 7,500-ton press. Pussy shit! Welcome to Right Condo. We got 150 tonnage, and then just like flashing star wipes.
I
Like
feel like I
blowing
should
up.
buy the Crusher and I
and-
should like crush it and film it and send it to Kyle for commentary.
Yeah, I mean,
Make-
for that.
You
Yeah.
do the voiceover and we'll have a thing.
Okay. That would be hilarious. I think you've got the cameras that would be perfect for this because your high speed camera, like the
Yeah, for
FS700,
sure.
would be great running at like 250 frames. Like you don't even have to do anything crazy. You could still maintain a beautiful picture.
Yeah.
But just a little slower and sharper. Oh man, it would look great. Yeah. This guy's a fucking amateur out there killing it on
He
YouTube.
doesn't know
Loves
who
to
he's
have a-
fucking with. Rape Squad
I'm just
killers
saying-
are on the case.
I'm just saying you just need a bigger press than he's got. That's all he's got.
That's all that he's got. In all of his videos, it's the exact same thing. It's just him picking up whatever it was and just being like, "Well, it looks like the press has won this fight again," and then
Look,
that's
and
it.
start a war with him right away. You cannot be this guy's friend. You're not a comrade in any way. You're the enemy of his channel. That has to be part of your thing. So when he crushes something, you crush 10 of them. Be like, there's a guy out there crushing hockey pucks. Fuck that shit. We got 100 hockey pucks, and like stack them on top of each other. Just
I
you know,
put 60 hockey pucks in a hockey helmet in a dead goat. You know, Then just-
exactly.
I'm on
You know what?
eBay.
That would be cool. You take like
the
deer
epic mealtime
limbs.
crusher.
If you take like deer limbs, if you go hunting, like the limb, you're not going to eat it anyway, just to see what the fuck it would do. 'Cause I'm curious if it would just be like a weird papery like membrane that was holding it together like nunchucks, or if it
Yeah.
would totally split.
So I know where for $150 you can get a goat carcass. It's the whole goat. It's butchered. It's gutted and everything.
Oh, I'll
I've
make
used
my own.
targets before. Like I've shot them with that RIP self-defense ammo, rapidly invasive projectile or some shit, just to see what it do with a flash. Goat seemed like a good stand-in, and so you could crush a whole fucking goat if you had the right press. Like you could do some
Yeah.
hardcore shit.
That'd be
I
a
would like-
huge mess.
Yeah, I mean, you just get a pressure washer and hose it down afterwards. But you need a,
Can you imagine how much liquid that would be? It would just liquefy that whole goat. So it would just be a goat's worth of pulp and nastiness.
goat
Just
pulp. We'd
yeah,
sell
goat-
the pulp.
He has a 100-ton
Yeah.
press, right?
he's got
Whatever.
a bitch press, is what he's got.
I think we should.
I need to
like,
know
whatever-
because I need to know what's more. Like I saw I'm on eBay right now surfing with the viewers, and like for 5,500, here's an air hydraulic shot press, 100-ton. Dude, I've got the air compressor and the power to do this thing. $4,500. Right? What's stopping me? Here's another one for $4,900. It's a 100-ton automotive press. It looks badass. Here, I'll give you a link.
How are these looking compared to his press?
Well, you can tell me.
I got a piece super bad, so I'm gonna go do that. I want more. I'm really interested in press talk, and I want this to happen. So that press you've got there, we had something similar to that in our shop, and it's just a really small work piece. I think that's what you call it, the thing that does the work, like the puncher.
That might be, you might be able to swap that out for something else, or put, but you're right. Now there's shop.
You need a very girthy presser.
I'll be back.
See,
I think this is a great idea, and I would love to crush shit.
I think the budget needs to stop. Like, if we're being honest about it, like, if we can talk crap all we want in $18,000 presses, but it's not an $18,000 idea to me. But if we were to say $5,000, especially if there was any viewer help, we can make this a thing. And
if we got viewer help, it would be way bigger than that one, I bet.
Well, I don't know. It's no boot camp idea. Well,
I don't know. I think that would be really fun. There's so much ground to cover in that because it's not even, you can't ever run out of shit. Oh, damn, we already crushed, volleyball full of whatever the hell. Now we'll just do 4 of them. Like, there's infinite possibilities.
Here's a 150-ton press. But at $13,000, $13,000 is a big investment for me to stick this in my stable.
That press makes his press look like a bitch, though.
Does it? Here's a $40,000 press. That's too much. I kind of want to, unless the viewers are going to help a ton, I kind of want to stop this press thing at like $5,000-ish. That's, here's a 150-ton air hydraulic press for $5,500.
Ooh.
We're getting close
see what
here.
It looks like.
I don't know.
Oh, that one's too little. See the Dake Model 8 170 hydraulic press, the green one.
Yeah,
the picture in there. That gap between the top and the bottom there, where you can put stuff, that's 4 feet. So that's
$13,000 press.
Yeah, I'm just saying the difference between what these things are. You could crush that press with the top press. Probably.
I
don't know. Whatever it had to be, we had to figure out what make and model that bastard's got running over there, and then we find a better one. I like how we're talking about it like we actually dislike this guy who's just a friendly dude from Finland crushing things.
I like to think he's not a real person. I mean, he's not even American. He's Finnish. Here's a 1,000-ton one for $100,000. You see, like,
oh my god,
I'm trying to be serious about this thing. Wow, you should see it. It's like as tall as 3 humans.
Link it.
Okay. Copy link address. That thing is huge.
Let's see.
But I'm not going to put $100,000 into this.
Yeah, my god, that's
too
much.
I don't think my ceiling's high enough. I think it needs to be no more than like 14 or 16 feet tall. If it gets higher than that, I think it'll hit my roof. Maybe even less. It might be 12-foot ceilings.
You definitely don't want that one in your home. That's like something that would be at like a smelting plant or something like that, it looks like. I don't even know what you would use that for.
An entire goat's head. Like the head, but maybe without the skin. But the eyeballs would still be there. And you slowly squish that motherfucker.
And you add sound effects in post. For it begging for its life.
I wish I had $20,000 budget for this, because here's a 200-ton press that would really do the job. Like I feel like this thing would make all their presses sissy presses.
Holy crap!
Wow.
And you should see my stable right now. We've cleaned out everything because we're getting ready for the concrete floor. It looks so big.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Well, I don't know if this is a big offer or anything, but I know how difficult it can be to film by yourself. And this seems like the kind of project that lends itself to doing lots of videos in batches. So I'd be happy to drive up there and spend any amount of time, really. A weekend or a 4-day weekend or 2 weeks. I don't fucking care. Whatever it took. And film batches of videos with you, helping in whatever way.
And then a batch scheduled upload. Like, imagine if it were so predictable. Like, every Wednesday at 2:30 p.m.
Shit, do one a day.
Yeah, every
They're
Wednesday,
cheap.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Do it.
People love regular content, and
Oh,
if
damn
you're,
it.
if
Now
you're
Woody's
jump,
going to get to be the crusher guy because he's got a bunch of money and a big enough house to put a crusher in.
you can come. Like, there's no reason we all can't be there and like doing voices and stuff and having a good time. I don't know. We could do something silly with this. It could be fun. It could be like our little group channel or something. Or I mean,
That's a really good idea. I mean, come on. All three of us, we can't lose to this Finnish guy.
Yeah, he's only fucking Finnish. Right? He's not even American.
That's a country. If you told me to list 10 countries, I wouldn't even cross my mind to think about naming Finland. That would be like number 20. I'm like halfway through South America, and then I'm like, oh fuck, those guys up there with in the cold.
Well, I think this would be really cool. We could put some Patreon money into that or something, I guess. Or if you want to make it your own thing, you know, I don't know what we want to do here. But in any case, whatever we do, I would be happily involved with it in any capacity that I might be wanted to.
I would love to just
I'd like to be
spend
like
hours crushing stuff.
I want to come and crush stuff with you. That's what I'm saying. I also want to do some videos with Taylor. We've been talking about doing like some Age of Mythology videos.
We definitely have to do that. That would be really fun. And just to give some tips, maybe. And
yeah, because I think if we do like a tip video and show like, I don't know, however many thousands of people who watch it, what's up and like what AOM is, like, you know, maybe 50 or 100 of them will come and buy the $35 game and come play with us because, you know, the more the merrier. It's a lot more fun beating up on people than it is on AI. Or maybe, you know, you'll beat us. We're not.
And
I'm
people
not
are getting
amazing.
better. They're definitely getting. There's a couple people for sure that just a week.
Cliff.
And a half ago, Cliff, you're getting much better. Who else was getting much better?
That UR7 guy.
He's getting better.
He's getting better. Shit. I wish I could remember more of their names, but we play with a really small group of guys, probably 3 or 4 nights a week. And they are improving. Because we've been whooping
were
on them
just kicking the shit out of them for a while, and now they all watched the same 4-minute and 30-second Uranus video that Kyle watched, and now all those fuckers are doing that strategy.
God, that press is fucking cool.
Imagine really awesome.
Imagine if you had the press inside of a small booth, like a paint booth with white walls.
Semi-realistic on this thing. I could build a booth. This thing's not so crazy that it couldn't be real.
Yeah, but this is almost like a go big or go home kind of thing.
You don't think
like
100
blow him out of the water
press?
with your press?
All right. Let's
I
go to
guarantee his
YouTube.
press is bigger than that.
You do? I was going to look.
Yeah.
33 inches of movement of carriage up and down. 6 height adjustments of 5.5-inch increments. Ram cylinder capable of shifting. Not quite sure what to make of that. Electric powered hydraulic cylinder for heavy duty pressing.
What do we know about this press of his? See, he crushed a rubber ducky. A rubber ducky? It's not that I have some love for rubber duckies. It's that, like...
You know what happens when you crush a lithium battery? It explodes into fire.
Look, I'm showing everyone what happens now when you crush a rubber ducky, and the answer is very little.
Dude, this is 110 volts. You can plug this one in at next to your sink.
The one I linked?
Yeah.
Huh.
That's 110 volt.
Yeah, just to get that last bit of toothpaste.
That would be one of the things you did. Yeah. That'd be a funny video.
He's got a wildly successful channel, but it's really unremarkable, this rubber ducky smushing here.
How much does it cost to press one thing? The answer is, how many things are you going to press this year? Like, you press 1,000
do you think
things.
that this would get a good amount of views?
Yeah. I think his thing is getting views, and I feel like it's easy to outdo him because we're in America and we have, you know, some of the most liberal laws in the world as far as our freedoms and the things that we can do and get our hands on. You can order any number of chemical compounds off the internet that are pressure sensitive and would explode or do things that are cool. I got a chemist on tap that we could ask about that at any time, and you know, crushing a loaded gun would be funny.
Yeah,
I would love to do that. I just feel like,
and there are guns that are cheap enough to crush. I can't think of that. There's really cheap pistols. They don't even make them out of real steel. It's like pot metal.
He has a 100-ton press. So that's
we
our
need at least
baseline.
200.
Well, I don't think you can
We
say
need to
that.
be able to say twice as good as that Finn fuck.
Okay, the
That's
thing
on the
is,
banner.
it appears that a 200 print. First of all, I haven't seen a single 200. I've seen some 150s, and the 150s are like $18,000 to $85,000. A 200-ton press, if it exists, here's a 200-ton press. I'll link it. It's $60,000,
Yeah,
and it looks like
150.
it's 30 feet wide.
Okay.
Christ Almighty.
50 tons or 150 tons is probably fine then.
Yeah, here's 120.
Oh my god.
Right? Like that's
They
a
made it
200
look just
ton?
like a tanning booth. That's so dangerous.
Yeah.
I
Thought I was gonna get a nice tan. Ended up a pancake.
Ended up dead.
Ended up dead.
Ooh.
I'm looking
Imagine
at
the like
this,
split second of horror if you were in that thing, like as it came down and like, oh no, and then you just start exploding everywhere. Like it'd be like I bet there'd be like a millionth of a second where you knew like you could feel your head exploding and you could still think, and then it would just be over.
Could we dress the press up like a very stereotypical Mexican man with a sombrero and a large mustache and call him Senor Krasinski?
I thought that went without saying. But, yeah. I didn't
We
think
could
that was
crush
ever up for debate.
bobbleheads of people that we crush a Hillary Clinton bobblehead, a Trump bobblehead. We could crush things that aren't meant to be crushed. A cue ball from I don't know if he's done that yet, but like a billiard ball.
I had that same thing in my head too.
That'll just crack.
Coconut. Maybe he's done that. Yeah, crush. Yeah, come on.
Coconut, you think? Okay. Watermelons, coconuts.
Any number of skulls, like animal skulls. I feel like he would be afraid to even do that. But put a fucking deer skull in there, dude. Why not? Let's crush that shit.
Right?
Have a
Obviously.
challenge thing, Kyle, where it's like you get a certain amount of objects, and your challenge is you have to make an object that will be taller than X amount after crushed. So you have to like make something that has to try and survive. And of course, that never fucking works because you're not going to outthink 150 tons coming down on it.
I could get some tooling together. There's something you could put in there, but it would probably hurt the
See,
press.
there's a thing.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff we could do with that. I think would be very fun. Yeah, we're still in presses, you little bitch. Fuck you, Chiz. Where have you been? Watching Bernie Sanders? You cuck.
See, that cuck over there thinks the press talk is going over too long. What he doesn't know is I might make a bid on one of these things during the show to turn this fucking senseless talk that I was 100% sure wouldn't happen into something that might actually flipping happen. I don't know why I didn't curse that one time.
I would love to buy a crusher. Just, even if not for a YouTube channel, just to have it. Just to see.
You could
Trying
do
to crush
stuff.
paper would be hard, I bet, if you just laid like a bunch of paper down.
That. He folded, the myth you can't fold paper 7 or 8 times or whatever. I guess it's not a myth, it's a fact. He folded it a bunch of times, and when he finally
the 7 times thing, that was really neat. I was thinking more like, when you just open a bunch of printer paper and it's like a whole ream of paper. Yeah. I wonder what would happen, like if it would actually compress, or because it's basically wood, right?
You should crush books. Yeah, you crush some books. Get Mein Kampf over there and smush it.
Crush the Bible, crush the Quran.
Those will be big. Let's not do that. That would be funny if you crush the Quran and you're like, now we're gonna crush the Bible, but you put like a fake Bible in there that wouldn't crush. And you're like, it's a miracle. That'd be a good viral video.
Or just go through and finally it's Scientology who it won't crush.
Oh yeah, you crush some money. Crush some points is cool. Crushing anything with a battery in it, like cell phones and stuff, those batteries explode and they'll be cool.
We could crush all the Call of Duties together. Everything.
That was almost a problem for me. Have I ever told you that whenever I was doing the Call of Duty commercial, it was a problem. I'd already agreed to be in the commercial and we'd already agreed to everything. I was in it. And it was a done deal. And then they were like, we might not want him in anymore. It seems we found this Call of Duty hate video that he made. And I was like, what the fuck? What Call of Duty hate video? And it was that video of me destroying Modern Warfare 2. And it was only after Kitty showed them screenshots of my Call of Duty 4 record, how much playtime I have, that they then re-agreed to let me be in the commercial. because they thought that I was some hater that didn't even play the game. And I was like, look, I have spent hundreds of days playing your game. I love it so much. Like, that I'll take that video down. I don't fucking care. But yeah, they were not happy with that. They called it a Call of Duty hate video.
Well, the Crusher thing, I'm excited about it.
It's gonna be the Crusher, Woody. Are we gonna get Crusher T-shirts? Crusher. We need theme music,
dude. Like we all come live in Woody's guest house and be the Crusher.
Like I imagine, like you need like as it's crushing, like as it's coming, you need like theme music, and like the music's getting more pumped up and more hyped up, and it's like Crusher. Like as it's
it's gonna be that oh my god, third Battle of Minas Tirith reference tonight when all the orcs are chanting for Grond, the battering ram at the front. Grond. That's what it's gonna be. Crush. Yeah. Oh.
I like that.
I think that we're making this show so specific. It's gonna be me and you watching it, watching our own content, talking about how just beating each other off of just, oh, look how good this Lord of the Rings reference is. Do you think 5 was too many in this 6-minute video? Like, no, I think they're loving it. We disabled comments, but whatever. That'd be funny.
What do we do for shipping in here? Like, here's one from Minnesota.
So they've got to send it basically on a a tractor trailer, and then you've got to unload it at your place with a forklift.
I can handle it once it gets here, I'm sure.
How much does it weigh? Because
it's a good question.
What if these are shitty presses
6,000 pounds? I actually can't lift that.
All right, you can't do that. All right, so my dad lifted a 4,500-pound thing out of a tractor trailer with his tractor. But still, it was like, all right, let's slowly lower it to the ground, because I know if he were to drop it and then stop, it would have tipped the tractor over, with the forks on the front. Yeah, you don't have what it takes to unload that.
I don't think I do. I'm trying. How much does I can lift about 15 pieces of plywood. How much does plywood weigh? What?
I'd say that's probably like tens of thousands of pieces of wood.
Yeah.
It weighs 6,000 pounds.
It'd be like 450 pieces of wood or something.
Yeah, it'd be a lot.
Yeah, I would say a 1-inch plywood, maybe 100 pounds. It's heavy.
So it's 70 pounds.
What if this is like a piece of
shit? And this is pressure treated, so it's wetter. But
100 tons.
Even if we do 75 pounds, 15 times 75.
I promise you don't have what it takes.
11. Yeah, 6,000. I'm not even close.
It'll probably come on a pallet, meant to have a forklift. Now, some of those trucks, and I think maybe you can pay extra to have this, will come with a forklift attached to the back of the truck, and it lowers itself down, and then they unload. You would need that. I know shipping like that. No, that doesn't work. The bottom of the U-Haul is rated lower than what this thing is. I've been through this, but that shipping is cheaper than you might think it is. Like getting it to you would probably cost $400 or $500. I know that's not a small amount of money by any means, but you are moving something that's 6,000 pounds across the country and having it placed in place.
Yeah. So this one's a realistic purchase. Just saying.
So are these new? Are they used?
This particular one's new. I don't know why it's less expensive, but it looks like a pretty serious machine.
I think Craigslist might be worth digging into for a little while. Because what if we can find a 3-year-old version of this that's been working in a machine shop? It's a hydraulic press. That's not really. I feel like it's got life. You know what I mean? It's not like
you're using that constantly.
Yeah, it's not like something with an engine or gears that can get stripped out or anything like that. It's, as far as I know, everything's like uber lubricated by nature.
There just happens to be a 500-ton hydraulic press near me.
How much?
It doesn't have a price. But 500.
I could just imagine. Here's what you would do in your first video. You would steal, borrow, clip, a little clip from his show where he's like, "Yeah, now it's 100 tons," and then you would hear like my voice come in, 500 tons, and then the music. And like a montage of just awful things being crushed, like
tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands.
I think you should do it in your Saruman voice too.
Yes, yeah, like Saruman would be the intro voice for this thing. Totally, yeah. Like, do my best, Christopher Lee.
A hard time finding. I think that's a 5-gallon pail in like the lower left corner for scale. This thing must
My
be...
lord, how much force would it take to crush a cue ball?
Tens of thousands of pounds.
But my lord, there is no such force.
And he opens the door to Woody's shop, and you just and you see the thing crushing. Like that's it right there.
As you hear like the horns blowing as marching to war sounds, or just ruin it entirely with the haru.
Oh, man, I'm entirely too hyped for this this crusher idea. I hope we do it. I hope you do it. I hope we can find a feasible way to get it done.
I would love to be involved in this. This is such a cool piece of equipment. Just like I don't know why. I don't think it's just me. I think everybody's interested in just seeing how shit like this is. Like even the bowling pin, where you're not mystified. You're not like, wow, it's just wood in there. Like, but to see how it breaks.
Get it?
Like to see what it gives and how, because it doesn't work the way you imagine. You always imagine that it would just kind of like crush some and then just shoot it out of there. But there's so much pressure.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's really neat.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. The prospect of doing this. I don't know. I feel like I come up with a lot of cool things to crush.
I saw that it was 10 feet, 225 tons. I'm like, so perfect, right? And it's in Virginia, but the listing is gone.
Huh. Well, I think we should keep looking on Craigslist and stuff, and maybe we could find like a steel or some sort of enormous crushing machine that blows our minds.
Or someone out there. Does your dad work in the crushing industry?
Is he a crusher?
Senior crush manager or something? Like, just let us know.
I love senior crush manager. This is going to be gone.
What else could we... Well, I like this idea a lot. I hope we'll move forward with this and see if something can be made of it, because I think it'd be very fun. I don't know how much of our audience is really interested in us becoming crushers, maybe.
But
they will.
I found one. I'm like, ooh, a 100-ton Eagle hydraulic press. It weighs 57,000 pounds.
10,000.
That weighs more, almost, than that other guy's bitch press, right? Or no, he's got a 100-ton press.
No. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it weighs more than he can crush.
Yeah.
He's got a 100, so not quite, but
that would be funny. His his press couldn't even lift ours.
No, his press is that has to be like a minute-long segment every time. Is just making fun of his press. It's garbage. Our
Recently this week on the Crushing Channel, as we call it,
and then show some lame rubber ducky.
Yeah. He crushed a duck. Guess what we're crushing? A real duck! And then the duck's like looking terrified, like, no! And then we cut to our intro music.
No. What we do is our intro music is like, oh, no, like really intense, and his is just horse shit, awful, like that bumbling music when someone's like tripping around in a cartoon, like dum da dum da dum da 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 dum, and just fucking with this awful duck.
I want to do this so badly.
Me too. Just to ruin this Finman's dream.
I feel like Colin would get involved in this too. I can just imagine Colin really enjoying a crushing machine, you know? Yeah. Like, I feel like, I mean, who?
Oh, try those shoes. Crush those boots.
You know, we had a problem with those boots. They shipped without insoles. Yeah, and because it's Colin and like he wouldn't tell us about something like that, it took us like 3 or 4 wearings to notice that the bottom of them were rock hard and you could see like the stitches underneath them. And I'm like, is this normal? I look at their website and no, they're supposed to come with cushions underneath. So
it's lame.
Yeah, we returned them. New ones came in today.
Those were not cheap boots. Yeah.
They made a mistake. I haven't opened the new package yet. I could do it on air and see if they have insoles this time.
Yeah, let's do those fancy boots. Let's see if we're going to have to start a problem with those boot motherfuckers.
Look out, Timberland. Rape Squad killers on their way. This press, everyone keeps knocking this press as they're not interested in it. Like, it needs to be bigger and badder than this. This isn't an appropriate starter press? Maybe we need to know the travel on the hydraulic thing, because I don't see his.
It says... I think it said like 30 inches, I think.
So 33 inches of movement on the carriage. But I need to know the length of the ram, how far the ram travels.
Good point. Now there's a video here.
14.5 inches. How does that compare to his RAM? I think it's in the same league as what he has.
Oh, this thing ships like disassembled.
You want to watch this video together? Oh, it's 9 minutes. Never mind.
It's very poorly made. You won't appreciate their audio quality, I promise.
I have it muted. But yeah, it looks like you could assemble it in the shop. And I could probably unload these pieces.
It's $5,500 shipped through Amazon, according to my little Chrome extension here.
Amazon. Huh. I didn't even think to look on Amazon. But we could do this, and then, like, the upside of this thing is it's real. Like, it's new. It would actually ship. We could get it. $5,500. I mean, I could buy that. It'd be here in a few days. As a matter of fact, I need to wait for the cement to dry. Like, it's so easy to happen. It could happen too fast. And I'm sitting here, you know. I need to give it the cement pours Saturday. So, you know, it'll probably be ready for the press a week later.
You know, I think at the end of the month, I'm going away for 2 weeks. So we're going to have to figure out PKA during that time. I'm going to have to make sure I've got a good setup to take with me. I can't really say where I'm going right now.
Can you type it?
You're not going to show everybody, are you?
Actually, I'm right now preparing all the bump messages. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we should wrap hydraulic press talk. I think we should strongly consider this exact press. I have a thing for Grizzly equipment too, so we should look at them too. They're usually cheap, Chinese made, but like, you know, strong iron, and yeah, maybe make this press thing actually happen. I feel like this has gone from the no flipping way this really happens to, hey, maybe.
Yeah, I think we should all come to your house and do a thing there. Like,
seriously,
you know, it's a shame that Wings is persona non grata.
Oh right, I forgot for a second.
Yeah. Well, that seems like a very smooth segue into LootCrate, I think. This episode is being brought to you by LootCrate. LootCrate is a monthly subscription box service for epic geek and gamer items, as well as pop culture gear. For less than $20 a month, you get 4 to 8 items that include licensed gear, apparel, collectibles, unique one-of-a-kind items, and more. Make sure to head on over to lootcrate.com/painkiller and enter code PAINKILLER, that's all caps it seems, to save $3 on any new subscription. LootCrate is more than just a subscription service. It's an entire community of fans that share their experiences and interact with one another around the unboxing of each month's crate. They guarantee $40 plus in value in every crate, and sometimes it's a lot more. Every crate, every month there is a different theme, and all items are curated around that theme. Previous crates have included items from franchises like Star Wars, Marvel, and The Walking Dead, The Legend of Zelda, and many more. The theme this month is Versus, celebrating many of the greatest rivalries in pop culture: Dark Knight versus Man of Steel, Alien versus Predator, Spock versus Mirror Universe Spock, Daredevil versus Punisher, Harley Quinn versus everyone. And our exclusive items include something you can display, something you can wear, and something you can use. Oh, and don't forget their tea and loot pin. So remember, you only have until the 19th at 9 p.m. Pacific to subscribe and receive that month's crate. And when the cutoff happens, that's it. It's over. So go on to lootcrate.com/painkiller and enter offer code painkiller to get $3 off your new subscription today.
Check them out.
Check them out.
Well done, Kyle.
Did that
Man versus...
You made me really want to check them out, because I think that you got a sample of LootCrate and you were telling me it was really great, but I didn't get one.
I got a lot of stuff in there. That's not really my thing usually, but I like little knickknacks that I can put on my desk and, you know, around the house and stuff like that. And I gave a bunch of that stuff away. But yeah, there's Man versus Steel stuff. It's cool stuff. I like
seems
like
a way.
There's
really
so many
interesting.
LootCrate services out there.
Yeah,
Go
like
ahead.
LootCrate to me is almost like synonymous. Like it's a code word for monthly subscription based type stuff. My daughter's always asking for things. Someone told me, I mentioned she wanted a redhead makeup LootCrate like thing. And someone else was like, yeah, like as a fellow ginger, I can completely see why somebody would want that. And like more, and people just like, if what's in Loot Crate is your cup of tea, then you get a monthly Christmas.
There should be a loot crate for every group. I feel like there definitely should be, and there really is.
Even the
pretty much at
shitty
this point.
groups.
But
KKK
we're talking
Loot
about.
Crate.
Wait. Stop. You might ruin an ad read. You're going to fuck it up. They're going to write us back and be like, no.
I already thought of that, but I wasn't going to say it because I'm usually the one that upsets our sponsors with my silliness. I think I've seen a few of them running already. But I wasn't going to say anything about the KKK box. But now that you mention it, it might have that rope from my childhood in it.
Stop. There's
Plant crate.
I have a question for Chiz that I just typed in. I'd like you to answer that real quick, if you'd be so kind. If you would be so kind. Okay, perfect. Because I was gonna make fun of that, and I want to make sure that that's not the thing they're in. Loot crates like this make sense to me. If that's what the term is a loot crate or a crate that you get every month makes sense. If it's stuff that you can use. You like Batman, you get a bunch of fucking Batman stuff. You like subscription box, Chiz says. The fucking cookie of the week, muffin of the month club. That sounds so fucking stupid and ridiculous. Why would you want? You can go to a bakery way closer to you, no matter where you are, and get one. Get a way better muffin than this one that was shipped to you in some sealed container that was probably made 6 days ago. I don't get that. I know
bet
Woody
Kyle's
orders
about to
online.
disagree with you.
Yeah, man. Woody sent some cookies our way one time, and for a whole fucking year, every month there was a box of cookies, and those things were delicious. It was a dozen cookies every time. They were always different cookies. I loved that shit. I want to buy it for myself now, so that there's just always cookies coming.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm being biased. I just don't like sweets.
If
there was a loot crate for cheesy cracker snacks, I'd be down for that.
It's not
it was
Loot
only
Crate,
cheeses.
but my wife buys chocolate from this place in Jersey called Bromelo's. They're you've never. You know what? If you haven't had Bromelo's, you are a candy virgin. I really don't.
Is it Bromelo's?
I wouldn't know.
Bromelo's. Oh, just like a mommy used to make.
It is. I feel like buying it now. It's kind of expensive. It's it's not uncommon to spend $70 on the chocolate, which is a lot for some frickin' chocolate. But
it's good.
Yeah, but you don't know shit about candy if you haven't had this. Bromelo's.
Do they have salted caramels?
I don't
Those
know.
are great.
Yeah, but yeah, you think whatever you like is good. You haven't had good yet.
I know Chiz was doing 10 bottles of 100% food shipped every 3 days to you, almost like a subscription box, right, Chiz?
It was an enormous amount. I know he spent.
That hydraulic
he
press
did-
is $6,000, not $5,500.
He did it in bulk. So you just ordered a fuck ton of useless powder. And now you got it. Just in case the bathroom needs regrouting or anything like that.
It's weird, but they haven't upped their advertising with us again.
Yeah, he got.
They're getting a lot more mention than a lot of advertisers. Granted, it's very negative.
We got the theme from their website. Their website's reviews were all not as horrific as you might guess, or something.
Yeah, I remember asking Chiz beforehand, and Chiz was like, "They said be honest," and so we were honest. We were very, I'd say, too honest, honestly. But
after every drink, I made a face like it was whiskey.
yeah. You would probably prefer whiskey to that.
I don't know. I'm really not a whiskey guy.
No, I would. At least whiskey is regular liquid. You could just swallow like liquid. It just doesn't linger. Like chunks of it.
I know.
I love Kyle's copy pasting skill. Kyle's sending something
I
in
have
the
stuff
chat,
in front of.
and it's really as bad as I say it is.
I don't understand what you're trying to send. Oh, here it is.
Oh, he was sending. Ooh.
That's great.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is this something I can
operates
share
Skype
with the world, or?
Yeah. It's still a work in progress. The artists at the hot sauce company are working with several of images that aside from this one.
Wow.
And and the knives, we should be able to do pre-sales next show. We're setting up an Etsy store that'll have it'll be like product will be shipped on X date because we know when the knives will be coming because they're already ordered and everything. And so you'll be able to pre-order those if you want. And they're going to ship, I don't know the exact date, but Kitty does know that exact date. And it'll be there on the store. So we'll have that next week.
Nice. Well, I think that picture looks great. And it looks like he looks like a real chef there.
I got several like that. It was a silly time over at Wings' house. You want a hot sauce of the month box, Chiz? That's a lot of hot sauce. You got to be a real connoisseur to be going through a bottle a month.
Yeah, that's a lot of vinegar to just be essentially drinking. Anyway, well done with the photography, Kyle. I think that looks very good. Let's see. Let me get a full pic, full
it's
view
the same
here.
size.
I see that now.
You blow it up, it gets all pixelated.
The old thumbnail pic. Yeah.
Kyle, for a guy who's made as many videos as Kyle, he's not really a computer person yet.
No, not really.
Yeah.
Well, this is what I got here. Like, I don't know what you want.
I learned render settings from Kyle. Like, we've talked about that conversation before, but like,
we have.
Yeah, I was like, dude, this is. I'll just let you know how to make great videos. I'll give up my secret. Here it is. And it was him.
Yeah, he linked me my own video about render settings.
Yeah.
I was like, yep, that guy, you're right, Woody. He's got it all figured out. That guy must have watched endless hours of other videos and then experimented for days at a time, making thousands of sample videos uploaded to private on his channel.
That guy was my ace in the hole. I shared him with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on with that picture. There's a higher quality of that because that's, I did it with Wings DSLR. So I don't know why that's a shitty quality.
You used Wings' camera?
No, I like
that.
Yeah, well, I got there and I had brought a camera, but I wasn't very familiar with it. It was my girlfriend's DSLR, and he was like, "Well, I got mine right here," and I was like, "Well, I got mine," and I had the whole case and everything. And he's like, "Up, shoot, come on!" And I was like, "He makes a good point. I'll just use his." So, just use his.
I see where you're coming from. Oh, did that guy? Someone on the PKA subreddit said, "Kyle, your move." And I don't know what he sent you. Maybe a picture and like a bunch of reader card adapter. Oh, did the card get into my package?
No. That reader card adapter, I have one of those, and still that doesn't solve the issue. It just doesn't. No, it didn't make it in your package. But you did get shipped the flamethrower, your saw, and your sleeping bag. You got all those things back.
I know.
And I know how much you appreciate little items like that. So I was worried, even being like the keeper of those items for a short period of time. I would walk past where the saw was every day, and I'd be like, oh, the saw's still there. Nobody's fucking with that saw. I'd already put the saw in a closet because I was worried some asshole was going to come in there and be like cutting like brick with it or something, like tile. Like, I don't know what could happen.
You didn't scratch my saw or like, you didn't rub my sleeping bag or anything, right?
Kitty's like cutting like dirt bags open with it and like dulling the fuck out of it. I don't know what. So I was very happy to get all those items back to you. They'll be there tomorrow.
If you look carefully, you can see the paintball scar on my head. I have a circular, it's like my own Harry Potter mark. Can you see it?
Well, that's generous.
I've still got a bump from that on my head. I can feel it beneath the skin. It's like
a knot.
Yeah, a knot. Yeah.
Yeah, I can actually see that through the webcam. Not yours, Kyle, because I think yours is on the top of your head by your hair. But I can see Woody's when he gets close.
I didn't know what it was. I was like, honey, do you see a thing
here? Rough time.
And she's like, yeah, that's from your paintball getting shot in the face. Great.
What
permanently
is it?
scarred
like,
in the face.
You got shot in the face and it blew the skin off his head.
It's a scar from a paintball gun. I had a mask on, of course, but like the mask went here, and I don't know if I had a hat on. I think I did.
Woody darts through a room past a doorway, and there's a guy waiting there already shooting, or shooting at the exact wrong moment.
Yeah,
and my helmet cam catches it pretty well as Woody's kind of like head down running, and the paintball just like point blank. I mean, the barrel to his head is like this, and he visibly recoils and like lowers his head as he continues in. And yeah, it was bad. It bled quite a bit, and it was so swollen. I really wanted when we got to Denny's to like make it out like it was a lover's quarrel between the two of us, and that's why he had this big knot on his head. I wanted the waitress to be like, "Oh Lord, what happened?" The same thing that's going to happen to the other side if he keeps running that dick around town.
Well, someone said we were going to make it to dinner by 7, and looks to me like it's 7:15. I can make that mistake again, Woody. How are we? And you're all snidey and mean, but also a little gay sounding.
Yeah. Oh, we did go to Outback. That was a good trip. I remember that we all got some booze, and I remember it was really tasty because we'd had a hard weekend of playing paintball. It was.
What kind of booze did you get?
Probably got a margarita or something. I don't really remember. Yeah, I got a margarita.
Just with your online character, you drink the fruitiest drinks, which is fine. I don't get it. I don't understand how you can drink that and not have a horrible stomach ache.
Well, I just drink one or two. I don't, I'm eating the bread with it too. I mean, there's a couple shots of tequila in there. It's tasty. I like tequila, and I wasn't really trying to get that drunk. If I'm gonna drink, I'll drink tequila probably, or Jaeger or something like that. I can't do vodka anymore, and most like whiskey and bourbon and stuff like that. Like nothing I can really deal with anymore. Like anything from Crown Royal to Jameson to Jack Daniels, all that stuff just makes me cringe so bad now. I can't deal with it.
You've just had it ruined for you by getting too ill on it?
Yeah. I used to really like Maker's Mark. And my friend Paul got me into Manhattan, Maker's Mark Manhattan. And after you sip one of those things down, you know, you got to get it down. But once you get one of them down, that second one's fucking tasty. And the third one is delicious.
Because it is a lot of alcohol.
It's so much alcohol. Like, I mean, it's a glass, like, you know, it's a big glass that the Manhattan comes in. And you're just kind of sipping it away. And the sips get bigger and bigger and bigger until you're just like it's a Coke or something. And just ripped on that thing. And it's tasty. I like that. And if I'm going to drink vodka, it's Tito's vodka. And I don't know. I like some olives in there, some blue cheese stuffed olives maybe. So I got something to snack on. Yeah.
Oh man, that's a common food that I loathe is olives. So gross.
I like blue cheese stuffed olives. I don't like regular olives.
I didn't know they put blue cheese in drinks in olives. That
They
seems
do
like
if
too
you
much
ask
shit
them
going
to.
on.
I
Yeah.
sent a message to an eBay seller for a shipping quote on a 100-ton hydraulic press. We'll see how this goes.
So according to Chiz, AMC is about to start letting people text while they're in the theater, and that's so fucking stupid.
Can I bring
that's
flashlights
outrageous.
too?
Can I just scream and clap?
I'm really particular about this because, like, when I go to IMAX, I almost always go to the IMAX because I like it. I watch Superman versus Batman in IMAX 3D, and I always pick I get my tickets on Fandango like a few days in advance so I can pick the exact seats I want because I usually like to get the seats that whoever mixed the sound, wherever that guy sits, that's where I want to sit. So I always look that information up and see what's going on with that. So I feel like I'm getting my best audio experience as well. Unfortunately, that's kind of right in the center of the theater. And that's where a lot of people like to congregate. So despite the fact that there was only like 12 people in this like afternoon showing, they were all around me. And these cocksuckers behind me just wouldn't shut the fuck up. And it wasn't that they were being loud. They were just being loud enough that I could hear them. And even that alone was just driving me insane. And I wanted to fucking explode and scream at them and call them like cunts. But you know, you can't do that in public.
As you do.
Can't have a fucking public meltdown, but I wanted to so bad. I wanted to throw my drink on them. I wanted to fucking explode, but you can't.
I almost lost it at I'm sorry, continue. I just jumped right.
So the idea of like people like texting and like they're not even being like a crowd mentality of, hey, fucking cut it out, dude. Someone else is going to be like, it's actually, you know, you do it according to the rules. You can text. And yeah, I won't go to AMC then. I don't anyway, but I won't go somewhere where that's fucking allowed. I would like it if there was a strict no talking policy. I wish they had like 2 or 3 movie Nazis in there with those red flashlights who would fucking zone in on anybody. Even murmur. When I used to go to the Walking Dead night at there's a bar maybe I think it's called 6 Feet Under. Yeah, there's a,
it would appear someone is discussing the intricacies of the plot during the film. We would appreciate perhaps you keep it to
I'll tell you
yourself.
what, I used to go, I think the bar was called 6 Feet Under, maybe. I might be getting that wrong in Atlanta, but they do weekly Walking Dead watching parties. And with the Walking Dead on A&E, you know, first the previous week's episode plays, And that's a casual thing. Everybody's eating, drinking, ordering drinks. It's a bar with with food and everything. It's a bar restaurant, but there is a bar around the middle that's like a legit bar. And there's TVs everywhere, kind of like a sports bar setup. But when the real one comes on, they let you know beforehand. He's like, "All right, the show's about to start." And he's on a microphone. This is the main guy. "Show's about to start. Got a couple rules. First of all, there's no talking. That means whispering, murmuring, anything verbal. You want your waitress, you signal her over and point. Do your best with gestures. There will be no talking. It will not be tolerated. This is your warning." And that's it. And then the fucking show starts, and inevitably there's somebody who steps out of line. And he doesn't even wait around. There's no psst, psst. There's none of that. The show will be going, and he'll be quick and succinct with it, but loud as fuck. In the middle of the show, "Hey, you shut up or you're out of here now!" And everybody will just be like, "What the fuck?" And nobody has ever stood up to that. Like, they always shut the fuck. And I've seen 2 people get escorted out. They're like, you're done. You're done. It's like, give me your food, give me your fucking drinks. Like, you're done. Just, you're out of here. That's it.
It doesn't sound fun.
It's
sounds
awesome.
like there's-
That's what I want.
I might like that. Yeah.
I like it. We all liked it. Like, we were all fans of the show, but we wanted the environment of the bar, the group feeling of it, because a lot of times people who did the makeup and sound and like little jobs would be there. And they would say that beforehand in his speech. He'd be like, "Hey, there are people here tonight that worked on this. This is very important to them.
That's pretty cool.
This is a big deal to us." And yeah, so we met.
I can see it both ways, actually. I think it would be fun if everyone was completely silent and into it as much as we do. I know snoring policy, which is funny. It would also be fun if it was like the that you remember we saw the Conor McGregor fight against Chad Mendez at a movie theater.
87.
It was like being at like a sports arena. It was like going to the game. You know, there were other people there cheering. There were people clapping. We were excited when Conor won. Someone else was pissed when Conor won. And like it was. I felt like it was a group experience.
Different event. You know, a sporting event lends itself to a cheering crowd, to that sort of thing. You know, you're rooting for the home team, etc. But I feel like a TV show, especially one like The Walking Dead, where they're always whispering and murmuring, and we're trying not to alert the zombies. Like, I need to hear what they're fucking saying. And if there's some jackass over here wants another beer and he ruins that, then I'm not coming back to this bar to watch it. You know, I'm here because I want the deep fried fudge cake that they make. They would only make one a night, and they were serious about it. I tried to order 2, and they wouldn't do it. Someone else got it, and so as soon as I got there, I'd immediately order it, so I would be the only one to get one. And then everybody within sight would smell and see what I got. It's literally a cake, a chocolate fudge cake, deep fried, and it's in like covered in powdered sugar. Everybody would want it, but they wouldn't make another one, no matter what. You couldn't pay them off. I offered $50 for one night. She said no.
I hate shit like that at restaurants where they make something popular and they have this drummed up manufactured scarcity of it. Oh, no. We've got 16 chicken wings in the back for every evening. We don't do 15, we don't do 17, we do 16 wings. That's 2 orders of it. You go fuck yourself. We're not making any more. How about you do what the customer wants? How about you make another chocolate cake and stop berating people for ordering a drink at your bar while there's a show on that should have ended 4 seasons ago?
I asked him, I was like, why? Why won't you make 2 of them? Why don't you make 10 of them if the people will pay? And they were like, it's really messy to make, and the batter, and they only don't...
Well, we really have no business understanding, which is why we're running this in the first place, clearly kind of making some of our customers feel a bit isolated, not wanted. And when this series is over, we fully expect to remain a successful bar based on these pretenses and things
they were, they were successful every other night of the week, I guess. It was a nice place, but I thought that was a cool little feature that they did. And I liked that fucking cake. Like, I wish I had one now.
It might be neat if it would work. I just don't feel like there's any way in a bar when people have been drinking all night that even a guy screaming is going to get people to shut up, because it does it. Like, people are going to be murmuring the whole time.
No, I'm telling you, like, the people who are... Like first of all, getting a table is an issue. We get there 2 hours early, like when we would go. Like, it was a whole thing. Yeah. Like, to get a good table, like with a good TV in front of you and everything, it was like going to a sporting event. So we just get there early and eat appetizers and drink and be pretty lit by the time the show started. And we'd get a table for all our friends, and they'd...
Actually, that does make sense, because you were a little lit by the time the show started, so you weren't like the sober guy sitting there like, God damn it, like, I can't pay attention, all these fuckers are talking, I can hear you, I wish that guy would just yell at them, God, that guy's a cunt, like, but you're a little bit lit, and so it's like, you're not even paying attention to, Susie Q being a little too loud with her...
I'm telling you, nobody does it. nobody would get too loud. Like it would have it. I watched an
remarkable.
entire season there, and it happened like 3 times ever. And most of the time, like a quick like, "Hey, that's not tolerated," would like shut it down immediately. Like there were no fuck ups. Like it was a nice place.
That'd be great if a place did that for Game of Thrones.
I would be down for that. Yeah, that'd be
like
cool to be watched in a group environment. I'm really looking forward to the new season, man. I like I've been saying all along, I haven't watched any of the teasers. I don't know anything that's coming.
10 days.
10 days. Chiz saying that Alamo Drafthouse does Game of Thrones. I think it would be cool if I was with a group of people I knew. But in that case, I want to go to Woody's house and watch on his giganto 100-inch screen or whatever, right? I don't really want to go hang out with some strangers and watch it. What if their opinions differ from mine? Clearly, my opinion is correct.
Coordinate
Now I have to listen to their
hydraulic press batch shooting with Game of Thrones, right? We could just make sure that we're all here on a Sunday night. We'll take it over. Dude, my 100-inch screen and projection is pretty cool. I really like it. I think you would too. My audio, fuck, dude. Like, when you feel it thump your ass, you're going to be like, oh, yeah, like Woody was right about this. My audio is, there's no room for improvement. Is
it just like, oh, man, we got to come over, and you're going to have to bear with us while we watch the extended edition of all 3 Lord of the Rings. Because
Dude.
Those are great. A whole day event, and the sound is on point when you can hear those little goblins scurrying around. Oh, in the halls of Moria as they're looking around. They know they're coming.
I would like it.
I own the trilogy.
Hobbit trilogy. Fuck you, Chiz.
Oh, no. Not the Hobbit trilogy. No.
Oh, you're not coming, Chiz. No. You can watch that on a portable DVD player in the bathroom.
This should be great. And Kyle, we have another fence to put in.
I will do no manual labor.
You know what, Kyle? I've actually got a 52, 56-inch TV. You just come over. I don't even have the fence that he's putting in. Yeah.
I've got a 72-inch. You can come over here and no fencing here either.
Okay,
You know
we'll hire someone
good.
to do the fence. No, we need a
I'm gonna
fence
get
for
there
the
and
pool.
you're gonna conscript me to go get you snacks because the dog's gonna be trying to eat you every time you go upstairs. The thing. I'm scared of that dog.
Oh, he doesn't have that dog anymore. He's got
No,
Ender
not Woody. Your dog, Dax.
Oh,
Oh,
Dax.
my dog.
Dax.
Oh, that cocksucker. Yeah. Oh, fuck. I've been feeding him a little chicken every day when I come home. Like I stop by Zaxby's and get like a small chicken tenders, and I give him a few pieces of chicken every day. So I'm trying to win him back, I guess, or at least get him to stop barking at me.
What if accidentally one day you order the chicken tenders? God damn it, they put chicken wings in there. The poor thing eats it whole, chokes on a couple of bones. God damn, nobody could have seen it coming.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but at Wing's house, we did like we filmed a couple things, and I had an entire plate of hot wings there that were gonna be like the before and after for a thing. And anyway, we poured the Frank's Red Hot all over them. So now we had an entire big plate of raw hot wings, big ones, not little, like tiny ones, covered in Frank's Red Hot. And he was like, "Oh, Chevy will love these." And I was like, "At least wash the hot sauce off of them." And he's like, "Ah, she loves it." And I was like, "But it's chicken." But he'd already given this huge plate of like raw chicken wings covered in Frank's Red Hot to that Labrador, and that dog was just munching them up as I was leaving. I was like,
That's gonna kill that fucking dog.
We should have pinged Wings as an emergency guest.
"Oh, we should have." He messaged me earlier.
You can ping him right now.
He messaged me too. Did you message him back?
No, I didn't know what this was about. He said, "Are you free in 45 minutes?" And then he tried
That's
to.
what he wrote me.
He
I
tried
wonder
to
who
send
we
me this
picked
guy.
first.
Well, he tried to send me a contact as well. Did he do that to you?
Mm-mm.
He tried to share this gentleman's contact information with me.
Any-
It was like 20 minutes before the show when he sent me that, so I didn't even reply because it's like 20 minutes before the show.
Well, yeah, we should. If he can hop in for a bit, we could ping him. Maybe Chiz could be on that. Maybe Chiz could check.
Ping Jim.
If you're not too busy watching them
Wings and
rehash
see if he's
issues.
available right now.
Yeah, see if he'll hop in for the last bit of the show. Quick
Yeah.
hockey update. Looks like the Islanders caught up, took the lead, and beat the Panthers in Game 1. Stars won against the Wild 2-0. Sharks and Kings are tied. Chiz, I know you're tied to the screen there. And the Capitals beat the Flyers 2-0.
Chiz, can we get an update on which of the cucks outdid each other in the Democratic national debate?
Was it the annoying, soulless woman or the spineless, withered old man? Was it the weak-looking octogenarian who brought home the gold tonight? Did he? The guy who could die tonight, and no people would be sad, but no one would be surprised. Like, I can't believe that you're watching another one of these debates, man.
I can't believe
It's the same thing. I haven't watched any this entire time because I know they're all the same. It's the same shit every time.
Well, shouldn't you watch one then?
I watched the last cycle. I know, Chiz. I know I don't follow any. It really bothers you though that I have strong opinions on things that I don't research.
That's great.
I come on. I have strong opinions on all the candidates. Have you watched any of the debates? No. Have you read their No.
He's sending Taylor all this literature. Read this, read that. Taylor's like, nah.
Yeah, he sent us one thing earlier tonight, and he was like, read this list of things, and it was a list on Sanders for president on Reddit, which is the most biased. And I told him that's like me sending him, a link from Dr. Mengele's website from the Nazi about how Jews are actually the worst. Like, of course it's biased. Like, it's totally leaning that direction. Like, I would not send you a link from the Donald and be like, look at that. Looks like I'm in the right corner. Like, no. And I even pointed out on there, I'm like, hey, this list of his achievements, first of all, there's not even one per year. Barely one every couple of years. And there's a gap between 1992 and, like, 2007 on this list. So even his most adamant people that love him realize that he had a 15-year drought of efficacy, apparently. Which probably isn't even true, Chiz.
It's not true. Are we talking about the stuff he passed?
But he hates it.
Okay, now I see the goal.
He hates it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chiz. I'm sorry. Anyway. Yeah, go back to hockey talk.
No, I want to keep poking at Chiz.
I know.
Chiz is truly into Sanders. Like, it's... I hate my own position.
$3,200 something now.
All of us have shitty positions. I'll explain. Me, I dislike all the candidates. You have to pick one. You have to find a guy you dislike the least, at least, and I haven't done that yet. Taylor, strong opinions, change every week, completely unresearched, right? so that's not good.
They vary wildly. Just
Kyle, hardcore Trump supporter who pretends he only supports him for the lulz, right? That's intolerable. And Chiz,
absolutely not.
Hardcore Sanders supporter, completely drinking the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, he thinks. See, if Chiz were super into Cruz or Trump, it'd be harder to do with Trump because embracing Trump in and of itself is almost accepting of the jokes coming your way because it's already, you know what I mean? Like, right. People who are supporting Trump expect that. If you were a huge fan of Hillary, right, I would be targeting her really hard because he's so passionate about it. It's just like when you make fun of the St. Louis Blues losing in hockey in the playoffs. I want to be like, fuck you. But really, I'm like, well, the fact is, Woody, is that our shot stats from the past few years are actually way better than you're thinking. You're not giving us the credit and you don't care. You just want to get under my skin. And you did. But I have that urge to defend the team. Just like Chiz, he has to defend Team Sanders. He can't resist. It's great. I saw all those posts on the Reddit that were like, on the PKA Reddit, that were like saying what you said about Kyle, that he's a secret Trump supporter. I was sold on that for a bit. I'm not 100%
He went to a Trump rally.
I know that he likes Trump way more than he pretends to, because you always back off and do the, but that would just be so crazy. Like, because you have to with Trump a bit. But I think
he's so entertaining. I'm entertained by Trump.
He's not that entertaining.
He is to me.
Okay,
I find him.
What's his best Trump joke?
What?
Where's his zinger in the debates?
It's a different kind of comedy than that. It's
right?
It's not about necessarily what he's. The funny thing is, his supporters are playing off him though. I think it's his style. It's everything about him. I think he's funny when he's up there. I think the way he took all those politicians apart, like from Jeb Bush to Marco Rubio, I think that's funny. I like seeing these guys being treated without respect, being treated indignantly, and they're like nobody's ever called them a dickhead before. Nobody's ever called them a goober or made fun of their dick size. Like,
it's fun seeing their fish out of water experience because they've always been attacked by politicians in a way that Hillary Clinton attacks people, which is very measured, very precise. You don't want to overextend yourself, but you don't want to be too weak either. But
And I hate politicians, and I don't believe in our political system anymore. I feel like it's so inherently flawed that it's just a broken system. I don't believe in it anymore. It's crap. I feel like there are two or three bigger things than I can ever be that are already guiding our politicians the way they want. There's corporations, there's banks, there's multinational interests that are putting so much pressure on our politicians that my voice is so drowned out. It's not even a point. It's not even democracy anymore.
I want to say this.
It's an oligarchy.
I kind of agree with everything you're saying. If Trump doesn't represent the Republicans, having gotten the most votes, I strongly agree with what you're saying. If it goes to a brokered convention and the guy with the most votes doesn't win, fuck the Republicans.
I already feel that way. I'm not even talking about the Republican Party or the Democrat Party. I'm just talking about the U.S. government and the way it's run. And most world governments, I don't know any good ones. Fuck, none of them seem to work. There seems like so much red tape that it's entirely ineffective. From the smallest levels of state government up into the biggest like nation swathing policies from the federal government. I don't like any of it. I'm more and more libertarian every day. And I don't like any of our politicians. I don't feel like they really are representing us. They're just not.
Mm-hmm. And I think they're a bunch of squares.
You know what's better than politic talk? SquareSpace.
SquareSpace is a service that lets you build a website. It's really great, and I think that Kyle can tell you even more about it because I don't have the copy.
Well, their sites look professionally designed regardless of your skill level. There's no coding required. They're intuitive. They have intuitive and easy to use tools. Squarespace has state-of-the-art technology powering your website to ensure security and stability. They're trusted by millions of people and some of the most respected brands in the world. And it all starts out at $8 per month. You get a free domain if you sign up for a year. That's a pretty good deal. So start your free trial today with no credit card required at squarespace.com. When you decide to sign up for Squarespace, make sure to use offer code PKA to get 10% off your first purchase. Squarespace, build it beautiful. I feel like we'll use Squarespace, I'm sure, to make our Crusher website.
I didn't notice that you could get your free month without a credit card required. Like, that's a big thing. Because you know how they hey, you sign up for your free month, and then, like, you forget about it, and they start charging you.
And then they bill you.
That's their, like, whole business model. They're like, hey, have your free month. I assume they just end your website if after a month you're not doing it. So that's pretty cool.
Not Squarespace. They're not trying to fool you into doing it. They know the product will speak for itself. Or the service, rather.
And joining us mid show is Mr. Wings of Redemption himself. What's going on, man?
How are you doing, Wings?
Doing wonderful. Doing wonderful.
Dude, thanks for coming.
Is that a Blues jersey?
It is a Blues jersey. Yes, it is.
Well, I was talking about behind you. Like, is it signed or something?
No, that one's not signed. It's just one that I have in a glass box. My girlfriend bought it for me.
Last time I knew about the St. Louis Blues, Brett Hull still played for him.
That was a long fucking time ago. Well, to be fair, you're not really in a hockey part of the country. Like, not much down there.
Yeah, anything past the Canadian border is generally not hockey country.
Yeah. I mean, you can go to, like, a Hurricanes game, see the other dozen people, have a good time.
Hey, Hurricanes really actually cool. The only Carolina team with some championships.
Are they really? Oh, the Panthers don't have one.
Panthers
don't have one. Braves ain't got one since 95.
Wait, the Panthers do have one, or they don't?
No, they don't.
I thought...
Which
I don't know.
They're a fairly new team.
We went twice.
They lost this year.
We went twice.
Yeah.
I thought the Panthers had a Super Bowl. Are we talking about the Carolina Panthers?
Yeah.
The Carolina Panthers, yes.
Well,
I thought they had a Super Bowl.
We can Google that.
Chiz.
Figure that
We
right
should have had one this year. We were the best team this year.
I really wanted to see Carolina win this past Super Bowl. I was bummed out. Because it's just that big four-headed fuck has way too much success already. Just retire.
So Wings.
I'm in the camp that Peyton Manning was, Peyton Manning paid off Cam Newton to throw the game. That was easily Cam Newton's worst game of the season, and it just has to be in the Super Bowl.
You think that Papa John money was enough to push him over the edge, give up the ring?
Yeah. And Peyton Manning, he's a super Republican. He's about that dirty shit.
Maybe so.
He's a Jed.
As opposed to those Democrats, where the dirty shit is built right into their super delegated system.
Now,
right.
The
super delegates are full of shit too.
I want to talk about the drama you got going on up at your place. We all watched your video today.
I'm so excited.
We were sitting around watching your latest video.
We watch them all. We all watch Twigs. We watch them all.
Yeah, man. So let me get this straight. Your grandma got this boyfriend off Plenty of Fish.
Correct.
Imported him over to Myrtle Beach. And it seemed like in her little video that you nefariously recorded with your cell phone camera, it seemed like she was. Realize that. Yeah, it seemed like she was trying to play it off like, he just wanted to come to Myrtle Beach, and I knew him. That's all it was. But in reality, it seems like maybe she had some feelings for this guy, and now they've kind of...
Let me clear the slate up, because I looked at the subreddit, and they had the story all twisted.
Which subreddit? Right. It was the podcast show? Or
the PKA.
The PKA subreddit. I didn't see that thread. Okay.
All right. My grandma recently got into Plenty of Fish. She's a woman that leads a very isolated life, and she just does stuff to make herself entertained. Well, she finds Jim, which is the guy's name, and Jim doesn't have transportation. She don't know anything about him, but in 3 weeks she's in love. So she decides to move him down here, and so she asked me to rent a U-Haul and go get him, and he would pay me the money to, after all the stuff, which he did.
This is great.
I rented a U-Haul, and I paid the gas money and everything, and I helped move him down.
Let me jump in. How far did you drive with this U-Haul? Like, and was it like a U-Haul you tow behind your truck?
Yes, it was an enclosed 12-footer.
All right, so you went and got one of those 12-foot U-Hauls, hooked it up to your truck, and then you drove to where?
Fayetteville, North Carolina.
How far of a drive is that? So you drove 2 hours. You never met this guy before.
110 miles, something like that.
So you never met this guy before. You load his shit up, put him in your truck, and bring him back to your grandma's place.
Well, me and a guy named Doug did it. Yeah.
Has Jim ever been to prison?
Don't know about that question, but Doug is a guy that I had help me move the stuff because Jim is like 70, so he couldn't help me move dressers and stuff. So I took somebody with me.
Let me ask you this: did your grandma come on this trip with you?
Yes.
Okay, that was
nice. Her own car.
Okay, all right. So how long?
You didn't have to spend time. You didn't have to spend 2 hours just you and this guy in a truck. He rode with her, I'm sure.
That's my concern.
Correct.
So how did she fell in love with him online?
Mm-hmm.
Did they Skype or were they just sexting? Like, how does this go down?
Phone, FaceTime.
Okay.
So he gets down here in less than a week. She's ready to throw him out. He buys this big thumpity stereo system. Well, he got it from Aaron's. He bought, when there's buy here, pay here places. You got this big thumpy stereo systems, and they're like, this thing has 3 18-inch subwoofers built into it. It's and he put it in a single wide trailer. It's it didn't make sense.
And too much noise.
What kind of music? What kind of music does he play through this thumpity boombox that he got from Aaron's? Country Western. Like also some Marty Robbins?
Down Earl Haggard and some Waylon Jennings.
Okay.
This is hilarious.
I'd have an aneurysm.
This guy, regardless, the reason I'm telling you about the thumpity stereo system, there was a point about that, is because when shit started rolling downhill, that was the first complaint that gets thrown up, that she doesn't like the stereo in her house. Okay. So she was trying to throw the stereo out the door. This is a stereo that this man hasn't paid for fully yet. He's on a payment plan with it. So we had to stop.
Are they living in the same house?
They were living in the same house at that point.
Oh, okay.
So, so we had to call the law. Maybe because
call the law.
Grandma was in one of her moods. And my grandma, her blood pressure goes straight through the roof, and she gets ready to fight. My grandma is.
So the call just hit 4 hours. Click your video thing, and it'll come back. It's a little slow, but it'll do it.
Okay. I was make sure that it was recording.
No, we're good.
But so we called the law, and the law comes out and goes no, you can't throw him out. You got to go to the magistrate. You got to evict him. His mail comes here. He is now a tenant. Basically, what we were trying to tell her, we had to have the law tell her. So that kind of smoothed things out for about 4 days. And then she wants to throw his clothes out the door. So after that happens, he ends up, because she's talking pure tea dog shit to him when he's there, because they have these 2 recliners, and they would sit there, and she would just bitch at him all day. So he goes and rents a I need to do something?
Taylor did, but it's better. And Kyle, can you go on and off again too? It's not working.
Yeah. I don't know.
I should be fine, hopefully.
You are fine, Taylor.
Yeah, cool.
So, where was that?
They would talk. She would talk shit to him. They would
she would sit there and talk shit, like pure T shit. And it was it's so much. She was talking down to the man so much. I had to be like, dude, that's not cool. You can't sit there and talk bad about this man. Imagine if somebody stood over you all day and talked bad about you. And here's the kicker: she was charging the man $900 a month to stay in a single wide trailer.
No, she was not.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this was just a tenant that she found online.
So how much money? How many total months of rent did she extract from him? Like 1 month?
Two.
She got $1,800 cash off this guy.
Yeah.
And a stereo.
Well, the stereo he turned back in, but we'll get to that later. She actually probably got more than that because, like, I heard from him today that what would happen is he has a pension check from like some place he was like an employee of, and his pension check is like $2,400 a month. He would give her the entire check, both of the months he was there, and here's the kicker: he would rely on her to buy him stuff. Like, say he needed cigarettes or he wanted to go out to eat or something, he'd be like, she would have to pay for it because he pretty much gave her his whole check. Well, she started accusing him of never buying anything. And now you got to sit there and talk to my grandma, be like, well, he gave you all his money.
Mm-hmm.
You're not technically buying the stuff for him. You're using his money to buy the stuff for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you can't realistically charge that amount of money for the house that you're giving him.
So after a couple months, she kicks you out, she kicks him out. She kicks him out. So how does he end up at your place? That's what I want to know. Because I'm gonna be honest with you.
He eventually gets tired of it.
If I'd only known this,
he goes
dude
and rents a
2
place.
months, I can't see letting him come live with me. How is it that you're letting this guy live with you?
He eventually gets tired of it. He goes and rents a place, and he bounces a check. The check comes. He has like 4 checks come back on him. He has like the deposit check, which is like $1,000, the light check, the water check, and like a check he wrote at some gas station. So all 4 of those bounce. And then my mother starts feeling bad for him because like he didn't really know what to do here because he's like a 70-year-old man. You know, he's had a stroke. He doesn't have a car. He doesn't even have a license because of said stroke. So, and he's got about to be evicted from the place that he went to rent because he wrote bad checks to get out of there to get away from grandma. So, mama goes, come live with us. Well, she moves him into here since we have 5 bedrooms. And till we can find him a place and get him somewhere so he can be stable again. Because he's pretty much been transplanted from where he was at to down here, and he knows nobody down here. So that works. So we get him in here, and then grandma goes ballistic about that. And then she starts out with this building stuff. Like there's a building on the property, and she wants to throw his stuff out of the building because we took all the stuff that he had left and we put it out there in the building to keep it in storage because there's no room for it in the house.
Yeah.
And real quick,
So-
this is over the course of 1 week.
This is over the course of about a week and a half.
My God, that's a quick, descent into a terrible situation.
So what's this guy's name again?
Jim Williams.
What kind of engineer? You said he was an engineer. What did he do?
HVAC. What he did was
So, like,
like when
central air.
when big buildings would go online, like these box store buildings, he would design the systems that would go into the building, like the duct work and where the air conditioners would be placed and things of that nature.
Oh, okay. So like, kind of like a civil engineer, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what his job title is. I never really asked him because every time I ask him about anything, he wants to cry about how he loved grandma and he don't know why he did her wrong. I mean, that's all I can get out of him. But
Man.
grandma doesn't want his stuff in her building, so she calls the law on us. And the law
On
comes
you.
back out. Well, not me personally, but my mother.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so they go through that, and then mother busts out the landees and shows the law this, and he basically tells her that she can't keep calling him out here, or there's something that they can arrest you for if you keep abusing, like, the police. I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
Wasting
But
their
he tells
time.
Report.
Yeah, false report. And
I kind of want to meet this guy now. Is there any chance we get him on video sometime?
Yeah.
It's midnight, dude.
Well, not
Oh
right
yeah, I'm not
now,
talking
but
about
I mean,
now. I
you
know
know,
it's too late now, but like
Wings,
first
he's
two
old man.
things.
He's asleep.
we group watch
Yeah,
all your
two
videos.
things though. Like I think I'd love to get him on video and get his perspective of the thing, because I think your grandma like did him wrong. That's what it sounds like. But he needs a nickname though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hopefully moves out. That's just going to be his nickname.
Jim, who used to live
like
here. That's what we'll call him.
This sucks for you because you had nothing to do with the forming of any of this, and now it sounds like you're the guy who's kind of trying to take the high road.
I ended up getting a 70-year-old man dumped on me. I'm like, dude, I can't take care of
This
myself.
is like Always Sunny.
Yeah, it is. And
you got an old man.
It's like I just all of a sudden inherited one.
He just fell into an old man situation, as you do. You know, I don't know how many times I've been, just going about life, and it just worked out. So I had an old man living at my house.
All of a sudden, there's an old guy to try.
Just a friendly transient along for the
All
ride.
right. So
it escalated
great.
to the point where my mother just got tired of it. Like that was the straw that broke the camel's back. 'Cause Grandma does this about 3 times a year. She'll just become belligerent and want to fight with people, and she does it because she's bored. And she only has a 6th grade education, and she doesn't know how to convey her feelings properly. She can't go, I'm unhappy with the situation I'm in. Is there anything you can do to help? She will look for something spiteful to do and push that button. That's how she does it.
Is this one of the worst times she's done it, or is this just another part of the course?
I think it's just the one that broke the back.
All right,
so Mama packed up and left. So I'm like,
is your mom still pretty close, even when she does pack up and leave, like still...
Oh, she's in driving distance. She didn't move to another state or something, but like she packed up and moved in with her boyfriend. So it's just me and Jim now. So it's like whatever.
I was picturing you
I paid
like
the lion's share of the bills regardless, so it's not like a huge money hit.
I was picturing you helping out some dude who was like 43, 44, and that seemed so fucking ridiculous to me. But then to imagine this old man, it's like, well, you really can't just be like, are you in a tough spot, you senior citizen? Fuck off! Like you have to be there to help.
I don't know. So I don't know how to phrase this, and I don't know how to say it nicely. So please just understand that this is a little not very delicate. I have a special skill that Dr. Chiz admires in that I can spot fetal alcohol syndrome a mile away.
He is.
Your grandmother is. Do you know that?
Oh, no. Oh. What is fetal alcohol syndrome? Can you explain that?
It's when her mom drank while she was pregnant. And there's a bunch of symptoms. Like the one that jumps out at me the most is the smooth philtrum. Small head, small eye openings, low nasal bridge, small nose.
Low nasal bridge is a big one.
You can tell all that by somebody drinking while the baby's being formed?
Yeah. If you look up fetal alcohol syndrome, it'll show super specific points. I didn't notice that. What are you saying?
Look again.
I can only explain my family tree as redneck. That's the word I would describe them.
Yeah, I look at your it's a thing that jumps out at me. I'll just watch, I look at people, whatever, and I'll see some. I saw a girl on Reddit dancing too slutty on a boat, and you know how you see a million times all these this. For some reason, there's boat parties where all of a sudden everyone has a boat and this girl's dancing to music, and I'm like, yep, fine, fetal alcohol syndrome, fine, fetal alcohol syndrome.
So there's something you look for.
Oh yeah, I can spot it a mile away.
He's always looking for genetic impurities.
He's like the next generation Hitler.
Yeah, no.
Some of these are
position in
just
Trump's cabinet.
So yeah,
I don't want to get down that murky road. I'm glad we got this update about Jim and everything. I now as well feel sorry for Jim. It feels like Gangster Grandma swooped in and emptied his pockets, as it were.
She pumps them and dumps them. That gangster
Absolutely.
grandma, right?
But I wanted to tell you about this. So Taylor got me into this game called Age of Mythology. It's an RTS.
I've heard.
And I've been really enjoying it. I've put a lot of hours into it, and that's really taught me. I'm sure one RTS is in some ways much like all the others, and so
the same basis.
Skill set,
yes, exactly.
just
in the same way first-person shooters are all inherently similar.
You're building an economy. You're building a military. A lot of macro
and micro, and an
the base
economy.
management is essentially the same, but then you have units, and how units are balanced are different.
Of course. So I downloaded StarCraft 2. Started playing as Zerg. I've been learning as I go and watching some YouTube videos. I want to play some StarCraft with you, and I think you should play some Age of Mythology with us because I think you would love that fucking game.
Which
dude.
StarCraft do you have? Do you have all the way to the Void?
All right. So I don't. I think StarCraft 2 is.
We both have
free
the free
to
version
download
of
for
2.
Battle.net. It's $60 to like get everything. I think, and I'm willing to do that if we can like play some games together. But Age of Mythology is $35, and I'm telling you that shit is so much fun, dude. It's like Greek gods are the basis for each race, and the races are very different, and there's a lot of myth units in there. I know you like mythological shit, so like. There's like minotaurs and cyclopses and valkyries.
I got
and
Civilization. We still ain't played that, Kyle. You trying to give me another
it's
game?
fucking time. But the problem with Civilization is like a full game of
10
Civ
hours.
hours, and for you to get good at Civ would take weeks. Whereas I feel like with one of these really quick RTSs, you can get like a dozen games in like a 4 or 5 hour playing session, and you learn so much faster.
Yeah,
Civ-
I feel like
Civ
Wings
takes
watches a couple of
learning to be
YouTube
an accountant.
videos.
And he's up to
got,
speed.
like, if Wings watches that 4-minute and 30-second Aranos setup thing, I bet Wings watches 3 YouTube videos.
It's child's play compared to running a Zerg
he's got
hat.
it.
Like
Well, StarCraft 2 Zerg's much different than StarCraft Zerg 2.
Yeah, I've only really played StarCraft.
StarCraft 2, the reason it didn't catch on is because they made it a lot more new player friendly. Like, which it sounds stupid. It does sound stupid on the whole outside that the whole like community would revolt against having like your hotkeys being all on one side of the keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
But like in high level competitive StarCraft play, being able to manage the entire keyboard was one of the skills.
That makes sense.
Like,
Yeah.
for example, with StarCraft 2, if you want to build a Marine, the A button builds your Marines. In StarCraft 1, the M button builds your Marines. You have to change your hand all the way over.
You can
You
switch
only
it. You can still use that old system if you'd like.
Yeah, you can.
I'm
You
using
can,
the
but I'm just saying, like, there's a difference between old Zerg and new Zerg.
When was the
Yeah,
last time you
Grid.
played either StarCraft game?
I've never played StarCraft 2 against people.
Yeah.
But I was a damn near semi-pro in StarCraft 1.
I
Well,
played I liked the way, like what you were saying, they make it more noob friendly. Like the only StarCraft 1 I ever played was at a friend's house, and he only had one PC, and so it was near when it came out, couple years after, and so I could only play online people. And of the like 4 games of online I played, not one of them even approached fun because I was just getting shit on so hard. Like I couldn't. I didn't.
Yeah,
know
they
what
got
buildings
leagues
to
in
build.
StarCraft 2 though as well. Like if, say, for example, if Kyle was to start playing StarCraft 2, and say he would get to like a silver league or a gold league, and I started playing and I'd start in as a bronze, I couldn't play Kyle unless it was like 100% private.
Yeah, that's what
So
I want to
you
do
joined
anyway.
as a bronze. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, I don't care about any sort of in-game, in-Battle.net rankings, anything of that sort. When we play AOM, we're mostly playing with either fans or AI or a combination of the two. I'm just playing for fun, I don't care about any leagues or competitive bullshit. I want to get good enough to compete with my friends. I don't really care about the world at large.
If we get Wings on Age of Mythology on our team, because what me and Kyle do is it'll basically be a lobby with like me, him, and 3 or 4 other people in it, and we just do he and I versus everyone else every time, and we win the overwhelming majority of the time. No, against all the subscribers and people who bought the game.
Yeah. So
But
people
they're
that
new
just
to the
buy
game.
the game and don't know what they're doing. So
A
Oh,
couple
shit.
of them are really, most of
you're
them
going
are
to
really,
run into
really
that one
new.
guy that's a fucking freak.
Yeah, and then there's a couple guys who are pretty good, and then a couple of them are getting better really fast.
Yeah, it's starting to get to the point where we can't play against 4 of them at once. But I feel like
Does
I can
Petyr
play against
Baelish
2.
play with you guys?
All right, let me talk about this motherfucker. I didn't even
Yeah,
wanna
okay, let me say, I
say
didn't
his
know
name.
anything about this guy, but as soon as he
Let me-
joined... Okay, I'll let you go.
All right, so here's the story on Petyr Baelish. He played Civ with us a lot. His name is Petyr Baelish, which is of course his Littlefinger in Game of Thrones. His avatar is Littlefinger, and so when I picture him in my mind, he is Littlefinger. He is a conniving little wormy motherfucker, and he plays that way, and not to his betterment or anyone else's. It's not like he wins games by playing like a douche. He ruins games for everyone by playing like a
Is
douche.
it the actual Petyr Baelish?
No, it's a fucking fan who like goes by that moniker. And
Oh.
so of course there were some issues where like he just beat us in games, and whatever. I'm not gonna hold that against somebody. I've been beaten plenty of times, but I remember one particular time he beat us, and that kind of made me remember his name. But later on, it was your idea to do that,
Can I
Chiz.
ask
But
you,
later on,
Kyle, you say he plays dirty but doesn't win and stuff. Like I'm trying to understand what he's doing in
I'm
a
getting to
game.
that, yeah.
Okay.
So we were playing a game with Filthy, like I think 6-person free for all, and it became very clear that 2 of the opponents in the game had partnered together in an effort to simply destroy Filthy. And if you can picture this, 2 out of the 6 had. They're basically saying, I don't care if I win or lose, I'm going to make sure Filthy loses. So they're double teaming Filthy. So that seems kind of shitty. So Chiz, myself, and supposedly Petyr Baelish were trying to get behind Filthy to try to push him to victory, because it seemed like he was the guy punching up against 2 players who were only trying to beat him because this was the only way they can beat him, because he's amazing. And so we were like, yeah, let's pitch everything behind Filthy, and we can push those 2 guys back, kill them, and then, hey, maybe we turn around and kill Filthy, and may the best man win after that, you know? Like, at least give ourselves some semblance of a chance, because as is, we can't deal with this 2-man force over here. Petyr Baelish the whole time claims he's going along with this. In reality, he's wasting resources on an avenue that's not going to give him the win, and he lost the game for all of us. In the end, those 2 players just won, I think. It was just, he ruined the game. And look, it's not a 20-minute COD game. It's not a 45-minute Age of Mythology game. It was a 12-hour game that began at 9 a.m. in the morning that I got up for, that I drank 2 cups of coffee before, you know? It was
There's
serious
a whole square on the
game.
calendar that you need for that game. And that
That's
square
right.
is wasted. Yeah.
Yeah.
What did he do in Age of Mythology that pissed you off? Or was it just residual
Why do you
hate?
play with him if you don't like him?
Well, yeah,
He's too polite.
I don't know. It's hard to. It's too polite, I guess. Although last game we had like 7 players and we only needed 6, and I was like, I'm typing this to the group. I'm like, I got good news and bad news. Good news is we're gonna play Helm's Deep scenario. It's amazing, and we get to play it, you know, just like from the movies. Bad news is one of you's got to go.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, oh no, not me, not me. I'm like, hang on a second, let me flip my magic coin, and I just kind of go, it's Petyr. See ya, Petyr. And he knows the deal. He knows he's semi-hated. Like, I respect his play sometimes. I've seen him do smart things in game, but for the most part, you're kind of a fucking asshole. And
He's
I
loving
don't
this.
care for
He's
you.
getting mentioned by you right now.
Yeah, I hope you are. You know, you earned your infamy. You're a cocksucker, and you play games in a shitty fashion that I don't care for. And so, you know, if you're around and we need an extra
You would
player,
hate to play me in StarCraft, Kyle.
No, I wouldn't. I mean, if you're playing to win, it's all about playing to win. If you're
See,
coming
like
at me to
when
win,
you agreed to
I'm cool with
face me in
that.
StarCraft back in the day, and I didn't have any, and I was really rusty at it. I was like, all right, I'm gonna cliff tank this motherfucker, and that's gonna be it.
I'm sure. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure it's some sort of like quick rushy maneuver. That's
No. What it
takes
is
advantage of the
what it is.
mechanic
You
or
pick
something.
Terran, and you just shut off routes out of their base with tanks.
Yeah.
And like,
okay. Yeah.
and you just defend against it. It's a war of attrition.
Sure, a noob tactic of some kind that's easy to pull off or difficult to counter, especially by somebody that's new. That makes sense. That would be really shitty of you. Like,
I mean, that's to me when you say he's a filthy player. I'm like, he's the kind of player that will use those tactics that are hard to beat, but very
I
easy
just
to
feel like-
execute.
because we're introducing me to the game. Just like if I were introducing you to Age of Mythology, I wouldn't hit you in 5 minutes into the game with an Aranos
Zerg
like
rush.
Valor Rush. You know, I wouldn't play my A game like I'm coming at you like an equal. I would play like my sit back and turtle up game while you learn the ways of Age of Mythology.
You just build your economy and let them. Nobody's gonna
Let
want
me
to play
ask
with
you
you
this,
if you
it's
rush
like,
them.
you guys are talking about this, and I only have a short amount of time here with you. What do you think about New York? I know you probably already done politics in the show.
I don't-
Panthers
Bernie,
are gonna take
so-
them down in the first round.
I think Bernie really needs to win the state. If he doesn't,
He does
I feel
need
like
to win the state. That's a given. But I'm thinking, like,
I
what do you
feel
think
like-
the outcome is?
All right, so I feel like if Bernie doesn't win this, then his only other chance is if Hillary is indicted. I feel like that's it, in my
Hillary's
opinion.
not getting indicted.
Okay, well, you
Then that's
heard it here
it.
first.
I
If
mean, like,
Bernie-
he has to win the state, and he has to win the state by 20 points. I mean,
And
like,
he's
if you win
not
it by
going
15
to.
points,
He's not even winning
Here
the
are the
not going
polls.
to.
The polls would have to be wrong by like 35 points for him to get what he needs. So he's done.
and it's a closed primary or whatever you call it. It's a closed election, so the independents, the Republicans can't vote. Only the Democrats, and the deadline to switch, if you wanted to, was back in like October of last year, August of last year,
Right.
something like that. Look, I like Sanders. He's my second favorite candidate that we have to choose from in this current pool of turds and douches, but I just don't think he's. I feel like Trump is a more realistic option to beat Hillary.
I don't
and that's what
think
it's all
Trump is
about
going to be
me.
the nominee.
That's
I'm gonna call it right now. I'm
I
gonna call it right here.
disagree
Everybody,
with
wait up. Kasich is going to be the nominee.
you. That's not going to happen.
It is. They're going to go into a contested convention. Remember, Ted Cruz is a Tea Party guy, and all the Republicans hate Trump. But Trump might get it. But they're either going to put Kasich in there or they're going to put in Paul Ryan.
Paul Ryan
he literally came out yesterday and was like, I want to state this emphatically. I'm not. He's like something about. He's like, I'm not running for the office of president. I had that opportunity. I mean,
but like, Hillary's going to beat whatever Republican they put up anyway.
We'll see. Hillary is a gaffe machine, and if you get somebody out there to like get her off her center and get her like speaking off the cuff, and I feel like Trump can do that. Trump can make you look silly up there.
Here's why Trump loses to Hillary, though, Kyle.
Okay.
Hillary is essentially Obama 3.0.
No.
So the black people love her.
Look, Hillary looks okay right now because she's running against somebody who doesn't actually attack her. Sanders is running a campaign that inspires some people because it's so kind and gentle and nice, but it loses. When she goes against Trump, he is going to be... Trump knocked off Jeb Bush. He knocked off Kasich, really. He's going to beat Cruz. He knocked off Paul... who am I looking for?
Marco Rubio.
Rubio, but Rubio's on the list. I'm looking for the Ron Paul's son. Ryan Paul, maybe? Rand Paul, thank you. He knocked off Rand Paul. He knocked off everybody, right? Hillary looks good.
Race.
Hillary looks her best right now because she's running against a sweetheart. When she starts running against someone who punches back, she is going to look terrible, right? When Hillary's identity stops becoming the senator from New York, Bill Clinton's wife, and starts becoming like a fat, ugly whore who's been evil her entire life. You know, when you start seeing Trump tweeting memes of her with horns and fire coming out of her nose and her whatever,
can I point out something though?
Mm-hmm.
All right, in a political process, you have certain states that are almost always a given. For example, New York and California are almost always going blue. Texas is almost always going red.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the southern states are going to go red. All Hillary has to do is win 2 or 3 of the southern states and win in some of the states that Ted Cruz won in, such as like Iowa, Wisconsin, and places like that, which is very easy to do for a Democrat. Because like Wisconsin's like a state that flip-flops red or blue. All you got to do is win those 2 or 3 key states, and you got it. And women hate Trump. Black people hate Trump. Latin people hate Trump. Trump is pretty much a old white candidate.
So,
and I don't think he's got the numbers to back it.
For people who maybe aren't Americans and don't know this already, there's red states that are Republicans, blue states that are Democrats, and purple states that are swing states. They could go either way. The thing is, there's so many more blue states than red states that the Republicans have to, like, shoot the moon. They have to get almost all the purples to go to their side to win. Because if you just look at the reds and blues, the Democrats are practically winning already. They just need, 3 out of the 7 purples, or that's a lot. 2 out of the 7 purples, and they win. So he's right. The Democrats are most likely going to be the next president. All I'm saying is Hillary is going to look so much worse if she runs against Trump, because Trump will make her look awful. She doesn't even have a nickname yet.
I can tell you
she's not Lion Ted or Low Energy Jeb, right? Wait till she's like, corrupt Hillary.
I can tell you how Trump wins the White House, though. If Sanders runs as an independent, Trump wins the White House.
Yeah, because they'll split up the Democrats enough.
They'll split because, like, for me, I won't vote Hillary. I'm not going to vote Hillary.
No, I wouldn't vote for another.
To me, Hillary is not a Democrat. Hillary is a light Republican. I mean, like, she has Republican policies, but she kind of leans a little bit further to the left. Like, if you went back to the day of, like, Abraham Lincoln, Hillary would be a Republican. So it's like...
My politics knowledge gets sketchy if you go back that
Abraham
far.
Lincoln
but she's probably as far right as, like, Reagan is. Reagan wouldn't be much of a Republican nowadays.
Yeah, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican.
Yeah, right. Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. But, he also set the slaves free. That's why I was saying that Hillary Clinton would fit right in the Republican Party if you went that far back.
Yeah.
Well, any of the politicians nowadays would, because they'd all freed the slaves, and that was, Democrats weren't all about that back then.
So here's what I was saying before you got on the show. We talked about this, and I was like, the only honest way to support Sanders is if you think you're going to lose. right? And that is it. Like, so if socialism comes around, there's going to be winners and losers in this redistribution thing. And if you think you'll do better under socialism, then really what you're trying to do is take from the achievers to line your own pockets.
No.
Yeah.
All right. First off, you're older than me, Woody, so you should know this. Back,
right.
back in the day, rich people were taxed after $10 million at 95%. This
Not exactly, but
well, it did. Eisenhower knocked it down to 75%, and it slowly went down to
there were
Reagan.
so
Reagan
many
knocked it down
tax
to 38%.
deductions back in
different
that
back
day
then.
that it wasn't the same. You know, you'd create
Just
fake-
after $10 million, it's a scale.
You just make fake partnerships that have like cash gains and tax losses. I mean, even during like Carter's day, there was a 70% tax rate, and everyone had these like crazy funds and losses and stuff. That like even if your business made money, you'd be able to have it lose money in the books. The point I'm trying to make is these fake tax rates that they pull out from the back were never really what they say they were. When there was a 70%
but
tax
here's the
rate,
thing.
you didn't pay it.
There's some companies that didn't escape that fake tax rate, and we lived in a paradise.
Wait,
I don't know which. I'm just saying, like, every company doesn't get those tax rates. Like, for example, like when Machinima boomed, me and you were paying like 40 or 50% tax rates on our money. I mean, if we were Donald Trump, we wouldn't be paying 40 or 50% tax rates because we would have all these like shell companies and things to funnel money through and launder money, and we got the process down pat. But like, not everybody is Donald Trump. Not every company has these expensive accountants that do nothing but launder money and like kind of like clean money as it goes through a system. So there's going to be more money made out of taxes in a 95% era tax rate than there is in like a 28.8% era tax rate or 35% of the day standards. And what I was saying is when Trump goes, let's make America great again, he doesn't really point out like a specific time, but I'm only going to assume he's mentioned in the 50s, you know, where the German auto industry was destroyed, Japan auto industry was nuked, you know, all America's car industry was booming, and, you know, everybody was paying taxes. You could, you know, buy a house and a new car every year on one salary. And all this came through because we had a good, strong social safety net.
Well, I think it was more because the companies that would have competed were utterly crippled by the war, which meant that there was no competition.
There's that,
and
but
we could
also that
absolutely
we
blow
were
them out of
building
the water.
roads, we were building interstates, we were building up the infrastructure. There was a lot more jobs to go around, and those jobs
Taylor's
paid
onto
well.
something here.
Yeah,
like, you
and
know,
once again,
we
like,
literally
we
blew
had-
up all the other countries while America wasn't involved
I just
in the
said
war.
that you know, the car
I
industry
know,
was
but
nuked.
but you also like sort of assigned it
Glassed
to like,
over.
well, taxes were really high and things were great. So if we could just make taxes higher again, then that's really the core reason that our industries
Here's
were
my
thriving.
core reason I want to go for a socialist type system, and you think it's got to be redistribution of wealth, which wealth does need to be redistributed. When your money, Kyle's money, Merca's money, my money, Chiz's money, everything you see right now on the table is 2% of the total wealth, you need to redistribute it. When 160 people have 98% of the wealth, something's wrong. You know what I'm saying? You might need to redistribute it. And you're trying to say achievers. You used the word achiever just a moment ago. Do you think the children of Sam Walton are achievers?
Let me ask you this.
No.
So Bill Gates' dad was wealthy, right? His father was worth like $20 million. If his dad was yours, right? If you were born into that family, would you be Bill Gates? I wouldn't.
Bill
I
Gates
wouldn't
also
be the
gives away
richest
like
man in the
90%
world.
of all his money.
Yeah, I would not have made it to be the richest man in the world if my dad was worth 20 million. Like I
but
get that he had a
before
head
the-
start, but head start or not,
How much do you think Donald Trump's kids are worth? What do you think they're
A
worth?
lot.
lot of
They all do cool things. His daughter married a billionaire, so like, I mean, like I can't think of a better catch like than a billionaire's hot daughter. Like I think Ivanka's pretty fucking hot, and the Tiffany one, she's okay. Yeah.
I don't know
I'm
what
just
they
saying,
look
like, do you think like Donald Trump Jr. is like this super achiever that the economy would like
Man,
fall apart if we didn't have?
That guy
No,
looks like a real. Hang on,
but-
that guy looks like a real fucking doofus when you look at him. But I've heard him speak twice. Once to Sean Hannity, like a phone call interview, and once on CNN maybe or Fox News. I don't know. He is extremely well spoken and intelligent, and he looks like a real doofus. I know he does. He has a terrible look, and that is not the hairstyle when you have a face.
We're not
like
talking
that.
about a look, Kyle. We're not talking about.
I'm just saying.
What
I'm
I'm
just
talking
saying.
about is like a lot of these people. Like not everybody that has money is an achiever. They might do something great.
Yeah.
They might run their father's company to a T, just like he taught them to do it. And it might constantly make money, but they were born with a money pipe already full blast.
But on the same token, not everyone who's born or in a situation where they don't currently have funds available to them just ended up there, because they fell off a ladder and, they had to pay $600,000 for a new spine or some shit. Like most people, I don't know, it just seems like it's a really harsh dichotomy where one side's like all those people who have money, they're not really heroes, that's the Sanders side. And then the other side that's so against it is, all these people don't have money because they're just not working
because they
hard
fuck
enough.
people out of their mortgages.
Wait,
Are those
what?
achievers?
I don't
Back
know,
in
man.
2000,
This
back
is
in
sounding a lot
2008,
like-
you had people borrowing money off of the gains of bad mortgages, and then they would, sell that money back for profit. The mortgages to other companies for profit, and eventually these mortgages started going belly up, and it caused the crash of 2008.
Yeah.
Are everybody that became millionaires during that time, are they all super achievers for
No,
like
of course not.
juggling
But there's
numbers?
that's a
matters where they are or
differentiation
not.
to make.
I mean, but like here, like you think of every millionaire as a Justin Bieber, somebody that worked hard at their craft, put in the hours, and then made it gain success. That's not always the case either.
That's the overwhelming
Why does that-
majority, I would say. Like I would, especially when we talk about millionaire, right? We're not talking about billionaire. We're not talking about like 100 millionaire. If we're talking about the people who have like less than 5 million, they probably started a business. It was successful.
Yeah.
They worked all the time. I haven't had a day off in like 6 years, right?
Yeah, more likely than not.
That's a
Like,
bit
Yeah, but
self-
you also,
so let's be
under
honest.
Bernie Sanders' tax
It's
plan
what it
would
takes.
not be adversely
And you
hit
wouldn't
by
have it any other way.
because you don't make $10 million a year, Woody.
you would absolutely have to. Everybody would have to.
I
pay
mean, but like, so if you
significantly
started
more
making $10 million a year, you'd be adverse to paying like
Hey,
20%
look,
more.
we're
taxes?
about to start the Crusher, all right? And when the Crusher hits the scene, $10 million a year is gonna be chump change.
I'll be the richest one on this call.
We're gonna be
I'm
crushed.
just saying this. It's good to have rich people, and rich people deserve to be rich if they work for it. They do. But on the side note is when you have companies like Walmart, you have companies like the pharmaceutical people, people like Martin Shkreli, that are just laundering and leasing people for their money because they can. When you have companies like McDonald's that won't pay their workers a fair wage, when you have companies like Walmart that get it coming and going, they pay their employees so little that the government has to subsidize them with food stamps, and then the people turn around and use the food stamps in their company. And this is the biggest company in America right now.
The thing is,
and as
Walmart
soon as,
pays
and
their
as soon as they
people
have to pay
exactly what they're
1%
worth.
more taxes,
right?
they're ready to run from the country.
1%. That's not his plan. So look, what you do is you say, hey,
Oh,
everyone
that's not-
deserves $15 an hour, right? Every man, woman, and child
I
who
didn't
has
say
a job,
$15.
well, that's what Sanders says, deserves $30,000 a year. That's what
What he's saying
$15 an hour is after 2
he
weeks
put 15
off.
up there, but he said they need a livable wage. 15 could increase.
He
Not
said-
every job.
oh.
Like
If
you
some
can't
if
afford to pay everyone who does
if the
everything a
person
living.
that's pouring your coffee at Starbucks has to feed kids too,
They do, and
and even if everybody went to
duties they're
school and
performing-
everybody was a wonderful achiever, somebody has to dig
That's
the
what.
ditches.
Okay, hold on a
Somebody has
second.
to
Capitalism requires people to make more of themselves than a barista.
Crony
that's,
capitalism.
That's what
We're trying to go to a socialist.
No, crony capitalism
profit.
means that you hire people who are your friends instead of a meritocracy. So, but you don't all get to make 30 grand a year if you're not worth that. If there's so many, it's supply and
Who
demand
determines what's worth
wages.
30 grand though?
Supply
what
and
you-
demand determines it, just like
Yeah.
it determines the price on everything else. It
But you
also
also
includes
realize
human
capitalism
capital.
doesn't work unless it's in an enclosed
Well,
system.
I think what you don't realize is that if you make the minimum wage $15 an hour, then people are guaranteed to lose those jobs, right? The fries and McDonald's will make themselves because at $15 an hour, it's cheaper that way.
You got to put government regulation on it.
Okay,
No.
so
What you
here's
do-
the thing: when you take the government and you have it mandate how things are run, right? So it's protectionism that is so strong, right? Like, all right, now this is forced to be done in the U.S. It's forced to do that. If the government starts regulating how these things do, instead of allowing these companies or forcing these companies, I should say, to compete on their own merits, you get what happened to Russia. Right when the
Well,
Iron
let me
Curtain,
ask
hold
you
on a
this,
second.
Woody.
When the Iron
What about the
Curtain,
Finnish
once-
companies?
when the Iron Curtain dropped, and we looked inside what was Russia, it looked like it was the 50s. Their cars were old-fashioned, while ours were electronically fuel-injected. Their tractors and tanks and all the crap they had. Their farmers were shit. You want to know why? Because they weren't forced to compete on prices next to others like American farmers are.
They weren't on the level with us in any way.
You're trying to say staying up to date with other countries that have like this thing. I'm looking at countries like Finnish countries.
The competition is what the entire
What
universe
about Germany?
is about.
Germany's
look
got
at
a
how
socialist
evolution
base.
works. No, hang on. Just look at how evolution works. It's the survival of the fittest. And if we start changing that, then it's going to be the survival of the shittiest. It's how
really
it is.
difficult for me to think that entity that can't get the mail delivered correctly, that can't fix the roads in a reasonable manner, that can't do anything, needs more control and needs to have its hand in more cookie jars. It already can't handle what it's been tasked with.
Yeah, but Taylor, let's look at it this way. There's a guy in my house right now, 70 years old. He could have a massive heart attack right now, and the closest hospital to me is a memorial center, and if I wanted to get him to a hospital that had to take him by the 1986 Medical Act, I'd have to drive 35 miles to get there, because the hospital wouldn't take him that I'm closest to. So even if I found a hospital and he survived, he's now hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. And to say you're using Russia as an example, Russia could be a bad example as far as I know, because the Finnish countries have a $21 an hour minimum wage and they're not fucking falling apart.
Here's the thing. If you're 70 years old and you live in America and you're not a millionaire, then you're bad with money, right? This guy worked in the die? Listen, this guy worked in the HVAC industry his entire life. It is filled with money. I swear to God, those fuckers are so rich. And unlike every other contractor in the planet, they get paid up front before they do anything. You write the check, then they do the work, unlike everyone else. This guy could win the lottery, and he would be poor in no time at all, just like so many lottery winners. If you live in America and you're 70 and you don't have $1 million, then you just haven't been smart with your money.
But your idea, you should just die, right? Nobody should care about you.
Look, you should be able to take care of yourself.
See,
I understand that
I get the cruelty.
To be like $30,000.
And it's cruelty. It's just like Martin Shkreli. That's capitalism.
There does have to be
that
a
need those
semblance of
drugs now to
personal
pay $750 a bottle.
I'm not even completely against socialized medicine really. Like I think it might be a good idea.
I don't care about the wage increase and everything. I want free health.
There's so many other things in Sanders' platform that have to do with like just fucking the rich. Like, oh, do you make too much? Fuck you, we're taking your money. Do you inherit? Fuck you, we're taking your money.
Taxes by themselves initially is taking money, regardless of who it's from.
Mm-hmm.
If you need more money, do you take it from the poor or you take it from people that have an excess of it?
But he's giving
maybe
it to
shut
everyone.
down a government program that doesn't work and is a waste of money. Or maybe have a few more auditors that go into government buildings and say, hey, you don't actually need all this funding.
Name a government program that doesn't work.
Party on December 18th every year.
The military, I will agree with you there, but the military does have a purpose.
It works.
It doesn't need to be where it is.
It's just not cost effective.
Yeah, that's true.
But here's the thing. I don't want to live in a country where this is a right, but healthcare is a privilege.
What? No, I definitely want to live in a country where that's a right.
But healthcare is a privilege. I'd rather have healthcare be a right instead of guns.
At this age, I prefer guns.
Ask me when I'm 75.
Yeah. Ask me when I'm
with a gun, you can force someone to give you health care.
I've seen that in the movies.
I'm bleeding bad.
Works out well.
Then you get to see what human incarceration is all about.
Well,
more free health care.
More free health care.
No, the issue is not the health care for me. Like, I'm not even completely against that. Whatever. I'm not even against it at all. The issue is the rest of the safety nets he wants to put around everything. The minimum wage hikes, the taxes, the free school. Like, a lot of this really concerns me. You know, when college tuition becomes free, a lot of people that are on the fence about whether or not they give a shit about their education will take it. You know, like, I've been on autopilot for 12 years now. I guess I'll go to 13th grade.
Yeah.
And that's not good.
But it works in Germany. It made Germany the most vibrant economy in the world.
Oh, yes. If only the American economy could catch up to Germany's.
Yeah.
They're horseshit compared to us.
Yeah. You could. How many Germanys would you need to make just the west coast of the United States as far as economic productivity?
There's not
Like,
very many people. Like, unless you count Hollywood, there's not very many people in the West Coast.
Silicon Valley.
We should really be talking about crushing things, getting our asses fingered, shitting in mailboxes.
You done with the
like,
politics?
The last time you
I'm
vomited
just saying,
on a
like, you
living
guys
thing.
have such a small vision. Like, you gotta take care of everybody around you. And like, I find people that
No,
down
you
social-
don't. No, you do not. You do not.
I
have
don't
to.
take
There
care
are-
of it.
Taylor, let me
You
ask
know,
you this
there was-
question.
there
I
Let me
was
ask
got
you
like
this question.
3 people I fucking take
Let me
care
ask you
of.
this question, Taylor.
and that's
How are
it.
you forming that opinion?
How am I forming it?
Yeah, how you just said you don't have to take care of people around you. How did you come to that opinion?
Hang
You
on,
came through
opinions.
from education, right?
Well, you said you have to help everyone around you.
Right,
I
you
don't
should.
think you should have to help everyone around you.
Because
when
guess
I
what?
tried to
Guess
give
what,
that
Taylor?
homeless guy
Because
after a
everybody
Blues game
believed
10
in
years
your
ago
ass when they
$1,
paid
and he
for your
grabbed
education.
my arm and he kind of like gritted his teeth at me.
When they paid for your
downtown St. Louis,
socialist
I thought, I don't wanna
education,
help this.
Taylor, they believed in you.
They
Look,
believed in me.
Wings, what are you saying?
Or
What does that
judgment.
even mean that you have to
I'm
help
just saying,
everybody
people are
around you?
down. People want to say socialism is going to be the downfall of everything.
As it
But
always is.
all our education is socialist.
Only
We're
so
not,
far.
we're not trying to turn ourselves into China. We're trying to turn ourselves into a capitalism with a social safety net. Like you
I
have
don't
a
like
safety
safety
net,
net.
so if you fall, you're not gonna be ran over by a car
No,
or
I
some
thought
shit.
Ideally, you're 100% right. It would be, like, I think everyone in principle is like, yeah, everyone ideally should be able to go to the hospital, get free care. Everyone should be able to go to the local university and get free education. But it's just a matter of, is
You can
it
fine
moral
tune stuff. You
fair
realize this,
to
though.
force someone into it?
How about
Like,
a
is
minimum
it- is it-
salary? You know,
is
what
it
if
okay
you
for
don't
them to
feel
tell
like
Woody,
working
hey,
and you'd rather be a beach bum, right? So minimum
Get,
salary
like-
for everyone.
They shouldn't be able to say, Woody, oh, hey, I'm the government. I'm Mr. Government. Woody, I know you're running a business there. You're trying to do this. Actually, as it turns out, everybody on your payroll now, no more of this, $28,000 a year for, 30 hours a week. You're going to pay them $21 an hour because that's what they're worth. And you're saying, I can't fucking afford that. I have too many people. I can't. Oh, well, that's too bad. According to me, if you were running a sound enough business, you'd be able to abide by these arbitrary constructs.
You cut
and
some.
Fair.
You cut some, but
Yeah,
they get
cut
jobs
some.
somewhere else.
I'm sorry.
They could go back to college. It's free.
They could go back to
They
college.
could go
get
into
a
these
degree that
road
is
work jobs
significantly-
that Sanders is talking about. Rebuilding the roads, rebuilding the bridges, infrastructure.
Who's paying for that?
The same money everywhere else. Wall Street dividends.
Wall Street
Ah.
dividends.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad there's 18 trillion of that to go around. Look, at
It
least
doesn't
Donald
all
Trump
come out
has
as
a
much
plan
goes
to
off without a hitch.
look.
What
Donald
is
Trump
Trump's
has.
plan? Like you guys act like Trump.
You want?
Trump
I
would do a
got.
flag
Shut
tax.
up, you! I'm gonna tell you. Here's what Trump's gonna do. He's gonna build the wall, and you know how he's gonna do it. Apparently, there's like $25 billion that gets wired by Mexican nationals back to Mexico every year. He's gonna lock that shit down. That's his plan, and he's gonna say, "Hey, Mexico, we'll turn the faucet back on when you pay for the wall." He's gonna turn off the
What's that wall
$25 billion
gonna
a
fucking
year
do now?
faucet.
The wall's gonna be fucking pointless.
Now, look, there are a lot of walls around the world that keep out a lot of bad people, and they work, and they have worked, and they continue to
Kyle,
work.
name one time in history that a Great Wall has stopped anything.
You know, I found it interesting that the Pope went on and on about Trump's wall. Have you ever seen what the exterior of the Vatican looks like? That
been
country
there.
within a
It's
fucking
a giant
country?
fucking wall.
It's a giant fucking
secret
wall. It might
passages.
be the world's biggest, scariest wall.
You know why
It
the
looks
Vatican
like,
wall works?
It's a
and Trump's
good-looking wall.
won't, though, Kyle. Let me
Tell
tell
me.
you why it won't work. The Vatican's wall most likely has a guy with a gun on top of it. Trump's wall stretches like 1,200 miles or something like that. You can't put a guy on a gun on top of every
We'll
little
have
room.
helicopters with guns.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
We've
You
got
only
way more
need.
people than Vatican City.
I mean, if that's the case, you just need to stand a
Infinitely more.
guy out at the Texas border with a gun every 3 feet.
They already do that. I know some people who.
And they
are- who
already
are-
get through too, because most people that come into our country come through it legally, not through
Every
a wall.
3 feet, if there's a guy every 30 feet or something across the border,
I like
they
3
are not
better.
sneaking their way through.
Shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah.
I'm
So
telling you,
the wall is a stupid idea. It's a
Why
complete
is it
waste of
stupid?
money.
Why is it stupid? I feel like if you were, here's what it might do. Here's what it might do at the very least. The portions of the wall that are around these border cities that are seeing these influxes of illegal immigrants coming over who turn out to be criminals and rapists, and it does happen. Everybody hates that he says it, but it's happening.
All illegal immigrants have committed at least one crime.
They get rapey. Yes, absolutely. There is
That's
no
not what he
such thing
means.
as
Country
He
of
means
immigrants
being
being
illegal.
crime. Just by coming, they became a criminal. God damn
That's
it.
what I mean. Yeah, they're
Absolutely.
criminals by virtue of their
Spelling it out.
being there.
Those slow folk out there
Kyle,
listening.
let me tell you something. I've ridden with you in a car. You break laws. You're a criminal.
That's no. I'm a
Kyle,
misdemeanor.
remember that time you broke into Canada illegally and then started siphoning resources from their socialized medicine system and took advantage of their hospitality there for years until eventually you went back and laughed about it? That was hilarious.
First off, you act like Mexicans that are illegal get free health care.
No, of course I was
Dude,
just
they go
using
to
that
an
as a
ER?
joke. No,
They go to an ER, they get the same health care you would get, Kyle, though. Like they patch
Why
you up.
do they? You should let them bleed out in the streets.
well, that's
Because
a little.
people don't like dead bodies laying in front of the hospital doors when they go.
No, I will pay for the service
Each
that
their
scoops
own.
up dead Mexicans.
I'll tell
if
you
there's
why,
a service
Kyle.
that does that.
Because if you make them prove citizenship when they're injured, then citizens will die too. They'll be like, oopsie daisy, you know.
What if I
Oh,
can right away
That's
that
a very
he's
good
not?
point.
Kyle,
What if I
when
tell
did the
right
Civil
away?
War happen?
Civil War happened, ended in
Have Mark of the Beast on his
1865.
list, and I instantly tell he is a Mexican.
1864. You already missed one of the questions on the test.
Oh no! When I go back to school,
I mean, it's on the citizenship test.
What was the question?
When the Civil War started.
Oh, I don't have to take that. I was born here.
When it started, it ended.
Eight
It
plus.
began
started.
at either 60 or 61, right?
64.
No, that's not right, Wings.
It might not be right.
You had such conviction
Like
there.
there's other questions. Like
I think it went from like 60
when
to
was the Declaration of
65 or
Independence signed?
61 to 66. It's something like that.
61 to 65.
Yeah.
So I was right. It ends in 65.
We were both right, yeah.
I wasn't
So-
wrong. I didn't say
It
shit.
appears that the tables have turned. And we
Regardless,
Got it right.
but like most people want that.
I vote to de-citizenize Wings Redemption.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Wings
I
had
do
a
not
job
think that
skill.
citizenship is something
If
that
Wings
can
had
be
a job skill and health, I would renounce my citizenship and move to a Finnish country.
Here's the thing.
A
I
finish?
just worry that if we do too much of a giveaway,
Finland.
a couple things
Yes,
happen.
it is.
It makes it
One
even
que-
more tempting to hide your money, right? In like Panama, for example. It makes it more tempting to outsource jobs. It makes it more tempting to automate jobs. And it protects the country's businesses in a way that stops them from being competitive. Those are my real concerns.
I'm worried about small business.
You know what my concerns are, Woody? That there's gonna be
getting
somebody
free
in the
healthcare
subreddit that
for
says
Jim.
Wings doesn't know what he's talking about, and I want to address you right now. All the people that are going to comment on the subreddit, I might not know what I'm talking about sometimes, but when you comment on it, I would like to let you know I wish you were sucking my fat dick because I hate your ass.
I have two comments. One, I suspect they're going to say that you held yourself really well, 3v1. And two, I also wish I was sucking your fat dick.
Oh my gosh.
Hey,
I
Mom.
guess you don't agree with North Carolina's new laws, then, Woody.
No, I don't. Oh my gosh. It's such an embarrassment. So there's these laws. It's like H2B or HB2, one of those. HB2, House Bill 2. And what people know it as is like the bathroom law. So they made it so that people who are, I'm going to mix this up because I suck at like the new gender, whatever.
Transgender.
It's transgender.
But like transgender or, gender bi or whatever.
No, you don't. You can
It's
just
not
stop at
just transgender. I swear there's more to it than that.
It's like
There's,
LGBT.
no, LGBT doesn't cover it either. But they're like cross dresses, whatever. Basically,
That's what the T is.
people. I swear there's more than just. If it was just transgender, I'd know it. So
Okay, I don't know.
Would you?
I would. Anyway, they want people to be able to choose whatever bathroom they want to go to, right? The Republicans are like, no, you can't have men and women's bathrooms. That's not okay. The other people are like, look, these guys are at high risk for suicide. They identify as women, even though they're men, or even though they were born a man, or vice versa. I have a heart. Let them go to whatever bathroom they want to, etc. But there's more to it. They also made it so that the state law, which says like, you can't issue, and like, the state law which says you got to go to the bathroom you were born on your birth certificate, and you can't have any laws that like protect LBGT rights. You can't have the city right supersede the state one. So previously, for example, Charlotte had a law that was really like protective of lesbian, gay, bi, and trans, right? They had some laws that protected people. Now that law is no good because the state law says ours supersedes everybody else.
I think you're missing
So
a
the-
key
wait,
component,
so-
Woody, in that. Because, like, the bathroom was part of it, but they also issued a rule in there that would allow businesses to use a religious bias as a reason not to give services to
I think there's a bunch of things bundled in there. The bathroom thing is the one that gets all the headlines, but there's businesses being like religiously biased. Cities can't have
let's say for example,
things.
if Domino's manager was on duty and he's a Southern Free Will Baptist and he doesn't believe gays, abomination and all, he can choose not to get served
well, not
pizza.
at Domino's he couldn't. If it was
that's not exactly
Joe's
true.
Pizza Shack, he could if he was Joe.
Right. So the issue there, because what's happened is that there was that florist who was fined $150,000 because she didn't want to make an arrangement for a gay wedding. Now you got to think about it.
Ridiculous.
It's not that she was unwilling to sell a product that she possessed. She was unwilling to create something with her hands, to go out and design a thing and basically take part in something that she had a religious objection to. Now, I'm 100% for gay marriage across the board. I don't see what the big fucking deal is, and I
don't
can't
think she should have
understand.
had to pay.
I don't think she should have paid. That seems very unfair. You shouldn't be able to force me to contract for you.
No.
Now, if
I
I'm the
think
waitress,
the reason she had to pay though is they wanted to make an example of her. Like for example,
because it's not
That's
the first
not
time it's happened.
when I was an assistant manager at Domino's back when I was a little kid, we had not a little kid, but like a young man.
6 or 7.
We had the right to deny service for
contest.
we had the right to deny service. We didn't have to give them a reason. But I think the fact that she gave them a reason that they were gay is the reason she got burnt so badly. Like she said, I'm not baking you a cake.
I don't think that you should. That's not fair to her. If it's her business, like it's murky because you feel like everybody should be able to get service everywhere, but at the same time, you shouldn't be able to go to someone and go, "Hey, this event, you have to participate in it, and you're also going to pay 6 figures for it." So fuck you. Like at the end of the day, it is their business. And if that gay couple went in there and was like, "I want you to make us a cake," and they were like, "No, we don't like gays," they could go, "Oh, okay. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and post this on Facebook, and we'll see how much longer your fucking bakery's around. See you later." Like, that's the response. That's where capitalism is going to work. Most people don't want to go to bakeries where they hate gay people. Most people don't really give a fuck or are disgusted by it. Think that gays should be treated the same.
There's some people who love bigoted bakeries too, though. It goes both ways. I'm really torn on it, and I completely agree with you. On one hand,
it's not fair to make them do something they otherwise wouldn't with their business.
Exactly. I'm big on the freedom issue of only having to do what you should do, right? You shouldn't force me to work for something I don't want to. On the other hand, I really, as I play this out in my head, I'm like, oh, I could have a restaurant with, say, no black people or no green people or no Jewish people. We just don't serve Jews here. And that's so obviously bad. But
I was going to say,
or golf
what
clubs.
if you're a Mormon business owner and you don't like black people? Like Mormons think black people are the devil.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah. So
they changed because they had to change.
So all of a sudden, it's like,
is
is it worse to say, okay, business owner, you're forced to be this guy's accountant or whatever, or is it worse to say, you can't discriminate, right? That's not right. But do you also force? I don't know. I'm torn.
It's one of those things where it's like, when this is getting pushed, the response is always because the people like this florist will be like, "Well, I don't want to have to make gay people cakes." And then the response is like, "Well, if you don't want to make them a cake, you don't have to. Or if you don't want an abortion, don't get one. Or if you don't want gay marriage, don't get it." And then they come around and say "Well, I don't want to make you this gay cake." And they go, "Oh, really? Well, that thing we said before was a lie. You're going to make that cake, and you're going to pay me $600,000 for it," or whatever the fuck. That.
It's $250,000 for the cake.
It's so bigoted and
$250,000
them,
for the cake.
but it's not fair to make them do it.
I'd have baked the cake before I had to pay $250,000
This
fine.
North Carolina thing, though, it's becoming a national story. PayPal
I need a dick
pulled
cake before I pay a $250,000
you, Woody.
fine.
PayPal pulled out. A handful of musicians have pulled out. Jimmy Buffett didn't. But boycotting North Carolina is the new trendy thing. And I'm counting thousands of jobs. Another 2,000 jobs just didn't come this way for one company alone.
Man.
That's a big deal.
We're really happy that you're taking that Ferguson heat away. Feeling good.
Well, Georgia's getting it too because Mississippi.
He vetoed that thing. Hey, we vetoed
they vetoed
our
it because I remember. I think Disney was about to pull out of Georgia.
That thing was never up for consideration. They made a big deal out of that, but he was never going to sign that. That wasn't even a.
What do you think about Mississippi's the judge making Mississippi take the rebel flag off their state flag?
I don't care.
Who gives a shit?
I don't fucking care anymore. I just don't fucking care anymore. Like I don't care what our flag is or a bird. I don't fucking care. Not even a little. Not even a little.
Yeah. If they got rid of all the flags, it would take me a long time to notice.
I'm gonna tell you what Georgia needs to get rid of.
Not driving
all
by
the ugly
saluting.
ass people. Georgia got some ugly motherfuckers in that state.
You're thinking of Boston.
I'm thinking of Georgia. I was thinking specifically of Toccoa, Georgia.
Those Tacoans.
I wouldn't know.
There's some mountain folk there. I know where Toccoa is.
I
There's
remember
some
I was
mountain
walking
folk.
around with Jeremy in Toccoa's Walmart, and we walked around about an hour. Jeremy had a little racist spell that day, but
Just a little one.
He had a little one. A black man hit his buggy with his buggy, and it just popped out.
What popped out?
What did you
Some
say?
racist slurs.
Were there
Oh,
some
all right.
N-bombs involved?
Yeah, there were some N-bombs involved. But
Fair enough.
so me and Jeremy was walking around, and I'm like, hey, Jeremy, I haven't seen one good-looking girl yet. He's like, what do you mean? And he's like, and we started looking around. We started looking for a hot chick. We couldn't find one in Walmart.
I think the problem
At
is
Walmart.
that you're at Walmart, because I was at the Conway Walmart. I had a similar experience of ugly motherfuckers. So just
Look, how many
it's
bitches dumb
Walmart.
as shit.
It really does depend on what Walmart you're at, though, because it's like a joke of like, oh, fucking ugly people at Walmart, but everybody goes to Walmart. So if you go to a Walmart in a decent area, you're gonna see some attractive people. If you go to Walmart and apparently Toccoa, nowhere, it's not gonna go well.
I'll tell you another thing I seen when I was in
Band of
Georgia.
Brothers.
Open carry is a lot more prolific in Georgia. Like more people do it.
I don't get open carry.
I
It
see a few
doesn't
people doing it.
There's a certain vibe about guys who open carry. Like I don't give a fuck what you think. And it makes me like, oh, well, it would be a waste of time to be offended by his gun. And that's the end of that.
It doesn't bother me that he's got a gun on his hip. I just noticed that it's there. It's like, oh, I never seen that in like Conway or like Myrtle Beach.
Chiz saw it. Like Chiz just had gotten to Georgia, and we were doing our rafting and ziplining trip, and we went to Walmart. And as soon as we're walking out of Walmart, there's a fucking cowboy walking in. He's got a gun belt on and a 6-shooter, and he was just like, "What the fuck is that?" And I'm just like, "Oh yeah, that's how it is around here. Everybody, lots of cowboys." But it's just like I'd never seen anything like that before. He's like a 6-shooter and a gun belt with bullets in it. You know what I mean? Like a bandolier of bullets around
He
his
might have
head.
been competing
And
that day.
No, it wasn't that kind. It was
Like,
like,
even if I was competing, I would have left it in the truck. I'd like threw it in the back seat or something.
no, this
Can't
was not a
walk around
cowboy
with an
shooter. This
empty
was a
bandolier.
cowboy. It wasn't empty. He was locked and loaded. He was ready to roll.
No, he was saying he'd have left the gun in the truck. Then
I
you'd
would have
be
took the
all
whole gun
cowboy
belt off,
outfitted.
Woody. I would just put the whole gun belt in the back seat.
He brought his into Walmart on purpose. I see a few people.
Walmart's the place you get into gunfights all the time.
Oh, it looks like it's time for one more ad read. We have a brand new sponsor at Piers this week. HelixSleep.com.
Tell me about them.
You spend a third of your life asleep. Why cut corners when it comes to this area of your life? With a mattress that isn't getting the job done. You should be sleeping on a mattress that makes the other 2/3 of your life all the better because of the amazing night's sleep you got. Helix Sleep mattresses are here to do just that for you. HelixSleep.com/PKA is where you need to go to get started getting a better night's sleep. Helix captures your information in a simple questionnaire. Questions include height, weight, sleep style, and firmness preference. Based on your response, Helix creates your sleep profile. Step 2, Helix takes your responses and runs them through their proprietary technology, which is based on laboratory sleep research and 3D human body modeling. The result is a mattress optimized across 4 key performance metrics: feel, support, point elasticity, and temperature regulation. They make your personalized mattress to order from the highest quality materials at their U.S.-based manufacturer. Compress it and ship it in a box directly to your doorstep. The composition of every custom mattress suited to you and your dimensions. It is constructed with Dunlop latex, polyfoam, and 1.5-inch steel forged micro coils. On the inside, each mattress is protected by a polyester cover designed to be comfortable, breathable, and sleek. Head on over to HelixSleep.com/PKA today and get started getting a better night's sleep. That's HelixSleep.com to save $50 on your mattress right now.
So wait, these guys make custom mattresses based on like your height, weight, and dimensions, and I
As a
feel like
fat
a
dude?
peasant now.
As a fat dude, The box spring fails me more than my mattress does.
Well, this one's got forged coils to resist up to,
The coils in my mattress
weight.
don't fucking fail. I'm just saying, like the
I
box
don't know
spring usually fails before the mattress does.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The box spring's like $70. Just go get you a new one.
or you could do that thing where you just put a mattress on the floor.
I'm going there now. Helix mattress. Let's see. HelixSleep.com.
I didn't want to disagree with like your sponsor, but like polyester
you're
covers
about
are
to.
not sleek.
Oh, they're so sleek, dude.
Oh,
The sleek is not the
sleek
word
as
to
it
describe a
gets.
polyester cover.
I would I think probably
So
classy.
sleek.
Classy, or maybe
Classy.
like bourgeois. It's a very bourgeois fabric.
It's
I don't
a
know.
very
It's
terrible
a negative
fabric. I can't stand polyester
Besides,
covers on
I
my
think
mattress.
that you shouldn't even have a box spring, right? You should have a bed that with a platform that the mattress sits on. I don't even know what box springs are all about.
Yeah,
It's to
that's what
create
a
that
box spring
platform.
is, what you just described.
But like for example, my bed has rails and it has 3 or 4 pieces of wood. Then it has a box spring, and then the mattress sits on the box spring.
Buy a platform bed so that the bed sits on top of like a big wooden like layer, and then it's like laying in a pool of lube, I'm told.
All right, this is me calling my broker, Woody. It's IR nothing. Let me go and get a gold brick and just chip off what I need to get that platform.
Dude, California King's like $1,000. You take 50 off. You got that. Oh, you know what you could try, Wings?
Is it
Upload
only-
videos.
Is it really?
A
Is
California
it really
King,
that cheap?
$9.95, and then $50 off with the PKA
I
code.
paid $1,200 for a memory foam mattress. Like these guys are like scientific and shit.
Yeah, this is the way you
So
do
scientific.
it. Yeah, this is what you want
I'm
to
just saying they're talking about like scanning you. I only picture like you putting a mocap suit on, and like laying on a fucking mattress, and they're like using a
No.
computer with like a laser going up and down
No,
you.
they get you in that whole. They actually let you put on the same suit that Andy Serkis wore in Lord
I mean,
of the Rings.
I went to like a mattress king and paid
Fifth Lord of the
$1,200
Rings
for like a
reference.
queen.
What's
At
an Andy
least, I
Serkis?
mean, I've
Oh,
had at
he
least
was
2 or 3.
Gollum, probably.
Yeah, he was Gollum.
Dude, I like the box it comes in.
But I should do more YouTube videos. That is
Yeah.
good advice.
Dude, you'd be buying mattresses like you bought trucks old days, man.
Oh, I doubt that. I mean, my mobile views went through the roof since back then. I mean, back
I
in the
would
day,
like
I
to
was getting
see-
like
We
I was
don't get
getting, like,
paid for
18%
mobile at
mobile
all.
views.
Is that true? There's no mobile money. I know there's ads on mobile now.
But my
Yeah, but
mobile
you don't
views is
get your
something
cut.
like I think last month was like in the low 80s. I think it's gotten as
look,
high as
here's what I
87.
think you need to do. I would think that people would watch longer vlogs on be more likely to watch that on a PC.
I make most of my money off Twitch right now. But
I know that, but listen to me.
But
I
I just
love
wanted to do
vlogs.
YouTube because it seems YouTube's easier to grow on than Twitch.
Look, here's what I think you should do. You should get some kind of hidden camera thing, and I want to like be immersed in your family life one night. I would love for you to like wear a lapel camera and microphone all day, and then that night edit together the full day into like 45 minutes that tells the narrative of your day, and
here's the problem with
intersplice
that,
that
though,
with you on camera being like,
Here's the
well,
problem,
at
though,
this
Kyle.
point-
That video will make my life much worse.
Here's
Because,
the thing,
like,
Wings.
They
I feel
watch
like
my videos.
everyone else who
alright.
does vlogs. Well, like, okay, Casey Neistat makes amazing vlogs, right? But he's doing a little different than other people. He's sharing his life and he's showing these highlights and he's doing a thing, but you sort of see what he's up to. A lot of people that make vlogs are just like, look at me for 6 minutes. Like they're kind of crappy. I'm doing these day in the life vlogs.
Have you seen Jive's vlogs?
No, I'm doing.
Jive does them right.
Maybe I'll look at them, see if I'm inspired. But I've been doing vlogs, like these daily vlogs on my channel this week, and it's a little different than anyone else is doing. Like I'm doing more during the day. I'm including it. I'm showing the ups and downs, and a lot of the vlogs are just like, look at this thing right here, and I'll talk about it with you, and they're kind of shitty. Your vlogs, if you were to show the drama that is your life, people could get invested in it like a soap opera. And I picture you as like the only sane person in your world saying,
Yep.
look at this.
Can I play devil's advocate? Because like I'm gonna get 2 videos out of that, and then every time the camera is busted out, people shut up because they don't want to be on camera.
No, as long as you do it at the right time, it'll be like Laguna Beach, Myrtle Beach.
Like my grandma's different. She doesn't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
but like my mother doesn't want to be on camera at all. Like if I pull the camera
Hidden
out, she like walks
camera.
away.
Hidden camera, man. Look. All you got to do is like throw that thing in like.
Yeah,
Would
but
it
like
really
how
be
often
hidden,
can you get a
though?
hidden camera before they go to your YouTube channel and be like, this motherfucker was filming me?
I gotta think,
Does-
right?
do-
What
do
if
they
you
do
just like as
Yeah,
a
they do
normal
that.
course of the day, you
Jordy
start
and the
wearing
Jordans.
button-down shirts, and your new thing is that you keep your. I don't know if you guys.
They
can
watch
see
his
me.
channel.
Oh, he's
Make
right.
a decoy channel.
Decoy channel.
That
Hey,
doesn't have-
maybe you just make some videos for me. Maybe you just slip them my way. And I won't tell anybody, you know, and your mom won't see the videos, and I'll
Dude.
get my kicks.
Wings, not
Trust me,
your last
I
one.
want to film the family show. There's like money to be made there. There's like real money. There.
I know.
You made a video
I
today,
don't
Wings,
do.
and it was to gameplay. The one before that, did you make that video yourself?
I did.
See,
was
the
terrible,
thing-
I know.
No, it was good. It had editing. Like when you talked about the tire tracks, you went outside and like got the tire track footage and overlaid it and put it there, and we're all like, "Whoa, there's cuts here." Like Wings got some footage of what he's talking about. Like I thought that maybe you went back to Patrick, who used to edit your like walking videos and like do some like your branding and
He
stuff.
He didn't have my walking videos.
Well, maybe I'm
All
wrong.
Patrick did was like he did some overlays for me, and he did some SEO stuff.
I thought he did at least one video with the music.
He did
on
do
it and
one.
Stuff.
He did.
Yeah, and you could tell it was like professionally done. And I thought that maybe someone had helped you with that
No,
because it
I
was
just-
so good.
I just threw the fucking iPhone out there. But
That's
like,
all it
you know, I
takes,
did-
dude. Today you were talking about it. We were like, I'd love to see what the shed. You were talking about the shed today to gameplay, and we're all group watching this thing on the edge of our seats, like, oh, I want to hear more about the shed. And we're like, where's the video? You needed to go outside. Put in the corner some shots of the shed to show us what. I can't picture a shed that you're tempted to turn into a home. I don't know what that looks like. I think of a shed as a little bigger than like a push mower and some chainsaws.
I'm imagining bubbles out there. Just,
God, you've seen the fucking shed. You were just here like 2 weeks ago. It was that big
I
building.
know, but I don't remember the shed. I didn't get a good look at the motherfucker.
Why didn't you get some video of the shed when you were
Is it
talking
like
about the
Bubbles
shed?
Shed?
We needed you to do it. I like.
Well, that's good advice. I'll probably do that next time. Because like
Here's
the reason
what-
I did the tire tracks is because like I want people to see it. I don't want people to take my word for it. I
Chiz
did that
put
edit because I
something
didn't think
pretty-
people believed me that Grandma spun the yard up.
Chiz put something pretty funny out there. So we put together all of our PKNs, which is like an hour-long show that you know we do in the middle of the week together, and we sell them on this site called Gumroad. You could do the same thing with like the gangster. I don't know, the Inside the Wings Redemption family show, and you know charge like $3 an episode or whatever the fuck you want to charge for it. And I feel like your dedicated fans would pay $3 for that, and there'd be several hundred of them. I would think I would pay. I'll chip in that $3 an episode if they're 45-minute like day-long vlogs, like high-effort videos. Like you could be making $500 a video.
YouTube has that built into it too. Like, are you familiar with this?
I want some advice from you guys.
It could be 50 cents a video.
Yeah. I'd like to get some advice for you guys though.
I'll try.
My brother's situation. This one's a little tougher.
Yeah.
After I left Kyle's house and I came back here, my brother had been carless for about a year at that point, and he had a military check. My brother's a Purple Heart military veteran, and you know he was down on himself. He was gaining weight. He was stuck pretty much in the house because he couldn't, you know, he had to beg people to take him places. So I'm like, you know, my credit's freed up. You got the money to pay for it. I'll go help you get a truck. So I went and helped him get a truck, and I co-signed for it because his credit was ruined. But from credit cards in the military, like you got these credit cards in the military where you could like buy stuff out of the base store. He messed his credit up with that. So 2.5 years go by, and it's all good and grand. But my brother develops a little bit of a drug problem. But you know, it's a lot of a drug problem.
He's had that for years.
A couple years, right? He didn't, but at the time I helped him get the truck, he wasn't on drugs. Mm-hmm. So like my belief was this: it was a solid deal. I'm helping him out. He gets $1,400 from the military. Truck payment's $300 a month. He can cover the truck payment even if he doesn't get a job. You know,
Why
and
is
it'll
he getting 14 from the military?
PTSD and He caught a frag grenade.
Okay. Does that last
So
for
he
life?
For life. He gets that for life.
Hmm.
And then, well, he got on. He started on with these things called pain pills, Dilaudid, things of that nature, and he got that through a girl. And well, eventually he got another job by a guy across the street, and he ended up making good money on that job. He's making $16-17 an hour, which is good money in South Carolina.
For sure.
And so he's getting the military check plus that money, so he's making $4 or $5 grand a month. So whatever, I'm good. It's only going to help my credit out. Whatever. Well, he starts graduating.
He's making $3 grand a month. But anyway.
Right.
Unless I'm missing.
He starts graduating. He stops doing the pain pills and he starts doing the heroin.
Mm-hmm. That's a common progression.
It's a common progression. And he started out with these things called slits. They're like little envelopes that come with white powder, and you sniff them. And that eventually turns into the liquid heroin, which is like black, and it comes in like vials. Well, when he couldn't get the heroin, he subsidized it with crack. Mm-hmm. Well, he got caught about 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago, with all three substances in his truck: crack, heroin, and pain pills in a bottle that isn't his. Mm-hmm. So now he's facing a felony charge of trafficking.
Ooh.
But he doesn't actually traffic. He just happens to be.
It's going to be pushed down. That's the charge they gave him. They're going to lower the charge probably.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably going to get a misdemeanor. But when he got hit with that charge, his job fired him. And now he's using his military check to fund his habit. The only problem is he just bought a house on the GI Bill to go with it. So his house payment's like $850 a month, plus the truck, plus the drug habit, and now he's like 3 months behind on the truck. And I have no clue.
Think he's? I think there might be a good
confronted him
chance
about it, and all he wanted to do was fight me.
I think there might be a good chance he might have to go to jail. For at least, I'm not talking about prison. Maybe not prison. I don't know about his priors. His military record will help him some, I'm sure, in court. But I think he's in a good bit of trouble here, and he might have to go to county jail for 3 months or something like that.
You think?
Yeah.
If this is his first offense and he's just got a bunch of drugs on him, like, you don't go to jail for that, do you?
I mean, look, I don't have a lot of experience in this regard, but I remember I was in traffic court, and there were guys up there who had a small amount of marijuana, and they were, it was either like $1,000 fine, $800 fine, or they were sending some of them to jail for a week.
I predict he gets probation.
I think if in lieu of a fine, he may have to do some jail time.
I don't think he's going to get jail time on the first time. I think he's going to hit with a misdemeanor, and he's going to be forced to take place in a locally run like center that helps you get off drugs, which charges you like $300 a month to take a part of, and you probably get probation too. Which even then, all this isn't helping, because all this is going to be like $600 or $700 each month that he doesn't have to pay for these
I
services.
think it really depends if the judge sees that amount and thinks that if he believes him that was his personal stuff, then that's one thing. But if the judge sees X amount,
it's going to be some minimum sentencing thing.
That could run into it, or
I don't think that'll happen if it's not a felony.
I wish the best for him, but at best case scenario,
I don't care about what he goes through. He's dead to me. I want to know what I should do about the truck.
Well, I don't know about that.
Do you let it go back and just take the hit on the credit? Because the truck's fucking worthless. We owe like 10 grand on the truck. He has beat it all to hell. He's wrecked it 5-6 times. Got rust on the body. Like, the truck is worthless. At best, it's going to be fair, like on like a Kelly Blue Book fair, and like I think it's worth like $5 grand, but I don't think I can get somebody to give me $5 grand for it.
I think what you need to do is go talk to the bank.
2008 GMC Sierra Z71 extended cab.
Yeah, you need to go talk to the bank, and you need to be very honest and straightforward with them, and be like, look, this is the situation I'm in. This is what's happened. I can't, and just tell them the truth. Be like, look, I'm not going to make payments on this vehicle. I can't see doing that. So I'm just letting you know up front. Whatever we need to do.
They're going to take the truck back regardless. I was trying to say what would be the best route for me. Because if they do that,
I think Kyle's plan, the tail end of it, is going to be, would you arrange something for pennies on the dollar? It'll get you something rather than nothing.
Yes,
Oh,
you
that's
may
the
be
thought-
able to.
That's the route I
They're in
didn't
a
think about.
position to deal with you instead of selling your debt to some
Auction.
collection agency. They might be more willing to work with you and work something out that will be softer on your credit. But I'll tell you what, if you just turn a cold shoulder to them and ignore them and like, I'm not answering that. That's my brother's phone call that's calling, because that's your phone call. Don't be confused. It's about
They
you
call
too.
me 6 times a day.
You need to be answering them. You need to be like, you need to set an appointment, go in and talk to them, and be straightforward and just straight up honest with them about everything that's happened and everything that's going to happen, and
Right,
it'll
well,
be a
that-
lot easier on you.
Oh, there's a little bit of information I still got to get. Let me pull this out here. I don't know why I'm bothering to show you, but he sent me a text message. Let me read it to you.
Goodness.
It might have been a Facebook message. And I don't know if I should believe him or not. This was sent on Monday at 6:21 p.m. Well, I sent him a message on Saturday. He goes, still no word if you're going to make a truck payment. I really need to know something. And he got to me Monday, which is 2 days later. I am trying working construction. Started last week. I should be able to start catching up.
Well, I guess you got to take him at his word for it. But if he
But
misses,
what if, like I
trust an
said, like
addict.
he could have possibly gone to jail.
I mean, if you need to do what I told you to do. You need to go talk to the bank,
just
whoever
talk
the
to
lender
him?
is. Yeah, you need to tell them the truth, 100% the truth. Be like, tell them about the drug problem. Tell them about why you co-signed with him. Tell them about tell them about your personal financial situation. Let them know if you can do anything. Let them know that you're interested in looking at some other alternative. But let them know, hey, we're not going to be able to make payments on this.
You just go to the bank, talk to the loan officer.
Who's the loan through? Who's it's financed with?
Chase.
You arranged that at a car dealership, or like
Yeah.
Chase is your bank and you went in there and
No,
took out.
Chase is the car dealership we arranged it at.
Then you need to do it over the phone. Then you can call them and then they'll let you know where to go from there. But that's a phone number kind of thing. Yeah, answer their calls.
What happens now when they call? Do you not answer, or do you like?
I've answered a couple times, and all they want to do is make me. They were like, "Well, can you help them out today and make a payment?" And I tell them, "No, I'm not making a payment over the phone."
Because you can't pay it either.
No, I can pay it. I got the money to pay it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't. But like, I understand it's my responsibility. But at the same time, I much rather have Kenneth pay it since it's his truck.
Yeah.
I don't drive it. I never drove it. I think I've drove the truck one time, and I was test driving it. And like,
Co-signing's a tough deal, man. Like,
it's like it kind of sucks because I thought this was a solid one. It's like, this is helping him out. He's got the money. He makes good money. And then heroin comes out of left field and like elbow drop.
Yeah, that's shitty, man. Well, you definitely need, I would talk to my brother, tell him, look, man, if you haven't gotten this payment to me and just pick a day, next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, whatever. If this payment hasn't been made by then I'm going to let him know that, hey, I know I've co-signed for this thing, but he's not going to make any payments, and I'm going to start looking for some other option where they take the truck back, or they auction the truck, or we refinance this thing in some way or another. I don't know what your options are, frankly, but you need to talk to them, because what you don't want to do is have them like put you on some like red list where like you're an issue customer and they start doing the worst they can do to you. They sell your shit to collections and they hit you as hard on your credit as possible. Like they can definitely take it easy on you or fuck you up.
Yep.
yeah,
Well-
you don't want them garnishing your wages.
Well, they
Well,
can't do that in South Carolina.
Yeah, they can't do that
Yeah.
there. But either way,
They
I'm
can put a
glad you
judgment
came.
against me, and if I get, they take taxes and shit like that, which I don't get taxes. I pay in taxes, so that doesn't help me either.
Yeah, I'm glad you came on. What you been up to in your free time? Do anything
Before
fun?
we go to there, I want Wings. I think that you really enjoy being the hero in someone who's on tough luck story, right? If someone's not doing well, you like helping that guy, and I get that.
Yeah.
It's important to evaluate the risk to yourself, though. Like when you help Kelly, like that's all cool. He's staying with you, and there's not a lot that can go terribly wrong. You're inconvenienced or whatever, but that's okay, right? That's what you're deciding to do to someone. When you co-sign, like when you put your credit on somebody else's hard luck story because his credit's so bad. You know, he wasn't even a case where he had no credit. He was a case where he already fucked up his credit, and now he's fucked up your credit too.
Yeah, but like I did evaluate it, Woody. I mean, like you can't like foresee like, well, this guy's going to become a hardcore drug addict in the next 2 years.
I feel like I swear he's had issues with that as long as he got out of it. I mean, he had issues with that when he was still in the military. He was a drinker or something. Like he.
Yeah, he liked to drink. Yeah, but like at the time he was at the house, he was sober.
That's a big
like,
leap, you know, from alcohol to heroin. I know.
From
I know
alcohol
how
to alcohol's a problem.
But the thing
it's
is,
not
like
quite on
I
the same level,
evaluated,
though.
I'm like, he gets the money, and at the time, my mother was working his finances. Like my mother would pay his bills for him.
I get that. Look, maybe this one
mean,
was
like,
hard to see coming.
Yeah, this one was hard to see coming.
This is Crook, right?
Yeah, this is Crook.
This guy hasn't been thriving for as long as I've known you, which is like 6 years now.
Well, he was kind of thriving a while ago because he's making $3,000 or $4,000 a month, depending on how much he worked.
And that was enough to support quite a drug habit, unfortunately, though.
Right.
Like,
I mean, that's the problem. Like, you know,
Yeah.
if you make $3,000 a month in South Carolina, you're living easy.
I guess I'm just. I mean, I maybe,
you can get a woman that drives a Chevrolet.
A real automobile.
All I'm saying is, like, you know, be sure to evaluate the risk that you're taking when you're helping people out. You know, you let someone stay with you, that's cool. You let someone borrow
by the
your
way,
truck
I didn't,
who's likely to steal it, you know, which is the thing. One of these people stole your truck.
Yeah, I'd watch that old fellow in there. You never know.
My mama let somebody borrow one of my vehicles.
I'd watch that old fellow in there. He'll be rifling through your drawers, going through your change and shit, taking stuff. You know, we don't know that fellow. That guy came from plenty of fish.
I
He's
didn't choose to help this guy. He just got dropped on me.
Motherfucker, you opened the door. Hey, look, I'll tell you what. Somebody dropped that old motherfucker off on my porch. He would not be here an hour later.
The law.
I'd call the law. Like,
Mom invited him in the house, you know, and then she left.
Are you telling me that you would like it if this motherfucker would leave right now? Why don't have you told him that? Is he actively looking for a way out?
My mother is for him.
Well, he should be looking for himself because he's fucking 7.
He doesn't have license or anything.
How much?
Oh my
Well,
God.
then you need to tap into this pension that he's got and start taking some of that money and put it on Crook's fucking car. That's your answer. There you go. All right, we can wrap PKA happily. Here you go. Defraud that old man. Take his money. Give it to Crook. That plus Crook's GI Bill money and you know maybe a little supplemental construction work. He'll be fine.
Don't forget, Wings, you're a rape squad killer. You defraud this fucking old man.
Defraud him.
That would be defraud. Like if he isn't out by the end of this month, he's got to start paying rent.
Yeah, charge that motherfucker rent, and just sign him up for a thing where his checks go directly into your account, and then you bill him. You bill him for services, and he gets like a statement and and the net, you know, the money left over.
You make it this a lot more complicated.
You ever seen Better Call Saul?
No, I haven't. I've heard of it.
Don't spoil it. Don't mention anything from it then.
Good stuff.
All right, man. That's awesome.
Anyway.
I'm glad you came on. I like having you on here. And
I'd
like,
stay all
getting caught
night,
up on your
man.
crazy-
I'm like, oh, Kyle's wrapping the show. God damn it, Wings is here, baby. I ain't got no place to go.
bed.
No, you don't. You're probably gonna play StarCraft after this.
StarCraft, absolutely. Well, maybe if Wings will come play StarCraft.
Like, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about the Brazier dumpster fire?
No, I don't want to talk about that even a little. No, I don't watch. Look, I'm a real fair weather fan. I admit it right away. Look, I got no business rooting for a shitty team. So you better go out there and play hard if you want me to like clap for you. That's how I see it. If you want one of these, then you better go out there and hustle and win some games. And if they're not doing that, then I just don't watch.
They haven't won a game yet.
I know they were 0-9. It just
0-9.
Cards aren't doing that well this year either. I mean, they're still positive.
Yeah, they swept the Braves.
Well, yeah, but the Braves are horrible.
I think it's our coach's problem, to be honest. I mean, the guys that we put on the field, I think they're more than capable of winning baseball games. I think it's the head coach's problem.
we need a fucking we need a team of young Hispanic guys that play small ball.
We have young Hispanic guys.
Hit and run
Matter of fact,
baseball.
Philadelphia,
let me leave on this
second
note.
place.
Our left fielder recently started
Awesome
beating
team.
his girlfriend/wife. I don't know what it is. So, you
They
know,
get Hobby
Jordy
Lopez
being
No, David Justice. That's who it was. They got David Justice back.
no. This
You know,
is
David
Hector,
Justice
Hector
Halle
Oliveira.
Berry slapped her around a little bit while he was with the Braves.
3-game winning streak.
So I'm like, so I went on his little forum post. I go, I think it's a safe bet that he didn't do it with a baseball bat.
That's funny. He'd have missed her, huh?
That's a
Yeah.
good
Yeah, he'd
line.
have missed her.
Oh,
Because that bitch is hitting like .90.
man.
I don't know. I thought it was funny on my joke.
I like it. Did
I
you
love
get
it.
banned? Well, what forum was that? Are they treating you right? We can
It's
send some.
talkingchop.com. They love it. I got all kinds of thumbs up.
Oh, okay, that's good. We were about to send our people to them. if they treated you like Ford did.
Oh, fuck Ford. I'm still banned from that bitch.
It's
It's been like 4 years. You need to come off that shit. I want to look. I want to read about the truck
Fraudulent
line.
behavior. You told them to burn their truck and accept the insurance money.
Hey, the man needed help. He wasn't looking for the option for. Well, go
You
talk
need
to
to
the
get
bank
some of that
and read
same
maybe
old
lucrative.
school.
Can you get some?
that-
Can you get some overtime at your job? Maybe. No,
You
this
should
man
burn
wanted
that
a
guy
way
that
out.
is living with you and collect his life insurance.
Yes, that's where I was going. You need to take some of that same old school rapscallion wings of redemption behavior and apply it to this old fogey you got living in there on the couch. Is he in a bed or is he on the couch?
Burn the old man.
He's on a twin bed.
Let me ask you this: what's this guy eating? Is he eating your food?
He's eating. We go
Like
out
what?
and eat all the time.
What happens when like dinner time comes around? This guy got cash to
Yeah, he gets $2,400 a month.
Well, I don't know how much of that gangster grandma siphoned away. Maybe
What
he's
a
Well, he
coincidence.
got
That's
his
how
full- he
much
got his
rent
full
is
check
at the
this
Wings
month.
house.
Well, see, look, I think you need to tap into that money, get that flowing in the old Wings of Redemption circles, and it goes where it needs
I'm
to
not
go.
going to steal
and
the old man's
Yeah,
money.
and
That's-
stimulate our own internal
Look,
economy.
you're housing this guy, you're feeding this guy, you're transporting him all around. Look, you're a caretaker
He's
for
about
an
to buy a tank of gas. That's about to happen. I ain't worried about that.
social worker. They'd be paying you $1,200 or $1,400 a month just to watch after this old motherfucker. Look, first diaper you change, you better hit him up for $500 on the spot. I'm telling you.
I had to shave him the other day.
Bullshit. Bullshit,
wait,
I had to
motherfucker.
shave
Wait, where did you shave him?
his face.
Why?
I was really
I
hoping you
don't know
manscaped
why.
him.
He got upset. He got upset with me. Like he goes, I need to shave. I need to go to Walmart. I'm like, no, I got some shaving stuff here. I mean, you should use some of my stuff. He's like, well, my hair is really long. I can't get down. I'm like, I got buzz clippers. I pointed to my head, like I shaved my head. I got good clippers. He's like, well, I can't do it. I'm like, can you rub your face? He's like, yeah. But why can't you use the buzz clippers? He's like, I can't do it. He
Do you
didn't
have,
give
like,
me an
that
answer
old
why he
man
couldn't
shaky
do it.
hand?
Yeah.
Even if it's a shaky hand, it's not like it tears your face apart when you touch your skin with this.
That's
guy
kind of
looked
how
like
I
this-
use an electric
is it-
shaver.
Yeah, I just go to town. Yeah, just
So I'm like, instead of fighting with him, like, all right, whatever, I'll do it for you.
So what does this guy look like? How much does he weigh? Height,
Clean
weight.
Oh man, he's probably like 150 pounds at most.
like
about,
how tall?
about 6 foot.
All right.
He's a little waif of a guy.
I mean, like he's 70 years old. I mean, you could punch him in the chest one time, he'd probably die.
Yeah,
All right.
well,
So
don't
what
just-
happened with the TV that he pawned?
You working your way into his will?
The TV
That's
he
what a race
pawned,
squad killer would
my
do.
mother got it out of pawn, and she ended up buying it off of him.
All right then. Happy ending to every story. I fucking love it, man. I love that you're helping these people out. It's outrageous. I would not. You should not. You should not. You should dump these people and stop. You should not.
What I'm trying to do right now is, since I have the house to myself again, trying to find somebody to move in with me
Now you're
that
talking.
isn't my family.
Yeah.
Now you're talking.
You've already
yeah,
got
I like
that.
Well, you see, if Drew
you-
had a stable, if Drew's situation was better, I'd have him move in and just pay me like $500 a month, and we do the training videos again.
Drew over
But,
there.
you know.
I bet Drew knows some black ladies that he could get over there, and
Drew's
maybe
Latin.
some
We
party.
went over
favors.
this before.
You get the party
Nah,
going.
he's black. He just doesn't know.
He's like David Ortiz Latin.
He's like
That's
Barry
true, yeah.
Bonds Latin is what he is.
Yeah.
I always thought it was funny as soon as I heard that he got fired from his job as a personal trainer, I was like, he fucked a customer, and sure enough, he fucked a
Yeah.
customer.
Kyle did call that. I forget my.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
He's trying to do a food
If
truck
you were
right
Bill
now.
Gates and you were helping the world, that's one thing, right? Bill Gates is in that position, but your Wings of motherfucking redemption. You know, stop throwing yourself under the bus.
I don't do it on purpose. Yeah, like I'm over here like, well, I wonder how fuck I can get under
I'm
this butt
telling you,
this time.
dude. Look,
You do it on
there's
purpose.
no scenario. Woody, is there any scenario in which an old man ends up on your couch who is not blood relative?
No.
No.
No, right?
What if your wife invites him in and then
No.
Why?
like,
She
goes,
wouldn't.
No,
She wouldn't. If then Woody would divorce his wife because clearly she's been taken over by a pod fucking person. like he'd be like, oh, Jackie invited an old man to live here. They've taken her. Like you just end her
That's a
right then
loaded
and there.
gun.
She's a pod person.
I know it's a messed up situation. I'm like, I've got messages to my mother. I'm like, we gotta get this dude out. We gotta get him out. Like, I don't want him here.
I would send the message to him. I'd be like, you've got to get the fuck out. Keep in mind,
You never know. Like when somebody's standing over you, like, are we gonna go get something to eat today? I'm like, what? What? Maybe later. I don't know.
You need to go back to Gangsta Grandma's house.
Dude, pull the plug, dude. Pull the plug.
Where'd he
Go
come
wake
from?
this old fucker up. Wake his old ass up and get him in here. I'm going to tell him he's got to go.
Well,
put his
that's
ass
a service we
shelter.
provide. I swear to God, if you get him on here, we will. Come on. If you get
But
him,
again, I'm not gonna do that because
If that's your real
I'd sit up
name.
I'd sit up the rest of the night having to talk to him about
Yeah,
this
if Wings
shit.
is kind-hearted enough to invite him into his home, he's kind-hearted enough that he's not going to bring him in front of the camera for all three of us to be a dick to
bring
him.
the camera to him.
Well, you're no fun.
Yeah, dude.
I'm just saying Wings won't.
Wings, I will talk sense into this old guy to old guy. We speak a language.
Yeah, but like, hopefully he gets a place at the beginning of next month, and this is done with.
Yeah.
Out of the life.
I will. No, seriously. If we talked to him and said, "Look, you know what you're doing is wrong here, right? You can see that you're taking advantage of his good nature and staying in a place where you shouldn't be."
He'd start crying.
I have no desire to talk to him because if we talk to him, it's going to go from, us being a little pissed at him to just being really sad.
He might cry.
And I don't want to do that.
What if he started crying and he was like,
I'm gonna say this on the low key, but I kind of went through his stuff.
No one can hear. Go on.
And his birth certificate and his license have different years of birth on them.
What years?
47 and 53.
Oh shit, that ain't
That's
even
not even
close.
close.
Not like it was a leap year or something.
Do you think he's assumed
shit.
like his brother's identity or something?
I don't know. I got a social security number and I'm running it.
Last person who tried to mess with me, his name was Creed Bratton. That's what's happened here. He's assumed someone's life. He's a Wings. Pull the
Now
fucking.
he's Creed
He's gonna
Bratton.
take your life over. He's gonna become you. He's gonna. 2 weeks from now, he's gonna
gonna
fucking
be born in the
he's gonna
80s.
upload. All of a sudden, there's a 70-year-old man wearing your glasses and your headset. Whoa! What's up? It's your boy Wings of Redemption. And we're gonna be like, what the fuck?
You have
You
pictures
can't
of
really
his.
see it. I was covering some of the numbers, but like I got his social security number. I'm having the police run it.
I love this.
Just to
Tune
make
in next week when we
Yeah,
find
tune in
out
next
whether
time.
Wings of Redemption's roommate is an identity thief living under an assumed name.
Please
Might
start
be Hitler.
vlogging.
He's old.
Yep. Thanks
the
for coming,
match.
Wings. And that's a cliffhanger. That's a real
Oh,
cliffhanger.
you're all pussies. All right, PKA episode 278.
That's 278.
278.
Good. I think I clinched the best guess for another 50 episodes.
There it is. I don't know. Harley killed it last week, but this,
No, he's Harley. What's he going to do? Talk about bitches he fucked?
In Jew camp, actually. Yeah,
Are we stopped or are we still going?
we're still going.
Bitches in
Oh.
UK.
All right, I'll stop. I don't
No,
want
we're
to.
stopped.
I think it's the fucking G Fuel. I'm up till 4. It's not even a choice for me. It's just okay because I got work to do. All right.
Are y'all running literally like a 2 hour of almost 6 hour painkiller already?
Nah, we started late. It's
It's
like
almost
4:41.
Yeah, we waited for our guest for like an hour and a half or something silly.
man.
And he stood
And then
y'all
we
up.
upgraded.
Yeah.
Who
Yeah,
was the guest?
Jeremy from Cinema Sense.
Oh,
I had no internet apparently. What a
Yeah,
shame.
he tweeted that he didn't
Internet.
have any internet, so I assume he used his phone. Like, it kind of makes sense. All right, I'll wrap up here. Episode 278, Painkiller already. I hope you guys enjoyed it. With Wings of Motherfucking Redemption.